Dude, fucking yo, what's up? I'm finally streaming after yeah. Woohoo. Yeah. Now remember everyone, we're here on a proprietary basis. Remember, the government could take it away at any moment, so we have to be careful. Okay, do it. Do it, Courtney. Because it'll be funny to watch you make up some words. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. I'm one of those people who's got a lot going on. Yesterday I had a grilled cheese. My Discord just crashed. What the fuck? Hello? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't even care. Thanks, Discord. Appreciate that. You're kidding me, dude. Come on, Discord. Hurry the fuck up. It's not that hard. Just get the shit done, man. Wow. Dude, my heritage is not to be made fun of. No, no, you can't. You can't hear me. Let's see. Yeah, new boot goofing, dog. Yep, new boot goofing, dog. New boot goofing. That's how we're doing it. It's me. Is it me you're looking for? No, Courtney is Courtney Katz. I am Lily Versa, and I've committed war crimes and atrocities across the nations. Yeah, I believe that that Grimace was unfairly executed in the trial of Mary McCheese. Don't you know that I have feelings? That I'm a person? It's okay. You can treat me like shit. I appreciate you for at least listening. Eminem has an album? I thought it was just a candy. I think we're gonna do the new No Man's Sky update today. Dude, I love D12. Purple pills is my fucking jam. Just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. My bum is on your lips, my bum is on your lips, and if you're lucky, I might let you give it a little kiss. Cause nothing's scarier than what your mom and your dad are doing in your bedroom. Dude, I'm manic all the time. Woo! Yeah, let's get manic. All right. That's it. That's it. New sub goal. If Zab gets 1,000 subs tonight, he's gonna eat a 1 pound tub of mayonnaise with a spoon. A 1 pound tub of what? You don't eat mayonnaise by the spoonful, dog? What do you do when you run out of ice cream? Everybody knows. El Toro. El Toro. Come on. Come on, El Toro. This looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, because we need a little controversy, because it feels so empty without me. Cause I kissed a girl and she threw up. She said I was disgusting and I said thank you. I kissed a girl and she snapped and she killed at least 2 people at the gas station. We're just manically waiting until No Man's Sky's done updating so we could play the new fucking update because apparently there's new shit. I'm hoping there are new rocks to collect because honestly, that's the only thing I do in No Man's Sky. The people who just played the new update, thank you very much. Are you kidding me? I played it for like 60 hours and then I cried when I couldn't complete the last mission. And the cow says, moo. Have you ever seen that one Family Guy clip? The cow goes, hey, Jorg. No, it doesn't. And then they go to Germany. The Eorg. Well, what do you know? The cow does say Eorg. She spins my balls in her hands, right round, baby, right round. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill, 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 Bill. All right, let's talk about the internet drama, everybody. Welcome to Killer Meme Star. Boogie2988 faked cancer online. What does everybody think? It's okay. I'm an alcoholic. Whoa, did you say you have a Joker bomb? Yes, I do. Please. What's up, Slider 1611? I think you're super cute in that halo. You deserve it. Hi, Allie. Hi, Allie. I love you, Allie. Hi. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Allie. I've got contempt for you. I've got contempt for you. Is that better? Why are sliders smaller burgers? But wait, they were able to like continue the sub or like sub again? I I haven't seen that. Zap, what are we gonna do today? I just woke up. I just woke up. I'm ready to like kill somebody, wrap them in a carpet, throw them off a bridge. Expelliarmus. You're playing Dark and Darker. Okay, let me guess. You're playing Archer. Fuck. Okay, let me try again. Let me try again. Um, you're playing Archer. Whoa. Are you gonna be okay, Zap? I think you might be having withdrawals. Your eyes are getting kind of sunken. No, I think you're getting withdrawals from Dark and Dark. See, Zap's got more commitment than me. It's like, yeah, I could be really good at a game, but then I gotta start trying and caring, and then my priorities are like fucking out of whack. Pow- pelvic thrust, woo! Pelvic thrust, woo! Stop on your right foot, don't forget it. Now it's time to bring it around. Yeah. Oh, dude, you can't play Apex anymore. They have a fucking EA fucking won't patch this glitch that's in the fucking networking framework that people can fucking like completely dox you now. Isn't it great? Isn't EA a great company that charges millions of dollars for each of their games through hundreds of microtransactions that are non-negotiable, yet they can't even fucking fix their framework? Only 2 hours? Dude, those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those up. Dude, fucking, I don't get the point. I don't get the point. I don't get the point of like, these games. You're specifically playing them for competitive for a competitive like competition, right? Like, what's the point in cheating? Is it just because you're like, I need a win in my life? It's gone so terribly. It's just wild to me. I've never understood the fact. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna cheat. No, she won't. No, she won't. Small circles or big circles? Oh shit, dude. Gotta call the bank now. Cause this looks like a job for me. So. Oh, well, you don't have to rub it in my face, dog. Well, things happen, dog. You're sitting there, and 1 minute you're sober, the next minute you're in Tijuana, cocaine on a hooker's ass, and that shit happens. What? Dude, don't make me new boot goof your ass. Dog, we new boot goofing. Dude, we're new boot goofing, dog. Uh, dude, I'm serious, dude. My fucking title is local schizo princess just chilling, wanted to stream. Dude, I've needed a hug for like the past fucking 12 years, and guess what? My dad still won't give me a hug. Dude, fucking, if there's one thing I could learn to do, it's either speak Japanese or learn to surf. Okay, one of the two. I think it's important to either have one of those skills. Cause I'm throwing ass like I'm throwing dice. Watch me throw a seven. Yeah, it's hard. Oh man, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my? Won't you be my? Won't you be my neighbor? Hi there, neighbor. I don't want to be an Oscar Mayer wiener. That's it. I've decided. I'm going a different route. Oh yeah, I should probably tweet about that. Go do the responsible streamer thing. I hate him. They bullshit. Have you ever screamed at the top of your lungs in a mall just to see what other people's reactions are? I got punched by an old lady. She was scared of me. Well, it's that kind of hurt, man. I have human emotions. It's very faux. It's very faux. Very, very posh. I've heard. I've even seen fucking Mr. Musk wearing it. Yes, yes. Very high end. Yes, very, very supreme. Dude, here I am throwing ass. Watch me. Got lots of class. No, dude, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. Cause I'm obese Gary. Yes, I'm obese Gary. No, it's all you other obese Garys are just obese Larry. Dude. Dude, fucking don't you even, don't even, dude. Fucking odd numbers, don't even. Everybody knows that I'm a danger to society. It's just a thing. Everybody's accepted it. It's a thing. You don't know where that hand's been. He might have touched his wiener. Dude, I don't even care. It's oh yeah, I do that. I do that a lot. Yep. Yeah, you're at a Chili's and somebody gets something and you're like, man, I really wish I would have ordered that. So you lick it so you could have it. Yeah, you did. Yeah, and then to make up to the other person, you buy them like four $2 margaritas to make up for it, and then they leave the place in a drunk rage, and they go home. It's a whole thing. Dude, everybody gets upset when you put your wiener in the blender. I'm down. Let's do it. I go first. I'm first. Blindfold me. Dude, it's like, do you know what Rochambeau is? The game where they kick each other in the nads. Yeah, it's like whenever you want to win an argument, you go, okay, let's play Rochambeau. I go first. Kick me in the nads. Dude, that fucking stupid. Those people, stupid. You know why? Stupid. I'm like, that's not Rochambeau. If you want to play Rochambeau, we're gonna play Rochambeau. Damn right, dude. I'm out here ready to give their beanbag the fucking 5-toe discount. Damn right, dude. They'll make me speed bag your beanbag. That's what I tell her when she brands me. I need you to non-sexually suck my dick, please. Non-sexually suck my dick. Uh, Damn right, dude. I go into every JC Penney jerking off. Nobody questions me. Yep. Yep.
I switch screens here. Buggy! Hi, Keem, how are you? It's Judgment Day. Yeah, I've done a lot of soul searching since the last episode. We've been making some changes here on the house, and I've been trying to think of different ways that I could show everybody how fucking sorry I am. Because this is not okay. Like I said last time, my dad died of lung cancer. My best friend, my childhood girlfriend, she died of breast cancer that turned into brain cancer.
Dude, fucking Zabomafu's a lemur. Dude, fucking a leaping lemur who likes to laugh and play. Cause it's me and you and Zabomafu. Come around and come. Well, that's because Courtney's vegan and she didn't drink her milk. Yes, exactly, dude. Fucking. Oh, and that and Courtney didn't even grow up in America, so I don't even think she had the Got Milk program, did she? That was like a whole America thing. Why was that in a big American thing? Dude, this is just gonna be the fucking stream from hell. We're just gonna be fucking. I'm gonna be autistic, okay? Let's just be autistic. Woo, yeah. That's right. Get the flare gun. Somebody asked me what's the first thing you do when you go to a mall? And I guess they were expecting me to say to go to like a specific store or get like a food item, and my answer was no Russian. Dude, fucking Courtney, answer my fucking messages. Jesus Christ. Courtney, did you block me, Courtney? Oh no, it's right there. You're the second person. Dude, fucking, have you have you seen the guy? Oh my god, there was a clip. I don't know. It was like maybe like last month. A guy pulled 3 knives in a row on CS2. Some guy pulled 3 knives in a row. I was like, seriously? What the fuck? I'm losing it, dog. You still can't pull a knife. It could be worse. She could have gone out there and had to fight a shark. Why were you swimming during Riptide, Courtney? What? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Courtney. Courtney, people don't even swim in Riptide who are professional swimmers. Just like you're just like, okay, Courtney, so just don't why did you get out there? How did you get out there? Just Tripwood, dude.
No, I got to you when you were way out in the ocean, Courtney. You were just like your head was going under when I got there.
I know, because I
Oh,
was
sorry,
actually
everybody. Everybody
Huh?
thinks I'm schizophrenic,
I wasn't
talking to
surprised at that
myself.
point.
Courtney got sucked way out
I
to
mean,
sea. You know?
sometimes.
She was like, I got to her, and
Are you
she's
a voice
like,
in my head? No,
it's
no,
like
you're
getting a
actually
breath
Yes.
Discord.
like every couple seconds. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's getting a breath like here and there when her head's like submerged under the water. I was like, what the fuck? Off my back? I was just like, what? Hold on tight.
Nah.
I was like, hold on my back, you know, like we got this. I'm super strong swimmer. I've always been really good since a kid.
Dude, I've always been a
things
great
was,
swimmer since my mom made me fucking go to those swim lessons.
I got strong ass legs.
My
You
swim
know?
lessons were hey, there's a pool and then they throw me in.
The real one.
No, my mom took me to the
Like,
YMCA and they fucking taught us to swim, and then
Yeah,
I
at least
know how
you
to
have
swim
to
now.
learn it.
I mean, all you had to do was throw you in and you'll figure it out.
No.
You're lucky I didn't let you get to the
You
point
you
where
That's what it
you
did for me.
you you underestimate
Like,
how autistic I am.
you're swimming right at riptide.
You want to
No, I said you're lucky I didn't let you get to the point where you felt like you were drowning. You felt safe the entire time because I was that good at protecting you. But you were like feet away from riptide. Like you could see the intersecting waves like coming at different angles. Like one was coming directly from the left and one was coming from the top. So like it was making a 90-degree angle where the waves were intersecting, and that's what causes the riptide. And like you were swimming right at that. Like,
why does your set look?
You see like
completely different?
boxy, like
What's that about?
90-degree angle waves.
Well,
that
we
is an
mailed you a little
indication of
something.
riptides.
And
Like-
the room just didn't look right.
Huh?
And to be
No,
honest with
when
you,
one
all
time
this
when you were
winter
getting
and
under the
shit,
water.
Yeah.
I just couldn't look at
Yeah.
it. So I
Yeah,
took
you
it
were
down
getting
once
sucked
we
in.
took the first thing down.
We were getting
the rest
sucked
of it
in.
went.
It took a lot of strength to pull you out of that shit.
storage.
You know?
'Cause
I was like,
just
hold
wanna
on to
see
my
it.
back, and
Chat,
I
can
just
you
was
hear
just like
him?
put my head
Your
down
mic's a
and
little
swim
low
like a
for me.
psycho.
I don't know. Chad, is he good?
Huh?
I'm not talking.
You
like
weigh
my
like
normal
nothing, so it's like
entertainment
extra like
itself, so I'm
weight
probably
vest on my
a little
back.
quieter than
So,
you, I apologize.
so like
Try to
that
talk.
was.
Dude, your
and
weightlessness
kind
is
of
like
weird, okay?
ridiculous, Courtney.
Courtney's weightlessness is crazy.
What?
Courtney's weightlessness is actually crazy.
What do you mean?
Like you could be a backpack.
You know those like little fucking leashes that they have for the kids that are like in the shape of a monkey? You're kind of like that.
Well, you weigh like don't weigh anything.
You've never even seen me try to weigh less.
Although I am scared because think about it.
You could Courtney could be a full backpack.
Courtney has exclaimed that she has a gun.
When I stay like really tight, I'm a little bit lighter, but not very much. I like this song.
Huh?
I like this song.
You like the song?
You're good at singing it.
I think what's most important is because you've told this story.
Come on,
so
Lil,
many
let's go.
fucking
It's
times.
like
I think what's most
what's the
important
lyric?
is
I'm a smooth criminal.
The lyric.
I shut up,
It's like
right?
did somebody
I
say
sit here
something
dead silent
impossible to piss them off?
and
What is it?
act like
Guys, you guys should check out my new YouTube short where I fucking scream at a super mutant.
This isn't a new song.
Yeah, it's impossible to list them off.
But this isn't new. Monster's not new.
But that's what he said though. He said he said I did a million things to
I'm
piss them off. He said
That's
I did
not
a
what I
million things
wanted.
to piss them off. It's impossible to list them off. Sound familiar?
this is the YouTube video 2 years ago, and this
Whenever I hear that song, I think of that Family Guy clip where the cow's about to be branded, and then he's like, "Wait a second," and then he puts the ball gag in his mouth, and he's like, "Okay, go."
the fact
Oh, yeah.
true. I think the audience deserves.
That's not appropriate.
Wait, I wanna show that on stream. I don't think anybody knows that. Family Guy.
Oh, it's the cow
branding.
getting it's this cow and Family Guy
Yes.
getting branded.
Fucking
And
here
he
it
goes,
is.
hold on a second, and he throws a ball gag in his mouth, and the cow gets branded. It's like,
thanks so much for inviting me out today. I'm psyched to brand my first cow.
Here you are, Peter, all fired up and ready to go.
Oh! Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, hang on a second.
Oh, hang on a second.
wrong with me? Why am I grown baby?
Man, Texas is great.
Man, Texas is great.
Oh, am I grown baby? I'm the grown baby.
There you go, Zap.
Oh, funny YouTube video? Yo, we were supposed to raid out. I turned on the hot tub and everything. I'm just blasting gas in my tub, yo. I don't give a fuck. I've seen it still, yeah.
Blasting ass.
Yeah. It does the ball gang.
Oh, yeah.
We could still go in Discord, but like on the hot tub.
Yeah, of course you can. My phone's waterproof.
Yeah, so we could just your phone's not
To know, you know,
It's water
kind of like
resistant.
No.
Good
what was
morning.
really
Good
happening 10 years
morning.
ago. What
It's
It's water
Wednesday. Good
That
morning.
$800
Good morning.
$800 phone.
And
Yo, my
you.
phone's not worth $30. So it's like from like 2007.
Yeah, but you probably like.
Took my blood test.
Ellie, you said my phone's worth $800.
And then we looked for other markers.
Dude, my fucking phone is worth $1,300. Thankfully, my company bought it.
Yo, my phone is worth like fucking $13, yo.
Dude, fucking, I'll buy it from you, but you have to shove it in your ass.
Hell no, it's an iPhone 6, yo. It's so much more worth using it than like selling it. It works. The fucked up thing is that Allie has a 13, and my 6 is faster than hers.
Did you update your 6?
Much faster than hers. When I use her phone, I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this thing so slow?
And there I was, fucking branding a cow. Man, Texas is great.
And I'm telling you, that just goes to show you that like iPhones have just gone downhill since Steve Jobs died.
Dude, fucking what? Fucking
No,
getting
the
cancer
iPhone
like an
6 was
idiot. Dude, the man who created the iPhone was stupid enough to get cancer. Fucking idiot.
The iPhone 6 was peak iPhone. You know what I mean?
No,
Right?
dude, I'll tell you what the peak iPhone was. The peak iPhone was the iPhone 4.
The functionality was just so good. Like the actual like
It was the
processor
smallest
in it
form factor smartphone.
Yeah, but they actually had like good like components in the thing. Like so they started to cheap out later on, like with like the newer iPhones.
Well,
Like,
yeah, because they
their
had to cut
processor's
costs
dog
by
shit
shipping
now.
it overseas to little China kids.
Like before, when they were like, "Oh, like your iPhone is like having a computer in your hands," that's because they actually had a processor.
Yeah, now we just
But
use
now they don't.
Snapdragon like a
That's
fucking
why
idiot.
Allie's iPhone is much slower than my iPhone 6.
Zap,
my
look at my
iPhone 6
wand.
I'm
Look at
pretty
my
sure iPhone
wand,
6
Zap.
was the last one that Steve Jobs worked on. Yeah.
Who are you gonna wait?
What?
Who are you gonna wait?
What is it?
Can I pick who we're gonna wait?
Can you pick who we're gonna raid? Oh yeah, we can raid whoever you want. I don't give a shit.
Shit, you should
This
kill that
person,
with the thing.
Classy Beef. I'm not raiding Classy Beef
Why?
because it's just like a gambling streamer. Like, no, I'm not doing it.
This is the guy in our stream.
No, that's Exploded Beef.
Rate him.
Exploded beef.
I don't think he's live. I like to check.
That's
Check him. Check him
Classy
before you wreck
Beef.
him.
Yo, I was like, I'm not raiding this. This guy. Classy Beef. Oh, the person that you picked to isn't even a person. Like that's like it's a conglomerate.
It's a conglomerate
Classy
of
Beef
meat?
is a. No, it's like white people.
Guys, you guys want to watch the video about how gay furries hacked the government and requested them to start researching cat girls?
That's what I want.
I'm dead serious. It happened.
That's what I wanted to do, Courtney.
Yeah, but I like the other person too. You do like that person too, though.
Yeah, of course.
Me too. I like.
Zap, wait. I have to show you this, Zap.
I think you like your hot sauce, eh?
Hell yeah.
This is me and TP's hot sauce.
Pretty go to my creator dashboard to get the raid set. Do you know who rated?
Here you go, Zap. You have to fucking look at this.
I'll do it.
You don't think I know how to do this?
I just need stop.
But you like get in the house?
No, I don't think you don't know how. You're just slow. I need to do it quicker.
They determined
Sorry,
that it was certainly polycythemia.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for being here, y'all. Y'all are incredible. Let's go show some love, yo. We're about to have a great raid. I hope everybody has an incredible rest of their night. We should be back tomorrow. We're going to be having lots of fun, get into some shenanigans.
And they were going
Shenanigery,
as if it was
little tomfoolery, a little bit of goofing and gaffing.
That's what we've done.
Anyways, have a great night, guys. Hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow. We're going to be getting into it. Let's get it.
Eventually get this bone marrow test, but again, I never wanted to get it done because it's stupid. It's
I appreciate it.
My friend Marie, I was talking to her about it last night. She said she had it done. She literally.
Wait, what? Why didn't the? Oh, it's because we're here. I fucking got you. I didn't know that's what. Fucking hell. I don't have my alert set up on that fucking scene like an idiot. Like an idiot.
Let's go. Yeah, Court.
What is it called?
I'm gassed, yeah. Yeah, we can just put a couple of balls.
Okay, good enough. So put
Oh, get my music off. Hear shit.
Did you know that?
Let's go, Lil.
Yo, what's up? How's everybody doing? Thanks for coming on the raid. I messed up, I guess, my kick alerts because I fucking updated.
My alerts have been all fucked up too. I forgot to turn my shit on today, like to reset it because like I was here for like a week, so like everything like became like stale-ish.
Dude, that sucks. Come on, where's the fucking... Oh, there's the widget. The widget, the legend, all in one gadget. Wow, wow, wubsy. Wow, wow, wubsy. Wow, wow, wubsy. Alright, now let's do this one. Oh, that was the wrong one. That was a raid. Oopsies. My bad. There we go. I fixed it. Yeah. That's right. Zap, you have to look at the link I sent you. You're not gonna believe this shit.
What I see? This is on Discord, yeah?
I can fucking bring it up. Okay, so apparently there's an entire science behind the classification of the little bread clips that come on pastries and bread and all baked goods.
Like the little bread clips? What do you mean?
Yeah. I'm dead serious.
Like
they're called oculoponids. All right. And they're generally found on parastoids, on bagged pastries in supermarkets, hardware stores, and other large commercial establishments. There's a whole fucking research group that fucking has gone through and identified every fucking bread clip and fucking classified them by a full genus and species breakdown. And there's an entire research paper that has been approved and recognized for these things.
Bananas.
Okay, so my thought is, at this point, have we gone past shit posting and gone to advanced shit posting where we've actually created a science around shit posting?
Maybe. Seems like it.
Because dude, I can't fucking tell you how fucking weird. I read this for like 3 hours, going through each one of these, trying to figure out why the fuck somebody would do this. And I don't get it. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it.
People crazy. What is with these bread clips? Like, what do you mean by like bread clips? Like little pieces of bread crumbs?
No, the bread. You know the things that like at the very end, where like whenever you close it, you turn it and then you put the little bread clip on it to keep it closed.
Yeah, like a little tie.
Yeah, there's a whole fucking science for them. There's an identification guide for it. What shape is the oral groove of your oculoponid? Yeah. And then they've got full breakdowns with like fucking whole genus and species for each of these. And they have like full fucking breakdowns of like the size and like the correlation to what they can hold.
What are you doing? Like, how you doing? Allie Boo must have just woken up. Did you just wake up? Huh? How'd you get baby?
He asked me not to ever get it done.
I don't know.
Yeah, Teddy, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a whole fucking science behind bread clips. So at this point, it's just advanced shit posting.
Fighting cancer herself.
Was that on you?
She says it's not worth it.
And you're not. This is not a riff of.
How did I not know you were awake? Yo, I was so surprised.
Because the added thing,
talking to Lil, and I saw you hitting the vape pad.
When you manipulate or you lie,
like,
I noticed it's like, yeah, my friend told me this, and it's the added stuff. Okay.
I'll send you a screenshot of that right now if you'd like to see it.
To be clear for the audience, what Boogie just said is that his video 2 years ago should have said, I have this disease. It may be the non-cancer type or the cancer type, but they're treating me for the cancer type. That's what the video should have been.
That's what the video exactly should have been.
There we go.
I was at the time at the understanding that it was most likely the case. And as time went on, I became aware that it might not be. And now we are at a point where he's concerned about what's causing the markers. So we have a colonoscopy planned, and we probably...
Ass cancer's real. Tell your friends. Ass cancer's real.
Ass cancer, definitely real.
Yeah.
My grandfather had colon cancer 4 times.
And dude, fucking somebody told me, because I said, yeah, it's like if you have ass cancer, and somebody laughed at me and said, man, imagine if that was real. And I go, dude, do you not actually understand that ass cancer is real?
What? They never heard of colon cancer?
Yeah, dude. It's fucking wild. I was like, you've never known that ass cancer is a real thing. It's like, no.
Most common form of cancer amongst men. Like women that suffer from breast cancer, we suffer from colon cancer.
It's because we're catcher. I got it. That's why.
Like, so we drop like absolutely hefty heaters. You know?
It's from the massive heaters we take all day and night.
Supposedly, like the more massive of heaters you take, the higher risk you are of colon cancer. You know? Your colon's just been through war. Yeah, it's just too much.
Dude, and imagine the guys who eat Taco Bell every day. Oh man.
Let's talk about it. Oh man, I put my butthole through hell.
I put my butthole through the equivalent of World War VII.
What you do again?
Huh?
You're the ass blaster.
Oh, the ass blaster! She eat the hot sauce again. Do it tomorrow,
dude.
I think,
have you seen that
eating one dose of the ass blaster a day is enough.
Dude, have you seen that one shit post where it's like, I don't know why people say that white people don't eat spicy food, because every redneck that I've ever met eats hot sauce called like shit liquefier.
Ass blaster, like anal angst, shit liquefier, sphincter
Satan's
shrinker,
colonoscopy.
Sphincter shrinker is wild.
Probably if we don't find anything there, we're going to move on.
I remember one hot sauce I saw. I remember it was when I was a kid. It was called like shit and glass or something. I was like, good lord.
Did you ever have the mega death sauce? The skull on it?
No.
The mega death sauce. They used to have death sauce, ultra death sauce, and then mega death sauce, and the mega death sauce.
Whoa, so wait. So what you're telling me is there's an ultra death, like there's like an ultra instinct, like for Goku?
Yes. Yes, and then past ultra death is mega death.
I don't know. Ultra death sounds more deadly than mega death.
The ultra death was the mid one. So it was death sauce, ultra death, and then mega death. And the mega death was fucked up. They were all fucked up. Even regular death sauce was fucked up.
Well, like, yeah, it's death, dude. What did you expect for it to be ponies and rainbows?
It's literally death. Like if it touched your skin, like you got a red patch.
Oh, dude, fucking Okay, so whenever hot sauce starts to come with warnings of like use gloves when you handle this, like that's when I tap out. I'm done. I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna eat it. I'm not putting it in my body. If I can't put it on my skin, there's no way it should go in my body.
Oh.
Obviously, it's like drinking fucking lava. And you know what? I'm good with my organs being where they are.
Bit my tricep, yo.
It's like eating a bowl of scorpions for breakfast.
I felt like I was attacked by a piranha, yo. Corey just bit my arm.
Remember, son, if you love her, you'll treat her with respect and ask her what she wants for dinner.
Bit my tricep and was like yanking on the meat on my arm and everything. Like, what
she
the
got
fuck?
the tendon stuck in her teeth. She was yanking on it real
I
hard.
can't believe that.
No, I'm so angry. I'm feeling jealous.
Pretty, you just literally ate my arm vampire style, yeah.
Look, Zaf, look at my fucking wand.
Like, you just tried to eat my arm. That one's lit, yo. Do you have a spell?
Yeah,
like,
wait. I got a spell. You ready? You ready?
Reverse, like, arm eating, yo. Like,
no.
Like,
I got you. I got you.
My skin
Lumos.
Guys, that one I put my eye.
Oh, let's go.
Right? It's pretty fucking cool.
Allie.
Allie, come on. Challenge Courtney to a cage match. Tables only.
Yes, Allie, Courtney bit me. You gotta defend my honor.
Yes,
Bite me again.
In the SummerSlam cage match. Be there.
Why is you biting me? Yo?
I didn't even do it.
I don't even taste good. Or maybe I do because I'm Greek. You know, I got some seasoning.
Yeah, you know, I will tell you that the Greeks, because they spend all that time in the bay and everything, you know, they always taste great. They got that nice sunny disposition.
Ellie, I'm getting vampired.
I don't think vampiring is what you think it is. Isn't that when a vampire fucks you and you have to carry their child to term?
Well, that's not what happened. She bit my arm. I'll just go with I'll be technical from now on.
Well, that's not what happened. She bit my arm.
I go, Allie, I'm getting Lily, I'm getting vampired by Courtney. Lily goes, I don't know if that's happening. You know, if you get a vampired, it means like you got fucked by a vampire and you have to carry their child to term. And I was like,
Pokey.
That's not what fucking happened, Lily. She bit my arm.
just the whole fucking just straight cut that she bit me.
She bit my arm, yo.
Love you, Pokey. I hope you're having a great stream.
I was like, I gotta get fucked by a vampire and then carry their child to completion. I'm like, what the hell? No, that's not what happened. I got bit. I got bit in the arm.
You be out for Edward Cullen. Be out for Edward. It's like, I'm Team Edward.
That's not what happened. She bit my arm.
Okay, let's be serious here. If you're Team Jacob, you're like, what? Like dogs to fuck?
No, I like werewolf porn.
No.
Ew. It's bestiality.
No,
it's not. It's a werewolf.
Yeah.
It's lycanthropy.
No, it's like a guy that
it's lycanthropy, dude.
Yeah. Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop it. If he turns into a werewolf midway and his wiener turns into one of those fucking curly cute spaghetti wieners the dogs
No. You need to study some more lycanthropy before you do this.
Yeah, exactly. Dogs got weird swiggly wieners.
No, that's
they got the rocket pop dicks.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. Dogs have like weird
squiggly wieners.
No, it's a rocket pop dick, dude.
You're right. Lily's right. You're being weird.
Exactly. See, thank you.
They call them like rocket.
Squiggly tail, squiggly wiener.
I just know because I sex a lot of dogs.
Ew. Are you sexting dogs?
No, I sex them.
Wait, how would a dog do that? It doesn't have thumbs. Can't type.
I sex a lot of dogs.
So when there's a litter of
why are you sexting them?
So when there's a litter of puppies, I take them and I look at all their genitals and I tell if they're a boy or a girl.
And you're being paid for this, right?
No, I actually do it for free.
That's weird.
not weird. I get to name them usually. It's payment and
can you name one?
You
Can you name one
both to left
Scuzz?
and right side?
Can you name one Scuzz?
The balls.
TT.
I said you get to name both their left and right side.
Yeah. Harry met Sally. It's two
Why'd you
balls.
say that about
Because they have two bulls, not one.
You're a pervert.
I mean, I think it's more perverted to refer to his two balls as one ball.
I didn't. You're a pervert.
I believe I call it a uniball. Okay, let's be technical about this. A uniball.
No.
Sir Isaac Newton himself is upset. The lack of aerodynamics with four balls, Courtney, you was way off.
Polycythemia secondary is basic.
Do you know why my doctor explained to me why one hangs lower than the other? It's because you don't want a Newton balls effect.
You don't want them getting into a perpetual motion machine?
Yeah, dude. That fucking heats up your crotch and then you're fucking running around with cold fusion in your pants.
I was supposed to say that I have nuclear energy in my sack.
And something has to be causing it. The things that can cause it.
You don't want your balls hulking out while you're going down on somebody, you know?
I understand what nuclear energy is, you know. They look like it's stupid.
I understand it that one is cancer and one isn't cancer. What you just
somebody
said
put a
is
knife
if
in
you
my
have the
drink.
one that's not cancer, it means you have cancer somewhere else.
Well, polycythemia secondary is a symptom, right? Polycythemia.
No, my mom used to tell me when I was a little kid when I got the hiccups. I put a knife in my drink and kill the hiccups. Shit never worked.
And something is causing
not even once.
And it is possible that it is cancer.
And it is possible that you don't have cancer.
Did you know if I gave you a
You know that's funny, huh? I was like, oh, okay, you drank a bunch of knives. Stupid.
If I gave you a knife and then you didn't give me a coin back, it cuts the friendship.
That's why we did the sleep study that you see in the documentary.
Knife for a coin sounds there.
Could be.
Do you understand the gravity of how
Just
bad
imagine
this
you like
is?
And I'm willing to bend over backwards.
I just can't breathe this shit. Yo, oh god, I think I'm so
fucked.
fucked.
Bend over backwards to show everybody how fucked up this was. In fact, right now, and I have it queued up, ready to go, regardless of whether or not you kick me off of the show, I'm donating $1,000 to St.
What was the drink I was drinking?
Pulling that
Can't breathe, dude.
As we speak, and I'll send you.
I really can't. These hiccups are outrageous.
I made
Every time I try to say anything, they just hit me.
Here, pick a little
play button. All right, so his 1 million sub play button is being sent to my house.
Where's the homie's sister?
I don't know exactly the plan, but the initial thought in my head is that we'd auction it off.
Blacked out.
Whatever money we get for it goes to.
I think I just thought we were in that movie from earlier.
Well, I would like to ask that it's St. Jude's, and the
Remember, like the devil.
You should watch that movie Citadel.
Devil Circle.
I don't know. I've never seen it. I just want to know what it's like, but I'm too scared to watch it.
There's a bunch of friends they went on a camping trip. One of them inherited like their grandfather's cabin.
We did not watch that.
We watched it earlier today, but you guys were both sleeping.
So that's not we, that's you.
Anyway,
I know what movie you're talking about. It's Friday the 13th, the one where the kid drowns.
No, but these kids find this book and it's got like a bunch of spells and incantations in it or whatever, and they drive on. And one of the chicks gets possessed, and then she possesses like other people to be her familiars. And it's like kind of like watching like the Blair Witch, but like way better. Like shit actually happens.
They will most likely treat your child's cancer for free. They'll also
like the Blair Witch?
So they can be near the child. It's out of Memphis, Tennessee.
Are you shaking your head because you didn't like Blair Witch?
It's also a research hospital. So what they do is they try to beat cancer. They are the people.
You won't watch scary movies, babe. I watched the Blair Witch Project.
I didn't fucking put it on. Like we had only Amazon while we were in the camp, and it put itself on there.
You watched the Blair Witch Project.
I didn't.
How'd you know about it? You didn't just watch the Blair.
I've watched it all not a long time.
Yeah, but like that's when you fuck with that.
I told you no, I don't. I told you scary movies didn't scare me when I was a little kid. My brother loves scary. My older brother.
It is. No, it's not. It's the most stupidest movie ever made and considered a scary movie. Nobody likes that.
No, I showed him receipts for 3,000. There was 2,000 left.
Yeah, no, it is scary.
Okay.
Oh no, TT, you're not scared of Blair Witch.
I'm not.
Tell anybody in the law. Be like,
I didn't say that it was scary. I didn't even say this new one was scary. I said it was kind of like the Blair Witch.
In the DMs?
Yeah.
I don't know. God, we're saying Blair Witch Project was scary.
I know, Courtney. We need to just leave you in the woods and see how you feel.
Yeah, I don't know.
Give a
like I said, I'm trying to figure out what other ways we can go backwards. If there's things I can sell, I'd like to be.
Courtney throws that big front. You would care so much. You'd be crying all night long.
You cry for like 2 hours.
You'd cry for like at least 8 hours.
Like feel bad for like 10 minutes and then be done.
So you'd cry for at least 8 hours.
Oh
no,
yeah.
You shouldn't be asking the public.
And then you find a nice shady spot, curl the ball, and cry for another 10.
I told you to mail me the play button.
Exactly.
You understand how conflicted I am? You were obviously watching the stream. I told you to watch the stream. I'm pretty fucking conflicted.
Dude, kissing dudes on the weekend, not a big deal, okay? But like, if you're gonna take a dude back and your wife's at home sleeping and you're trying to kiss a dude while she's trying to sleep and she has to go to work the next day, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Is that for today's stream?
Yeah.
No.
Away because I
that
know
was
you.
good.
I know you. You
Does
get
that
into the
include
fucking
everything?
mental illness panic mode.
Damn it! I went to the wrong module.
I'm so proud of you, TT.
I mean, you're not
Me?
wrong.
But I don't understand the recording the video, editing the video, and uploading the video. I don't understand. There's a lot of steps in between your panic and your mental illness.
You just made finger guns, and when you shot it, you created a chip.
Like I finished that doctor's
like a
appointment.
potato chip,
and it was
like it came out the tip of your like fake gun.
About it for a little while.
I did. But how'd you do that?
The disease, and I thought this is something I could talk about.
Courtney just went to go make fake finger guns at me, and then shot it. And when she shot it, potato chip came out of her fingers, and she ate it. And I'm really confused.
But part of it is the thing that I've done even on the show. I've tried to stop doing it, but it's
like what the fuck just happened?
You called me out
Some
on
glitch in the system there.
And I felt really shitty about myself. I had no one to talk to about.
He thinks it's really funny.
And
why do you think it's so
to go
funny?
to the internet with it instead.
A lot of people.
I just saw Courtney outside.
A lot of people are calling out your
brother. There, and she looked at me and she made finger guns.
Because he was defending you, saying
fingers, and she shot it at me, and when she did it, the fucking potato chips came out of her fucking finger. I don't know. I know that sounds crazy, but it happened.
To the insurance company is because I possibly apologize being very. So it's in there.
How the fuck did you end up in somewhere? How did you end up in?
You're telling the internet you have cancer. You're telling
with their potato chips.
You're telling everyone that you have cancer, but it may not be. How do you justify that?
I mean, there is no justification.
What about like the weird ones where you had to go like over an hour away to find them?
It's like
you did that.
I swear to God, guys,
no,
I gotta. Yeah, you went to the cave. I tweeted this. All right, because this is a real thing that happened. Yesterday.
Those were one of the chips from your lawsuit?
The day before, I can't remember. I'm on the phone with Boogie, and we're talking about future tests. And at one point, Boogie says, and I swear to God, this happened. He goes, "I can't believe I'm praying I might have cancer."
All the money.
Why do you want to be a fucking victim so bad? Like that is so fucking insane.
That's wild.
That came out of your mouth.
Because when we get these tests done.
All right, I'm gonna get a Dr. Pepper really quick. I'll be right back.
This is what
I'm wrecked.
it's a wish.
I put the chips on my belly. I'm eating.
This is my wish, okay? Look.
Can't say it.
I'm not gonna say it or I won't come through.
Distracted.
You wanna go smoke weed?
Yeah. I go both. I love you.
You gonna come with us?
Huh? Well? Be right back.
Are you hungry though, Allie?
Okay, that was a really badass commercial for that game, but something tells me they're gonna make it a giant piece of shit. Anybody even here?
Yeah.
And I deserve to have it up my ass. I deserve to have it in my fucking brain. I deserve to have fucking cancer the way my dad did, the way Danny did, the way my friend Marie, like everybody that's ever died of cancer, lost a loved one of cancer. I fucking deserve cancer. And yeah.
Thanks, y'all.
I fucked up here. I should not have.
For coming in on that raid from one of my best friends, Zat. I appreciate it. This is my first stream in a long time, and I was really nervous. And now that there are people here, I'm like, I feel better.
And in my mind, treating me for this cancer, knowing that it's possibly, if not most likely there, is the same as it testing positive. And that's well, I have an appointment with my doctor on August 16th, and we're going to talk about it then. But I presume, because they've said so many times, like, you most likely have this cancer. You most likely have this cancer.
We have 11,000 people here, and we're about to do a vote, and I need everyone that's here to vote. We're going to do a vote based on whether or not Boogie should be fired from Lolcal Live. Because I am, honest to God, not for entertainment, not for the stream, I am very, very, very conflicted. All right? I've lost loved ones that have died to cancer. I've lost friends. My friends have lost friends. My family members have lost family members. You in the audience know somebody that died of cancer. This is not something to play with. I cannot even think of a YouTuber that is known by millions of people and is as famous as you are. You may pull little views on YouTube. You might not be relevant, but you are fucking famous. You're known by millions.
Well, yeah, Boogie's like a legend.
I can't think of anyone with this type of, I don't know what the term is,
notoriety
or whatever, that has faked cancer. And I wish it was just that. Let me finish. I wish it was just that tagline, because then my decision would be easy. I'd be like, you're fucking gone. But we're dealing with someone who may have cancer, who wants to be a victim so bad.
Man, what kind of bullshit is this? Both the games that I've been playing mainly lately are down. The fuck?
It's called the law of you have little time to play video games. So anytime you go to play a game, there's either A, a big ass update, or B, it's down. And it's for every game you love.
Like Dark and Darker is down for an update. Once Human, down for an update. Let's see if Rust is down.
Rust is never truly down.
Internet and said, "Oh my god, I fucking got this."
So I do want to add that when I launched that video, I turned monetization off, and it's always been off. Like Mudohar pointed out, I did earn $120, but you can't turn off people who use YouTube Premium. So I still got $120. But that's atypical of a video that gets 100,000 views, right? 100,000 views normally will get you $1,000 for a lot of people, and obviously I didn't get that.
No, guys, we're about to go ahead.
Secondly, I raised money with that video. There was a fundraiser with that video, and it raised money. Thirdly, I've never asked for money. People offered, and I said no.
No, you definitely financially benefited from cancer throughout your career. You don't.
This is what I'm looking at my other monitor.
To get out of the CoffeeZilla thing. Even you saying that in a YouTube video means that someone felt bad and bought a T-shirt. Like you can't say that you didn't financially benefit from saying that.
I mean, I'll give you full credit. I'm just saying that I had the wherewithal to know that I was never going to ask directly and not put a charity bullshit fundraiser, pay for Boogie's cancer bullshit. I never wanted that. But you're right.
The shittiest thing about all this is you might actually have fucking cancer.
I know.
That's the shittiest thing about this. This is the dumbest fucking crime. This is the dumbest YouTuber crime I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I'm really. It's a really fun position to find myself in. That
Whoa,
I am going to go down in history
that's
as
a big
having
change.
cancer, and then still
Okay.
die of cancer. So it's a
well, if you have what you thought you had, you don't die. You live a normal life.
well, again, if you look into it, it increases your chance for stroke or heart attack dramatically, and that's why we've been so serious about it, and why I'm throwing so much money at it, because my doctors have told me that this is life and death now.
Really, Boogie? And if this was life and death, then you'd lose weight and you would have gotten shape. If it was,
I'm down 24 pounds in 6 months.
And that doesn't fucking matter, because 2 years ago you found this out and you gained weight in that time. So come on, stop. This is more manipulation. The audience is not going to fall for it. Okay.
I don't mean it as manipulation. I'm just saying. I've thrown money at it. I suck at losing weight, but I've done every test they told me to do. I was good at throwing money on it, and it pretty much drained.
All right, but I got to talk for a minute. I got to talk for a minute. So just let me kind of go here. On the stream before this, I did a poll, right? And I'm trying to remember the context of the poll, but it was like, should I fire Boogie if he doesn't come clean? Like, that was basically what the poll was last time. And you all said I should fire him if he doesn't come clean, and we got him to come clean, so he wasn't fired. Now, since that stream, I've seen in this chat tonight, I've seen it on fucking Reddit, I've seen it on Twitter, where people said, why are you having a hard time to decide? We already did a poll, and you already agreed to fire him. No. So stop manipulating. And also, with this poll that we're about to do, this is not the deciding factor. This is just going to help me make my decision. So I want to know where the audience is at. Do we kick Boogie the fuck out of here? Is he kicked off the show? Or is he staying on? I'm doing the poll right now. Should I fire Boogie? Your options are yes or no. Should I fire Boogie? The poll has started. I don't know where this poll is going to end up, but I desperately need the polls. I need the audience's help. I do. I'm so conflicted on this. I'm so fucking conflicted. You know how hard it was, Boogie, to have fucking conversations with a fellow YouTuber, a very popular one, who was telling me about a family member that died of cancer and said, Keem, what kind of person are you if you don't fucking... Do you know how hard those conversations have been for me?
What, did Zap get off for the night?
I'm the one that exposed you. I'm the one that helped fucking get the truth out.
Probably.
I should be the good guy in this situation. Do you know how much shit I'm getting?
I don't understand why you would be getting.
I guess the finger guns did it for him.
Yeah.
Because they want me.
It's hard to dodge him because it's faster than a normal gun.
This is no little thing, Boogie.
Yeah.
This is like so bad.
No, trust me. This has completely changed my life. This isn't. I launched a
Well, time to get on Rust. Fuck it. Server wiped 13 hours ago. That's not bad.
Or crypto.
Hey, you got a chance.
Not that this is.
I mean, kind of. It's a
I've
3x server, so yeah, I do.
I don't want to.
Never mind.
Manipulate, but I want to be honest. This is
over. You might as well log out.
Similar conversations.
Guys,
no, it's not bad.
We currently have 8,000 votes,
going pretty quick.
And we have 12,000 people here. So as soon as it hits 10,000 votes, we're gonna end the poll. Everyone go vote now.
And how does that make you feel?
Get your vote in. So hurry up.
Feel? What is that?
Now 8,500.
I don't understand the question.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say sorry enough, and I can't. I don't know what I could do to make it up to you guys, but I'm gonna bend over backwards to try to figure it out, no matter what happens here today. It'll outside of this audience, it won't help, and I understand that. Like, I'll never earn back the greater internet shit.
I keep going back to the Reddit. Remember the Reddit thread that you would cause you to go crazy? And it was a bunch of people that were calling out legit stuff that you did wrong and manipulation that you did wrong. And then there was lies. There was a bunch of lies, and I understand that. I get fucking pissed off when people lie about me too. I get it, right? But they were
At Stanford University near San Francisco, Dr. Harvey Weinstein is an associate professor of psychiatry, and he also counsels students.
Karen, why don't you tell me some more about the anxiety that you've been feeling?
I feel every time that I sit down at the desk.
Dr. Weinstein is a Montrealer who attended medical school at McGill University, but he refused to do his postgraduate work in psychiatry at McGill's Allen Memorial Institute because there, his father had been used as a human guinea pig. He says he became a psychiatrist to unravel the horror of what happened to his dad, Louis Weinstein.
My father was a 49-year-old Montreal businessman who was successful and dynamic, and whose life was destroyed by a series of treatments. He was someone who became anxious for a relatively short period of time, who went to get some help, and whose life was totally shattered by the experience.
His father was one of the more than 50 patients treated here at the Allen Memorial Institute under a secret program designed to develop brainwashing techniques. The Allen has an international reputation as a renowned psychiatric institution. But in the late 50s, the patients knew nothing of a cascade of mind control experiments underway, including sensory deprivation and worse.
He went in one winter evening and was put to sleep for approximately 2 months. He was given shock treatments of various kinds, gradually building intensity to an intensity and a frequency that was not certainly the routine or standard at the time.
Electroshock is a standard but controversial treatment for extreme depression. However, at the Allen, the shocks were administered not 2 or 3 times a week, but 3 or 4 times a day for weeks on end. Patients were reduced to vegetables. It was called depatterning. And on top of that, the patients were given dangerous experimental drugs.
He was given a whole slew of drugs, including amphetamines, likely PCP, insulin comas, barbiturates of all kinds, LSD. He was then forced to listen to recorded messages.
It was called psychic driving. Once the patients were drugged and shocked to break down their minds, they were bombarded with taped messages for up to 16 hours a day. This is how one patient remembers it.
At the end of that time, my father was someone who was unrecognizable to me or to anyone else in the family or his friends. He was someone who could not function in this world, whose perspective didn't extend beyond the next 5 minutes, who had no recollection of the past, and almost no recognition of the present.
The CIA was behind it. Documents pried loose in 1979 showed that through a front organization, the Central Intelligence Agency funded what was called the MK Ultra Project. In Montreal, it was run by Dr. Ewan Cameron.
These are the days, and ours are the occasions.
Cameron had a worldwide reputation as chairman of McGill's Department of Psychiatry and president of both the American and World Psychiatric Associations.
And it is his mind, no less, which may destroy mankind.
Attracted by Cameron's reputation, Dr. Mary Morrow went to study psychiatry under him. Instead, Cameron persuaded her to become a patient at the Allen. He drugged her, shocked her massively, erased 10 years of her memory, And even today, she has difficulty remembering some names and faces.
He decided to ignore all principles, all medical ethics and medical principles. He used one of his own colleagues, me. How low can he get?
Well, I suppose it could be said to have originated.
It wasn't as though Cameron didn't know what he was doing.
The Allen Memorial Institute itself were founded.
Dr. Cameron was present at the Nuremberg trials. So I find that for someone who in 1945, 1946 was involved in evaluating and considering what the Nazis had done to helpless people in concentration camps, was 5 or 6 years later invading people's brains.
That was more than enough for a huge lawsuit launched 5 years ago by Louis Weinstein and 8 other of Cameron's Canadian patients at the Allen. They sued the CIA for ruining their lives and were willing to settle for as little as $250,000 each. But the case has gone nowhere. In fact, the CIA has tried to dismiss them with $25,000 each as a mere nuisance settlement.
We got a lot of stuff out of it. Godly adherence to one of his depositions.
The case is being carried by Joseph Raw, a prominent American civil liberties lawyer. So far, Raw has received no fees, and in fact, his firm has spent $10,000 out of pocket. What he needs most is cooperation and documents from the government of Canada.
Yeah, you're not going to get any of that.
When the Fifth Estate case presentation came out in January of '84, we got call after call from the government. What can we do to help? You alerted them. They never made the slightest doubt that we were right. They were saying, what can we do to help? What can we do to speed it up? And we told them.
Then why didn't something happen?
That is the same question you asked me before about motivation. All I can tell you is nothing did happen.
Joe Clark was here for one of the regular meetings.
External Affairs Minister Joe Clark raised the issue with U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz last May. Shultz promised to review the issue and passed it on to the State Department's legal advisor. The Canadians had high hopes for a settlement. But after Clark went home, Raw got stonewalled again, and he blames the Canadian government for not following through.
What makes you think that it makes a pinch of anything you choose, whether the Canadian government stands up and hollers or not, if the Americans don't want to settle?
Because the Americans don't want to settle because they're getting such a free ride. They would have to settle if the Canadian government says, for example, I could settle this thing if I could have Joe Clark's position for a day. I'll settle it.
What would you do? What would you tell Joe Clark to do?
I'd call up George Shultz. I'd say, George, I hate to do this, but the pressure on me is terrible. I'm going to go to the World Court at The Hague in 30 days if this case isn't settled. I'll tell you, this case will be settled because the United States is so red-faced about the way they've treated The Hague that they're not going to be able to let an ally go. The communist government went and they raised hell. Now, if an ally went, they'd settle. They'd settle in a minute.
What about documents from Canada? I understand there was an apology offered by CIA agents to Canadian intelligence officers.
That's absolutely right, but they won't help us at all with that.
Isn't that a critical piece of evidence?
Well, sure, it's an admission of guilt. There's no question about the outcome. Ultimately, the question is one of time. We have a 79-year-old plaintiff. He's very ill. Is he going to live to see it? Are some of the other plaintiffs going to live to see it? Am I going to live to see it? It's a good question. And it depends. The answer depends. Not on us, because the court case will take another 5 or 10 years. It depends on whether the Canadian government, I don't even know which one's in power, because one of them has been as little helpful as the other. Canadian government really gets to work on this and tells the U.S. government they mean it, either by saying they'll go to The Hague or something similar to that.
External Affairs Minister Clark writes to us that he's still deeply concerned and intends to raise the issue once again with Shultz when they meet in Calgary next week. But for the victims and their families, time is running out. Harvey Weinstein's father is 79 now and failing.
I think it's important that people understand what was happening to these Canadians and to my father in particular. Because you hear words like depatterning and psychic driving, and those are the words that Dr. Cameron used in his papers, and they sound very clinical. But don't give one a sense of the horror of this process.
Robert Logie of Vancouver, another victim, was depatterned. He was injected with LSD, put to sleep for 23 days, hit with the massive electric shocks, and brainwashed with the recorded messages.
I've never been able to sleep without medication since the sleep treatment. I went through years and years and years of severe depressions. I dream about it. All my waking hours, I think about it. It's eating me up.
Janine Huard of Montreal went through the same chamber of horrors. She had come for treatment of common depression after childbirth, and that treatment destroyed all of her plans.
Not being with my family, not being able to follow a career, not being able to study anymore, which I wanted to do very much. I would say it cost me my life.
I don't think we'll have radishes this time, okay?
Some of the most brutal drug and electroshock treatment was administered to Val Orlico of Winnipeg, the wife of New Democratic MP David Orlico. Mrs. Orlico had come to Cameron for treatment of depression after childbirth too, and the treatment almost destroyed her life as well.
When I first went home to Winnipeg, I attempted to take my own life because I couldn't endure the way I felt. And I have a chronic need. I'm very dependent on other people. And I have a chronic depression, which at times gets worse.
You can be damn sure that if this had happened in Canada to the wife of an American senator or congressman, the American public would be riled as unbelievable. And there would be pressure on Canada that would be very substantial. Where's my country? Where's my country in this? I don't know. And it hurts. And it makes me angry.
That was wild.
Pulling this shit out, and you were going to everyone and you're like, this is wrong, they're trying to ruin me, I'm being bullied. Some of the stuff that these guys were calling you out for years ago was the truth. Imagine if you took that criticism like every other YouTuber, all right, and said, you know what, I'm going to do better. I'm going to change. Okay. I don't think you would have been in this situation because that was like 4 years ago, before any of this.
Yeah, it's even longer actually. But yeah, 2019. And I'll be honest, I've tried, and this show has held me account. Remember, this live was 2 years ago. We started this show a year ago. This show has held me accountable, and
you're damn right it has. But also you did the crypto scam just a month ago. So again,
I still thought it was funny. I just thought it was a joke. Once I talked to Coffee and I realized like everybody's opinion of it going into it, I just thought it was a funny video.
I thought it did. You didn't hurt my feelings with it, but it was a stupid fucking thing to do.
Yeah.
So this is the final vote with 10,000 votes. 62% of the audience wants you gone, and 37% of the audience says that you should be able to keep your job.
Well, I appreciate all of those votes.
that kind of goes to show, even though this show is designed to hold you accountable, and that's what happened, still 60% say this is fucking
I went way too far with this. It was a stupid snap decision. And
why didn't you say, I understand that you're having the mental illness thing and you're freaking out and you're rushing to the internet and you're making this fucking video, and then you find out, oh, maybe it's not cancer. Why didn't you just make an update and be like, guys, I may not have cancer? Why didn't you do that? You knew you were going to get backlash, but at least you weren't living with this fucking I don't know shit.
No one will ever believe what I'm about to say, and it's a bad thing to say, but I'll be honest. I was living with the entire belief that I 100% had this cancer. I have always been a doomsayer. I have always been a catastrophizer, and in my mind, I'm like, this is exactly how it is. This is exactly how it is.
The sad thing is, I believe you because you fucking want to be a victim. You want to be the world is out to get you. The sad thing is, I actually believe that. I actually do believe that, but it wasn't the fucking truth.
Yeah, it's sadly very true. I mean, that's and again, like you said, I still believe that. Even right now, talking to you, I still believe that's the case because that's what my doctors are telling me. You have to treat this like it is the cancer because it most likely is, and I believe them. I believe them. I believe them.
All right, I got to make a decision here.
I mean, can I make one request?
Go ahead, make a whole final statement, whatever you want to do. Because I'm so fucking conflicted still. Go ahead.
If I get fired from this show, I fully understand, and I understand the position that I put Keem in, and more importantly, I understand the people that I've hurt because I've heard from so many of you. I'm not replying on Twitter right now, but I've been reading it, and I know how hard Mutahar is, how upset so many people are, and my friends are upset. No, they're like, I know that you know.
What the fuck is going on with my alerts?
This show
Thank
is
you,
very
Viral
good.
Rabbi. I didn't
I've
see it
grown
till
a lot
now.
as a person. I think you've seen that. I think the audience has seen that.
Yeah, you're way less manipulative. Even though you're still manipulative, you're way less than you were. Like, I mean, before this show, Boogie's on fucking YouTube. Hey guys, hey friends, I love you all, and blah blah blah. And it's like that's not even you. That is not you.
I mean, that's what you're.
I need anime bitches. I look at her titties, then I take her home and we count up these 50s. I come to your city, I sneak in your chimney, I tickle her kidney, and then I watch Disney. I love me some hentai. I go on X videos. Bitch, I'm deep bang, stick my dick in your Cheerios. Bitch, I'm deep.
Like, I get it that you're sad and you're defeated.
It's not. It's not. That's why I took all the Boogie shit down because I don't want to see it because I don't want to be that person.
Guys, I don't want to get Muta on right now or anyone else on. I know there's a lot of requests to have Destiny on and all these people on and stuff, and like. Yeah, like maybe we do that towards the end or something. But I want to just I want to just
I heard you mention that I'm going to read these
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you would like, I'll read those while you make a decision.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Do you still have access to the channel?
I probably do. Let me see.
You should be able to get on the channel. There's a way to click the super chats. And then there's a way to see not this stream, but the donos from last stream that never got read. Let's do some of that for sure. Why? Fuck.
Okay, I'm now going to YouTube Studio now. I got logged in. For that anxiety, you know, boy, you can tell, can't you? It's going off, but let me see if I can find this.
I think I've made my decision. No, I like really have now. Like, let me get the decision out and then you read the super chats.
Okay.
Boogie, I think you understand how severe this is, right? But it's a very complex thing.
Of course.
You're fired. You have to be fired. Like, you are fired. You are fired. You have to be kicked off this fucking show. This is crazy. This is so fucking bad. And I have sympathy for you. I actually do. And I know a lot of people don't. They want you dead. But I do because I understand how complex this is. I truly do. But, like, this is so fucking bad. I don't even have other words than just bad, 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 bad. And I know that you're not evil. I know you're just, I don't even have a better word for this. You're retarded. You're retarded. Like,
that's the word. That's the word I use. So
you have to be fucking fired. But I also think because this is so fucking like this is so fucking. There's so much gray here. This is not a black and white situation. I mean, shit. He may still have fucking cancer. I mean, this is not black and white. It's not like you fucking ran and did like a fucking I got cancer scam and ran a GoFundMe when you never had it. Like it's not like you did something like that. We're not talking about fucking evil, all right?
Right.
We're talking about a retard. So I feel like even though you're fired and you're going to be gone for a while, you should have some type of pathway back. You should have to go through fucking hell, to be honest. Yeah. The play button, we'll sell that. We'll get it to charity. Reading these super chats is one. Here's another thing. This should be one of the punishments if you ever want to come back on this fucking show again. Not a fucking single drop of fucking Mountain Dew or Diet Mountain Dew should ever touch your fucking lips again. It should never touch your lips again.
That's already a choice I already made.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, see, this is what I don't...
Look at what I'm drinking tonight. I brought in 2 waters so that I would... Look, I'm doing it. That's something I've already done.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I feel like if anyone on the internet ever catches you with a fucking another Mountain Dew, like, you're not getting back. You're not getting back. Because that is so, like, that alone is so fucking dumb. That you may have fucking cancer and you're drinking that instead of water. And you're trying to lose weight with the health scares of... So those are just a few things I can think of my top of hell. The whole crawling on the floor for fucking Keemstar, like, think of that times like a million. Like, you should have to go through absolute hell to have any path back to this fucking show.
I mean, I'll crawl right now, and that's with me fired.
I don't want to see that. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's just silly. That's just no.
Just silly. Wouldn't do anything that ridiculous.
At the end of the day, I took my most prized possession and I sent it to you. It's the only thing I ever wanted to be fucking buried with, and we're giving it up for charity. And I hope that's a start. I hope that's a start. But I know it's certainly not it. There will be more.
Guys, if you guys have thoughts on like a potential Boogie redemption back to the show, let me know in the chat or whatever. Let me know on Twitter, wherever you want to let me know. But like, everyone can do better. Everyone can like fucking fix almost everything. Fuck, I can't even talk. I'm so fucking pissed and so fucking conflicted. Like, you shouldn't. The chat's right. I see a bunch of people saying, so he's not really fired. He shouldn't even have a path back. He shouldn't. It's so bad. But I'm just so fucking conflicted. I don't know, Boogie. I don't know, Boogie. Well, this is something that we're gonna have to think about. I'm gonna have to talk with Tommy, Wings. Our audience is gonna have to give us like a bunch of suggestions. Like, we would have to see a way better fucking human in order for that path to come back actually fucking happen.
I agree, and this is something me and Desi have talked about quite a bit, and we're going to be making some changes.
One thing that really bothered me with PKA is that they never gave Wings a chance to come back. Now, granted, Wings didn't fake cancer, but still, like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess read the super chats where everyone's fucking talking shit.
I will point out again, I will go down in history as having faked cancer, but I still very likely have that cancer, and me and my doctors are looking for it. And so, for those of you who are wishing it on me, and I'm one of those people, with the colonoscopy, maybe we'll get some good news. Don't count me out yet. Because there's still very much a real chance.
You're literally right now, and this is so insane.
So fucking aggrandizing.
You're like hoping that you have cancer, just like when you told me on the phone. You are. That's like, what is fucking wrong with you? No, you hope.
I fucking deserve it.
No, you hope that you don't have cancer, Boogie. You hope that you don't have it. That's what you hope for.
This has been there. I'm not suicide baiting or anything like that. I'm no longer suicidal, and I never will be again in this life, I don't think. But it's been very hard to live with this and as it should be. Somebody said Bill Wickens said make Boogie fight a pro boxer for charity. Is there a limit of like dollar value that I should read, or should I read everything?
Read all the 20s and up, I guess. 20s and up. We guys, I'm sorry if you're new to the show. We normally don't read the 5s and the 10s. Those are for like the audience, you know. But if someone donates like 20, we normally stop the show and read the dono, or 50 or whatever. We obviously these streams lately have been so fucking insane. We're not going to interrupt the content to read donos, but they were pretty mad that the donos weren't read, the big ones. So you're going to read them.
Boogie has never been held accountable in his life and wants to be a victim. This is why he's 500 pounds. If he moved his feet as much as his mouth, he wouldn't be in this situation. That's true. I'm 406 pounds today, but I feel you. Thanks for choosing Chick-fil-A. Can I get a name for your order? Better get to practicing this, Boogie. That's a $50 donation. Thank you. Geez, oh, that's 10. Sorry. Your doctor brother staked his medical reputation on a PV diagnosis, not that you were being treated for PV. His rep and degree should be worth nothing now. It'd be like a cop vouching for his criminal brother. Well, I disagree. He stated very clearly that I was being treated for it. It's too late to say don't donate because most charities give very little money you send them. Well, that's not true of St. Jude's. 100% goes to them. It's too late to say don't donate because most charities give very little money you send them to people they claim to care about. Better off cutting Boogie's pay 10% or 15% and give his would-be pays to Wing's wife who actually has cancer. That's not a bad idea. Maybe there's some money in it for Kelly. It's not a bad idea. No, Boogie hasn't fully crashed out yet, says Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. Let's see. Kick him off the show. He faked cancer, says Henry Zach. Thank you, Henry. Keem, I will start the auction at $500 for the play button, but let the people decide the fate, and we, the people, hold him accountable, which he has lacked to receive. Well, you're definitely holding me accountable, and I appreciate it. Here's a one for 20. It says, Boogie clearly does not feel remorse. Fuck him. I do, but maybe I don't know how to show that, and I'm trying. Keem, take after Elon Musk when it comes to ban and unban. Allow the people to decide his fate. You guys did. Thank you. Boogie lied and is fucked up. Also, he may still have it. Boogie is in a situation where he's praying to actually have cancer. He doesn't get to go into the test praying for a negative test, and that's a hell of its own.
Time out. Just so everyone knows, the public vote that we did helped me make my decision, but I didn't go with the public vote. I just had to go with my conscience. Like this is too heavy. This is way too fucking heavy.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much to ask for people to forgive somebody for faking cancer.
Understanding of how gray it is, but it's still like it's a massive fucking thing. Go ahead, Boogie.
Bro, I understand what you're saying, and I feel for you, but you gotta let him. I think maybe let him go is what he meant. He fed up, and you can't feel bad for him, or effed up. At the end of the day, business comes first over someone trying to take food off your table. It's true.
Wait, did you skip one? Did you just skip one?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm just going to go by donation numbers. There's a $10 one, but and I paused on that, but no. I'm just looking for the color code at this point. Here's one for 15. I'll read it just because. At what point does an individual grow up and have accountability? If you bail him out, Boogie will never change. That's fair.
Oh man, I don't know. It feels too scummy. I don't think I can forgive it.
Right there. You know what you need to do. Oh god, I lost it. Hold on. Something's bugging. Somebody said, take my entire magic collection. I don't think that's something I could even do. That's also in the middle of being sold right now.
I got one from fucking Mr. Medicare that came through.
How are you?
And he says, look at the camera, Boogie, and say, Jackson Clark was right about everything, and I'm a disgusting liar. and he was true and honest. You should say that.
Okay. Jackson Clark was right about everything. It wasn't entirely, but I'll say it anyway. Jackson Clark was right about everything, and I'm a disgusting liar. And what was the last part?
And everything he said was true and honest.
And everything he said he believed to be true and honest.
I could. That one's fair. That's fair. It's a kind of a long one. I didn't know how long it was.
I still may have it, and we are treating it, but yeah. Thank you, Medica. This is complete BS. He literally said on the last show he had it right there, and he was looking at it right there.
Yeah, that is true. He did say that.
Not there, and a sob story about what he needs to do, and you guys are letting him get away with it right now. Well, no, they fired me. I think that came in before you fired me. Keen, this is the greatest show ever. Passion, anger, deceit, fucking amazing. Thank you, Maxis.
Shame, cheating.
When this is replayed,
it's like a novella.
Commentary video from here on out. Remember that I was here. Hi, Joe Mega. Wait a minute.
Dude, forcing you to read these super chats is like, I'm sorry, but like, if there was ever a time to laugh, it's now because this is such a serious fucked up thing.
I mean, it hurt. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. It hurts like a motherfucker, and I deserve every.
You do. You deserve to read every single one of these fucking things. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Wait a minute. Last show, he showed Desi his phone and screamed, "It's right here. It's right here." Well, she didn't see it. You know, she has been in the room when I've discussed this with my doctor many, many times. She goes to my doctor's appointments with me. I can show them, but I won't. Yes, he's lying. Now it's even not on the portal. Yeah, we admitted that. I was surprised that it wasn't on the portal. Polycythemia secondary is not even on the portal, which is surprising. My back pain's not on the portal. There's a lot of things that are not there for some reason.
The chat is mad that you're not reading the names. Are you reading the names?
On some of them, I've missed a few. Andy VHB, sorry. I'll make sure to get him in. He made fun of you all that he could show it but won't. Yes, it was very stupid. There are still blood tests and things I could show, but it would have been bullshit in the end anyway. Because, like I said, I tested positive but not fully diagnosed. 9 houses in 2 years for bro to not have cancer. That's Jack. I'm not sure what that means. 9 houses. Thanks, Jack. Cisco, as a nurse, it's horrible to see someone who lies about cancer. I never cared about YouTube drama before, but seeing someone lie and manipulate this way is disgusting. Fire him.
Time out. Somebody said in the chat, and they're so right. They said DSP was right. And if I remember correctly...
About what?
DSP warned you, if you did Lolcow Live, that this would ruin your career.
That's true.
He did, and to be honest with you, DSP, you were right. But I'll also go as far as to say that I deserved it, and I'm okay with it. Typical Edgar says, "Why does Boogie think that scamming people is okay?" Well, if it's for cancer, on principle, your fans think they were scammed. If not, at the time they learned how they were being scammed after it happened. I don't understand why you defend the crypto. Because going into it, I knew no fans are going to get scammed. It's really hard to buy meme coins. It's based off of Solano and everything else. And in the end, we looked at the wallets. No fan did get scammed. It was a bunch of crypto traders who crypto trade all day.
But you can't possibly know that.
Yeah, it is. It's very unlikely, but it is possible.
Because here's the thing. Let's be real about that.
Yeah.
Your guy that paid you to do this is telling you, hey, I looked at the wallets and they're all big crypto guys. They're not your fans. How can you even trust that?
Well, you're right.
You don't know crypto. You don't know how wallets work. Like, come on. Don't just feed what someone else told you as the truth.
Okay, and this is my personal opinion, and I could be wrong. Just like when I talked to Coffee, I felt pretty bad about it. And I think about a fan getting scammed, I feel pretty bad about it. But anybody who's buying a meme coin in 2024 probably knows what they're doing, I feel like. But I imagine that there's somebody out there who doesn't, and they're like, "Oh, this is a Boogie coin. I'm gonna get rich." And
I would, if I had to guess, I would assume that very little people of your fans got scammed, probably like under 20. But there has to be at least one victim, Boogie. Come on.
I will say once again, please come forward if you're that person.
When you're saying there's no victims, I mean, come on, bro.
Yes.
Come on.
What I'm saying is, I've said it again. If you are that person, my developer wants to make you whole. You just got to prove that you've never traded meme coins before. And if you can prove that you bought this coin at the launch and you've never traded meme coins before, or did since, then we will help you out. We want to help you out. My developer wants to give you your money. Chillforce says, I think Boogie's doctor verbally said he has polycythemia vera, but didn't put it on the chart. That is exactly what happened. That's why he won't show him the chart. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Cisco says, I send you guys. Oh, that was Chillforce. Cisco says, I will send you guys PWP or on polycythemia from nursing school because as a nurse, this is pissing me off. I respect that. It's Reed GD says,
Damn.
Boogie said he won't collect money for cancer, but the justification for the crypto scam was because he had cancer and is expensive. So he won't fundraise for his cancer, but we'll steal it.
Dude, you reading these super chats is like so poetic justice. And Destiny just reached out. Destiny wants on to have a chat with you. You down to have that chat?
I will probably. You know what? I deserve it. He can say what he has to say. I will go as far as to say I'm not a big Destiny fan right now. I agree with a lot of the internet. I agree a lot with Piers Morgan about my opinion of Destiny, but I'm a little biased. So I wouldn't personally, if this was still my show and I wasn't fired, I would not want Destiny on. But it's not my decision. So if he wants to come yell at me, I'll let him. Just don't make fun of a dead fireman, please, while you're here. I'll keep reading in the meantime. Chris Martinez says, funny Boogie loved to throw his fake cancer diagnosis casually over the last 2 years for pity and clout. Now when he gets called out for it, he wants everyone to forget it. No, I don't. You'll never forget it. I won't forget it either. We should have called him out long ago. Disgusting. I agree.
Damn.
Honey Badgers says, now I'm throwing $50 at this. Lol Keen for real. DM me on Discord. Honey Badgers. I'm an actual MD in internal medicine, and I will prove I'll ask Boogie questions and answer all of your questions. I think we did do that, and we remember we had him on the show. So we are back to last show now. Jay says, I have a doctor who will come there and verify if neutral third-party doctor, Don Wario, that's, I know who that is, he will come to you and we can get this under control. That's funny. That's Frank Hassel for the record. Austin Suleiman, you care what your daughter thinks because she thinks what you think. That's interesting. I don't know who it's referring to. The Angry Alien says, bro, I swear Boogie's enjoying being the villain or the victim. It makes no sense any other way. He has to get off on being in this position. No, it's about as close to hell as I can imagine. Austin Adams says, Boogie.
I don't think he's in hell. It just seems like,
Chris
oh, I feel
says,
bad.
Boogie, you originally said you were getting the test to see whether or not you had cancer. Yeah, it's something that I'm saving up for now. In the first place, but now you're saying it's to see if you have a different cancer. Well, that's what the colonoscopy's for. Yes.
Okay, let's take a break on that for a second.
Yes.
The Andy Kaufman stuff. Why were you always telling everyone that you're like Andy Kaufman?
There are some stunts that I did to purposely irritate the internet because I thought it was funny. The crypto one and going into it was the plan.
And you would agree that Andy Kaufman's like a fucking genius, right? Like,
yes, and I'm an idiot. You know, I'm saying he inspired me, but I'm nothing like Andy Kaufman.
But you're definitely a fan of him, right?
Of course, love the guy. And of course, he died of cancer.
He died of cancer.
And so did my aunt, and so did my best friend, and so did my dad. You know, and that's why. Again, if I had not heard the words, Steve, you have polycythemia vera, which is a form of cancer, from my doctor, I would have never said this.
Oh God, this is just so avoidable. It's so avoidable.
Again, at the end, to be honest with you, I should have never talked about it to begin with. I should have kept something like this very private, at least until I got it.
I'm looking at what polycythemia vera is.
Why?
If anybody's wondering why I'm looking over here, it's because I'm looking into polycythemia vera and polycythemia because I'm trying to understand what I'm trying to see how he can misconstrue hearing polycythemia vera and hearing secondary polycythemia because of X, Y, or Z. I don't fucking know, and I want to know why because It doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't. Okay, again, maybe I don't remember the answer. I've asked this before. I'm going to ask it again. Why not just go to the internet at some point in that 2-year span and be like, my doctor's actually confused. Like, I may not have cancer. We're getting another test. Why not say that?
Because this is what would happen, right? The internet is, most of the people that I've spoken to don't know that I most likely still have cancer, right? They just think I entirely made it up, entirely faked it. I've heard people saying I grifted. I put out like GoFundMe's and stuff.
It is a grift. It is kind of a grift.
The reality is, my doctor told me I have cancer. Well, we need to do this test if we want to fully confirm it, but it's pointless to do it because we're going to treat it anyway.
Telling you you had it, or he thinks that's what it is.
In my memory, and again, I am.
But he doesn't put it on the portal.
No, that my back pain's not on the portal. Regular polycythemia is not on the portal. There's a bunch of things that are not on that portal that need to be.
Guys, I'm already in talks with Destiny via DMs. You don't need to spam that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, let's I think let's move to this show. Read the big ones, 50s and 100s.
Oh, I started with this show. We've done those.
Okay.
So we're back on previous show. Yeah.
Well, Mike Klum says lolcow live. Hey Mike.
Hi, Mike.
You ready to make the second documentary on Boogie?
Call me, Mike, if you're interested. You know, I could probably use the paycheck. I just got fired. Oh.
Boogie, it's so stupid. It's the most. I'm sorry to laugh because I know some people are really fucking angry, but it's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb, Boogie. It's
what kills me.
Dumb.
What kills me again?
Oh my god, it's so dumb.
What kills me again is I still don't. I'm like, I obviously feel like shit because everybody's angry, but I'm confused because again, I might still have this fucking cancer.
I know,
and
that's why
all
it's
these
dumb.
terrible fucking symptoms, and so I don't understand
that's
like
why it's dumb.
what a fucking shit show it is to, number one, be treating a cancer that costs a goddamn fortune to treat.
That's so dumb.
And also believe that I have cancer, and also being told I have cancer, but not being able to prove it, and until and that's why everybody's mad, is because I don't have the proof. Right?
No, everybody's mad because you said you have cancer.
We've been treating it for 2 years. I've been told for 2 years that I have it, and that's why we're treating it. And I don't understand where the lie is, other than to say I most likely have it instead of saying I have it. That's it. That's the difference. I should have said I most likely have it, not that I certainly have it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not exactly lying about cancer.
Yes.
That's just.
And do you think the internet at any point is going to be like, well, Boogie thought he had cancer and that's why he said that? No,
of course.
Every fucking title, every single tweet says Boogie faked cancer. The song, the AI song we made for the intro, Boogie faked cancer. No one is ever.
Which is again, which is not true, but also it is true, kind of. And I understand why everybody's upset, as they should be. You know, I should have been much more clear in the video. If I could go back 2 years and change that and say I most likely have this cancer and we're treating it, that's what I would say. I would have been much more detailed. I would have said we have all of the markers in the blood, we have the symptoms, and it's stupid and expensive to do this bone marrow test because it is invasive and painful and it sucks.
Well, I'm going to let Destiny interrogate you further.
Sure.
Let me add him to the call.
Sure.
I'm trying to remember his. That's him. Okay. Let's see. Turn camera on.
I am not a well person.
I don't know why it started all over from adding him in here, but whatever. What are you gonna do? What are your plans? I mean, you stop drinking Mountain Dew, which is good. But if I ever, I swear, Boogie, this is like 1,000% real. There will be no pathway back to the show if I ever catch you drinking Mountain Dew again, because that is so fucking stupid. You can't possibly have fucking cancer, possibly have a fucking heart attack, possibly have a stroke and fucking die and be sipping fucking Mountain Dew. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with that.
I mean, again, my doctor tells me that's okay. Like, if you're going to drink diet soda, that's fine to drink diet soda. The doctor says that, but I don't want to, and I'll tell you why. Because I feel like when I drink it, I get hungrier. I don't know. Some research says it does that. Some people say it doesn't, but it's full of all of that artificial shit, and that artificial shit, I think, makes you hungrier. You know. And that's why I've cut it out.
I don't know. I don't really know where to go from here. I don't know. I mean, we can have him read more super chats. I can bring Muta on. Like, I feel like Muta deserves to do a little victory lap. Don't you? He asked you about 1 million times and you lied to him.
Muta gets a fucking victory lap. Absolutely.
I tried to be pretty clear that I'm entirely certain that I have this cancer, but yeah, I'll say that when he gets here too. You know?
I do draw the line on the Mountain Dew. Someone in the chat said Keem draws the line. I do, because it's so fucking asinine. It's so fucking silly. You can't be like, guys, I have cancer, and then just doing the most unhealthy thing ever, only drinking soda. You can't do that. Muta, we're live, by the way, if you didn't know.
I mean, again, my doctor says I can have a couple a day, and I trust my doctor, but maybe I shouldn't. Did we lose Muta?
Yeah, I don't know if he's even watching. Maybe he's not aware. I thought I would. I just
Muta
assumed he was.
I always do. Is it Muta or Muta? Muta. I've never. Somebody told me I'm pronouncing that wrong. Is it Muta or Muta? Like mutant.
I always say it wrong. Yeah. All right, bear with me. I got to do main cam because I got to add a person on. Oh, I'll read some super chats while I do this.
Okay. See if I still have it. Take me a minute. Let's see if we got any new ones. I'll read those.
I don't think he's fired permanently. I think he's going to come back in like a week or two.
Thank you for supporting the show, by the way. Tommy and Keen and those guys will be very happy.
You do understand like how bad this is, right? Like I have to fire you.
Yeah.
No, and I really don't want to. I swear to God I don't want to.
I fully understand. Fire him. He literally said his doctor said he probably had it 15 minutes ago, and now he's back to. He told me I had it. He did tell me I had it, and that's in my memory. But we've clarified in recent meetings. Thank you.
Call in Dr. Pepper. He's the one telling Boogie drinking soda's okay. That's one of the most unhinged fucking comments I've heard ever, dude. Man, this man knows what comedy is.
Twisted Slops says, if there's anything I want Boogie to do is to turn to God. If you need help with that, reply to my DM. I really want to help you. It will change everything. I forgive you because that's what Jesus taught me to do. I prayed a lot in this last week, and it's not been helping. But I think if I do some good works, it might.
What do you mean you prayed? You're not religious.
Yeah, I told you a year ago. I found God again. Me and God talk every day. I've told you this. Said it on the show many times.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm not exactly Christian. I don't really subscribe to any particular subset of religion, but I do know there's a God. I do know there's a creator, and I speak with him.
Stupid.
Maybe I need Jesus. It's
dumb. I can't.
Neo Didact says this is why you'll dot your I's and cross your T's when making serious statements. Yes. Time to reach out to low tier God Chris Chan and DSP on new terms, on his own terms. Email. Thank you, Nia. Carmen Clark says, are there donos that are coming in now going to Boogie in any way? I'm not sure exactly.
He's wondering if donos go to Boogie. No.
Mandy Roscoe says, Keem, if you want to keep Boogie, have him on the show the odd time. People are mad, but
the other two, by the way, just for clarity, the other two streams before he was fired, technically, legally, like, he's still going to get a cut of that, but not as of this moment, no.
People are mad that they're going to want updates and abuse him in the super chats. So you should have him on every so often. This way you can keep him. There's punishment. The audience gets their pound of flesh. That's true. Mike Plum, thank you for the dono. Says it Lolcall Live. Lorenzo donated 700 ZAR. Redeem yourself by going to a hospital and tell cancer victims what you did live. Well, I don't think...
that would be a retribution.
I don't think you should live stream cancer victims, but I would talk to a cancer victim. If any of you would like to reach out and talk to me, my email is on my Twitter feed, which is now back up, oogle0@gmail.com.
I just thought about this. Fucking Tommy is going to be gone. Tommy is gone. It's just me and Wings.
Yep. So, saying sorry, looking so sad after you got called has been played out for years. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Not
Tommy's gone for like 2 weeks, right?
Yep. I mean, I can fill in for Tommy.
No, you're not. No, you're not filling in for Tommy. You're not.
No.
At this rate, you're like a battle pass. Every new season, you just restart a new victim cycle. That's
no, you're not filling in for Tommy.
Yeah, I think at this point, I'm entirely out of goodwill. Like there could never be another victim cycle. If I do have this cancer and I prove it, no one will care. They'll just be happy. And that's, the victim card is entirely gone now.
Lord Rush said that and everybody in our Discord, which is for members only, by the way, there's a pinned tweet in the chat. If you are a new member, you can join our Discord for Lolcall Live. All you have to do is connect your YouTube channel to your actual Discord, and then it will verify that you're an actual member, and you'll be able to enter our Discord. So the link is right at the top. But Lord Rush, one of the top donators of the show, said, Keem, in the Discord, we all agreed that Boogie should donate directly or buy a Medicare hat and shill his merch for him, because unlike Boogie, Medicare actually has cancer.
I will buy a Medicare merch hat right now.
You should.
I'm going to right now.
You should.
Does he have a bunch of animals?
You should have to do a lot of shit.
These are really funny. Yeah, I'm like I said, I gave up my most prized possession. We're going to raise money for charity with that. I have donated $1,000, which pretty much hurts dramatically.
I never thought in a million years when Destiny came on that he was going to prove you didn't have cancer. I thought Destiny was going to catch you in some lies or whatever, or manipulating or something, but you actually did have cancer and you had the proof. That's what I thought was going to happen. Like this. I mean,
again,
so
I am being treated for cancer.
I know.
And we just don't have the confirmation.
I know.
So
let me add Destiny now.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I am buying an animal cancer puzzle from Medicare right now.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how you doing? I heard you're having a fun week.
I always have fun weeks.
Good.
I always have fun weeks.
Say what you got to say to me, and then I got maybe a few things I would like to say to you.
Sure.
Yo, thanks for this fucking follow, Rabbi Discord. I don't know what's going on with my alert.
Well, Boogie has finally admitted that he has no confirmation that he has cancer.
Shalom.
The theme of this episode is, will Boogie get fired from the show? We decided he has to get fired. I mean, this is like pretty fucked up. We're trying to think of ways that he can earn his will back and punishments. He's giving the play button to me. It's already being mailed to my house. We're going to put it up for auction. That money will go to charity. He bought a Medicare hat. Medicare actually has cancer.
No, I'm getting the puzzle.
He's not well, get the hat, because we need to see you with that hat for sure.
Oh, okay.
And then also, what else did we talk about? Mountain Dew. you're never allowed. He's never allowed to drink Mountain Dew again because that is so fucking unhealthy. And one of the main risks of this disease is that he could have a stroke or heart attack. And he kept saying that and using that for manipulation. But here you are not doing anything about your weight. You're drinking Mountain Dew. So that was another thing.
Well, again, I only drink diet, and it's doctor approved. It's 0 calories, but it does have things that could lead like carcinogens and stuff in it. So that's why we've cut it out.
And he did donate $1,000.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, that was a lie. Whatever just said. No doctor is telling you don't drink Mountain Dew diet because it has carcinogens in it.
No.
Are you talking about like aspartame or whatever?
I didn't say that. My doctor has approved diet soda. He says it's fine. But because I've read research that says aspartame and all this other stuff, I don't want to complicate it further. I don't even need to be taking caffeine in, which is the whole reason I drank diet soda, was to have caffeine through the day. Why the fuck do I need caffeine? What the fuck am I doing in the day? You know? I don't need that shit in my body. It's a very stupid thing to put in it.
Destiny, did you think that when you came in and confronted Boogie about this, that it would turn out this way?
I have no idea. It was just surprising to me that like it was pretty easy to see what was happening, and I feel like Boogie is like one of the most dedicated hater bases on the internet, so I didn't know how anybody hadn't called him out for it. And I think the issue is that it was pretty crazy when my kid's mom, I think she was 23 or 24 when she got diagnosed with stage 4. I think it's either Hodgkin's or non-Hodgkin's leukemia, and so there was like a whole ordeal of like supporting her through that. We had to like break up in order to like qualify her for Medicaid, in order for her to afford the medications. I was trying to buy them initially, and I don't remember what the treatment was. They're like 2 pills that I bought. They're like $1,000 a pill. I was like, we can't do that. I can't afford this shit. No way. So we had to break up so that she could qualify for like state assistance for medical shit because I was a streamer, so I didn't have like healthcare. And yeah, it was that comment. It truly was the comment at the end of the
anime bitches. I look at her titties, then I take her home and we count up these 50s. I come to your city, I sneak in your chimney, I tickle her kidney, and then I watch Disney. I love me some hentai. I go on X videos, bitch. I'm debasing my dick in your Cheerios, bitch. I'm triggered me enough to start digging. Like, oh, okay, because he doesn't have cancer, which makes sense. But
so the crypto scam.
Don't fucking tell people to join shit in my chat, dude. It's not cool.
Not even actually. It was just the comment at the end about the cancer. That's the thing that triggered the fuck out of me and made me start digging. That was the only thing that triggered me.
Well, I will be honest. My dad died of cancer. My best friend died of cancer. My aunt died of cancer. And Total Biscuit, who I was close with and did a show many times and played games with him. He died of cancer. So in my experiences, cancer eventually comes back, and cancer eventually gets you. And you should still fight it.
Wait, what do you mean by comes back? What are we talking about?
Most people that go into remission eventually have reoccurrence. That's what happens. Breast cancer,
it's super dependent.
Why is it doing that?
Cancer, the age of the person, the type of treatment you seek.
Anime bitches. I look at titties, then I take her home. We count up these 50s. I come to your city, I sneak in your chimney, I tickle her kidney, and then I watch Disney. I love me some hentai. I go on X videos, bitch. I'm debasing my Cheerios.
Like online. He literally wants it.
I think I deserve it at this point. I genuinely do, and
it's so insane.
Yeah, if it turns out that I have it, we are doing the colonoscopy still, and then we might end up doing the bone marrow test again.
Wait, what is the bone marrow test for?
To verify the polycythemia vera that I've been treated for the last 2 years.
Destiny, or excuse me.
Wait,
Boogie.
hold on. I'm so sorry. Wait. Did your doctor tell you that you had to do that?
Okay, wait. Does that fix it? Does that fix it?
Unnecessary.
Anime bitches. Then I take her home and we take her home and we count up these 50s. I come to your city, I sneak in your chimney, I tickle her kidney, and then I
the polycythemia vera anyway. It's pointless. We're gonna treat you as if you have it, and that's what we've done for the last 2 years. That's why we did the sleep study. That's why we've done everything we could to bring the red blood cell count down, because he's afraid that I have polycythemia vera.
When you kept saying increased like hormone or something over and over again. What were you talking about?
I think it's somebody mentioned it last time. I think it's JAK2. There's JAK2 markers in my blood, which I guess is important for determining this. I don't know if it's high. I don't know if it's low. I don't know anything about it.
Okay. I don't know. Okay, just as a quick, because I'm here, so I don't know what you want me to say or what I'm necessarily here for. So everything you just said was a lie. Okay. Like the doctor is not doing a biopsy to confirm. Okay, that's not true. Okay, you can make a positive diagnosis of polycythemia vera if you have the JAK2 genetic marker. It's not a hormone; it's a genetic marker. But when you said that you had an elevation of a hormone, I don't think you were lying.
Anime bitches, anime bitches, and I take her home, and we kind of
that you were referring to is called erythropoietin, I think, or erythropoietin. But that hormone that's elevated is elevated because that's the hormone that's being produced that's telling your bone marrow to create more red blood cells because it's secondary polycythemia. You don't have JAK2. That wouldn't be a hormone. It wouldn't be a marker. It would be a gene test that you would do. You would know because you would pay specifically for genetic testing, and you would specifically test that gene. If you have that JAK2 marker plus an elevation in red blood cells, and you don't have an increased presence of that hormone in your blood, that would be enough to diagnose. You would never do a biopsy. You don't need to biopsy that.
Okay.
So wait.
I'm just telling you my understanding of it. I don't agree with anything Destiny just said, but I don't think that's important at this point. So.
Well, hold on. I just want to be clear. You're just lied about everything you just said. You're not doing a biopsy to confirm this cancer. You don't need a biopsy for it. If you had JAK2, that genetic marker, plus an elevation in red blood cells, and you don't have an elevation
there
in
it
red
is.
blood cells,
It's alert.
you have the cancer.
A simple Google search will show you that they used to do this biopsy, and we considered doing it because I wanted concrete.
I'll be right back. It's fair. I promise.
You're breaking up a little bit, just so you know.
Oh, sorry. I'm in Texas right now. Out of home. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, before Muda gets started on me, I did want to say, Destiny, I know that this affected you personally, and for that I wanted to apologize. You know.
No, hold on, wait, real quick. It doesn't affect me personally. I've only known people that have cancer. I don't have it personally, so it doesn't affect me that personally. I know what you mean though. But also, secondly, I don't want an apology from you. I don't accept an apology from you. Okay. There is no redemption to be seen through me, and there is no virtue in apologizing to me. You can't tell a lie this bad and then run with it for 2 years and then get taken down kicking and screaming, and then at the very end,
we did it.
For some
we
sort
fixed
of redemption
it.
or salvation. Whatever.
I'm not looking for redemption or salvation. I just.
Then I don't even need to hear it. You shouldn't be apologizing to anybody
I'm still
for this. You can
anyway.
publish one online. Yeah, you're saying it for yourself though, not for me. It's just more selfish behavior. You're not doing anything for me by apologizing about lying for 2 years for cancer. That's ridiculous.
Right.
What?
So, like I said in the last time that I was.
Moose dead.
There's just hard limits. This is one of them.
Yeah.
Good one, Muda. Or Muda.
Unfortunately, Muda, I think your internet's just too crappy in that hotel you're skipping around. Maybe just audio? Do you think audio would work? Just audio?
Yeah, let me just do that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's way better. That's actually way better. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't think there. I think there's just a limit, and the limit is like never lied about this. But like what was proven a day ago, like in that confession you had, is that you literally did. You said one day you saw something in your portal, didn't have it, and then fucking this whole situation has basically been you doing lie after lie after lie.
Yep.
Things that you don't lie about, and can't one of those you don't lie about.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Muda had on the hammer with the nail.
Stupid thing for me to have done.
Muda, you've been involved in this a lot, like from the very beginning, kind of when this all unfolded. What does Boogie need to do now in this situation? He's well, we think he's come clean with the facts around the case. What does he have to do now? Like, what do you do in this situation?
Honestly, it's like the first time I've ever really fucking like seen somebody just blatantly lie about cancer and like drift off of it. I'm sure Destiny, have you ever seen something like this before to this extent?
What about that one meme, Emily? Woohoo! Isn't that a meme? Do you know what I'm talking about right now? Did that make any sense?
Twitch.
I don't know much about.
That was a Twitch streamer, right?
What? It wasn't there like an old
Just
RuneScape guy, and he had that thing like Emily only lied about cancer once. Yahoo!
Yeah.
Thanks for the follow. Spam account from Rabbi.
You know what? Honestly, I really think like there has to be like a financial apology. Like whatever money he's gotten out of this low-cost life probably should be put towards like research or
Muda,
paying back the victims of a scam.
Well, Muda, here's what we're doing so far, and
hold on, just real quick. Whatever Boogie says, it's absolutely not going to have anything to do with giving up money. Guarantee it. But go ahead.
It does actually.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
I just donated $1,000 to St. Jude's. Which hurts pretty tremendously. Destiny,
did you give the? Wait, I'm curious. Did you show that receipt to Keemstar?
Yeah, yes, we did show it on screen.
Yes.
And to be fair to Boogie, $1,000 is like a lot of money to him.
I think
so that was 1/10 of what he made in a scam.
True.
Supposedly, could have made more.
Yeah.
We don't know yet.
Well,
but,
the rest of it is, the rest of it's been spent. I have mortgage. I have, I paid bills. I paid back bills and stuff.
Yeah, no, you're not.
maybe,
Well, I don't have
we don't know what it means
TTS in
when
the
you say it's been
stream,
spent,
so
because you
good
told,
luck. But please
Constable
don't
that
fucking
money's already
just
spent, which
come
means you have
to
future
to
acquisitions that you're
advertisement.
planning on making with that money, and that's the same thing to you. Is
I do still have money coming in, right? And so I'm dogging. There's some money left in the bank account. Thank God, it's not zero right now. It's close, but it's not zero. But $1,000 took a big fucking bite out of it. That said, I also gave up my most prized possession. He mailed it at my cost to Keemstar. It's $200 to mail it. It's my gold play button. It's irreplaceable. It's not the modern one.
we're gonna auction it off for a cancer charity or something. Boogie wants it to go to St. Jude's. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I think again, St. Jude's has been held accountable the most. I've raised money for St. Jude's in the past. I think it's a great charity. I've given money to St. Jude's very frequently. They're based out of Memphis. I like that they're in the South, but they also have been found. Destiny checked me on this because I could be wrong, but I've been told that they give almost 100% of the money that you give goes directly to treating children. They're not one of these people that like spends a lot of it on awareness or promotion or any of that bullshit.
Hold on, wait, just a quick thing. If you want to do this with other people, that's fine. I have no interest in the manipulator tactics. That whole like, check this, you can check this and verify this. And
No, I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking.
No, you don't need to ask me. Hold on, you don't need to ask me to verify the authenticity of St. Jude's. I'm sure that information is publicly available. I'm not here to offer you any condolences or to make you feel better or to appease you by asking me nonsense questions like that in order to seek sympathy
It's
or
not a
assurance.
nonsense.
That's absolutely not what I'm
saying. I don't want to accidentally lie anymore. I'm just trying.
Wait, hold on. You didn't accidentally lie.
How did you accidentally lie?
No, stop. Hold on. You didn't accidentally lie before. You intentionally lied multiple times. You said you had a confirmed cancer diagnosis. You lied about that. You said you were looking at Vera on the document. You lied about that. These were all confirmed lies.
It is my understanding that St. Jude's uses 100% of the money given.
That doesn't have anything to do with the Destiny just said.
People will think it's a lie. So I'm just trying to be extra careful.
That's fine.
No,
but what you just said before about accidentally lying, you weren't accidentally lying. You were. That's why it's called a lie. You can't accidentally lie. That's just called being wrong. You intentionally lied before.
In the video, told by my doctor that I have polycythemia vera, and we're treating you for polycythemia vera.
He might have uttered those words. Maybe he might. I know. I'm sure he said polycythemia. Maybe he might have even said polycythemia vera. He never told you that you had cancer, though.
That's true. I had to Google that.
Okay, yes. Which is what we thought.
God.
That's what we thought in the beginning. He probably told you that you have an elevation, everything. You have polycythemia. You probably Googled that. You might have thought that he said Vera. Maybe he fucked up and said Vera, but he never said cancer. He never said cancer.
Polycythemia vera many times. Many times.
Oh my God. What just happened? What just happened? Your doctor did not tell you you had cancer?
Correct. That's why this was the very first question I asked when I came on your show 3 or 4 days ago. I knew that he
my doctor, my basal cell.
Dude, you just keep digging though.
They call it by the name of what it is. They don't break it down in layman's terms. My doctor never did. He just told me what he's treating me for. Polycythemia.
God, dude.
No, but he's treating it for you. You have to be diagnosed. You were diagnosed for it. Now it's like secondary polycythemia. This is the problem with like lying about the situation too. Literally, like okay, so you accidentally lie. How malicious does it seem? And everybody in this call will agree. Fucking 6 days ago, you're sitting there like, I'm looking at my portal. It says polycythemia vera. I screenshotted it, and I'm not gonna send it to any of you guys. And then like literally 72 hours later, you're like, oh wow, it's just not there. This is not like an accidental lie. It is a very malicious lie.
Keemstar pointed out that in one of these situations, I have pretty great difficulty once my brain kind of turns off. And he said like at the beginning of the show, he said he's seen it many times.
I will back you up, and that's true. But even in the confession, even once you're coming clean, you're still saying that your doctor told you had cancer. In the tweet that you put out after you confessed to be lying about this, and you had no confirmation, my doctor is telling me I have cancer. Just now, we're finding out
polycythemia vera is a cancer.
No. That's manipulation right there. You keep saying that your doctor said the word cancer, and that we just found out now he didn't even do that.
I mean, he didn't say you have cancer. He said you have polycythemia vera, which is a form of cancer.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Just to be clear, I would be shocked. I also don't think it's true. I would be shocked if a doctor would tell you in technical terms about a particular cancer and not tell you that it's cancer, and then let a patient just go home and discover on their own, oh, fuck, I have cancer, you didn't even tell me. That sounds wild.
I don't think a doctor would do that.
It's way worse than I even thought. It's actually worse than I thought.
Destiny's entirely wrong here. Yes, if Destiny's, if what Destiny is offering here is true, yes, but I reject it because it's not reality. So it doesn't matter.
To be clear, for terms of what is reality. So this is something else too. This is an important question because I think there should be consequence to this. Did you tweet from your brother's account, or does your brother deserve to have his reputation smeared because he staked his reputation on your diagnosis that you're telling us now that you never got?
Like my brother said, he has seen medical records that says they are treating me for this, and he's seen
so your brother should have what is his because his reputation at least should be known that it should be smeared. His reputation should be tarnished because you traded on his reputation to validate this cancer diagnosis.
He validated that in my medical records they said they were treating me for this.
Okay, but the treatment doesn't matter because, like, draining blood or whatever, that could be just for an increase in red blood cells, right? You could just have more blood because of the other issues for secondary polycythemia.
There are separate codes for polycythemia and polycythemia vera. There's different codes.
What's a unique treatment right now that you're taking for polycythemia vera that wouldn't apply to secondary polycythemia?
I don't know.
You're the one that said that you had to pay for all the medications. Didn't you say the cancer treatment was expensive? Or what is the cancer treatment that you're paying for? What's the unique expensive cancer treatment?
We are doing monthly blood tests, which is expensive.
Blood tests is I do monthly blood tests for STD testing. What are you talking about? Your blood tests are for anything. What do you mean?
I don't know. They're $70 a pop.
I do blood tests as well. I mean, that's a pretty common.
Okay, so so I'm just to be clear, that was another lie. Okay, hold on. I just want to say for people, just for people that's listening, because this is such common.
I do monthly blood tests specifically for this.
You're such a You're a horrible human being. Okay, you're a horrible person.
Fuck yourself.
No, you're a bad person. You're a horrible, abusive,
fireman in a goddamn Trump office. Okay, I'm sorry that I didn't make the choice of fucking no, I'm sorry.
It would take
so bad.
Keep going.
You mocked the man.
You can smear me. I did. Listen, 20 volunteer firemen wouldn't be able to put out the fire that is your life right now. But you
listen. I might be a piece of shit. My dad, who died of cancer, also is a fucking volunteer fireman, by the way. Okay. And this man,
who cares?
A father, I believe, was a husband, and he was only exercising his American fucking right to support.
Why are you deflecting to this? Why are you just deflecting to something else entirely? Yeah, you are. You can't even address any.
What this piece of shit does. What this piece of shit uses his platform to do. This piece of shit.
You know what? You know what? I find what Destiny said inflammatory, but this is a clear deflection. Yeah. What does that do?
Okay,
what is
anyway, hold on, wait. If he wants to shut me, that's
20
fine.
20 fucking minutes. I gave him 20 minutes of shitting on me. 20 fucking minutes. I
can I have one more minute? I just want one more minute. I just want one more minute, and then you can do whatever you want. Okay? Listen, I'm just saying that very common manipulator tactic is to, when you get completely backed into a corner on something, you lie until you can no longer lie anymore. Then once you've been caught, then comes the victimization.
Go ahead.
You throw yourself under the bus. I did lie. It was so horrible. I'm so sorry. However,
knows the kind of person you are. So
however,
anyway. If you watching this knows that you mocked
everybody knows
fireman who exercised his political right. I don't need a fucking.
And I'm exercising my political right. I can do that as well. God bless. God bless America.
I value Muda's opinion here. I throw yours in the fucking trash. I don't give a fuck what you think.
That's fine, but I'm the one that blew your whole fake cancer bullshit up. So apparently my opinion is the one that matters at the end of the day here, Boogie. I'm sorry, okay?
Don't worry. Maybe I'll still catch a bullet. I might vote for Trump. Maybe I'll still.
Or maybe you'll shoot it in another YouTuber that'll show up at your house. Who knows? Maybe someone in your neighborhood will catch a bullet if the wrong person shows up and starts bullying you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You threaten my life and stand on my property, you will get shot.
Okay. Anyway.
What does that have to do with anything related to this?
I would like to see a video of Destiny going to Boogie's house now, because I would like to see how that plays out.
I don't know. He's
deflecting.
He brought it up. He brought it up.
He's deflecting. I'm just saying you can't.
He's the one that brought it up. I don't know. He's the one that brought it up.
So these are lies that he doesn't want to confront yet. These are lies that he does want to confront yet. You're lying about all the other stuff you're saying too. And I just
Damn, this is
If
wild.
we
Keem's
would
wild.
have a long enough conversation,
Keem would be all over this normally.
I'm not even fat. Look at me. I'm not even fat. Everything I say is a lie. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me everything I say is a lie. Go right ahead. I'm not even fat.
Okay. So
this is like a weird appeal to like who's more morally superior. Like
none of this has to do. None of this is an appeal. Wait, no, hold on.
Let me fucking
he's,
finish. Let me speak. You got 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes, Destin. I get 5. Okay? Look, what I did was fucking horrible. 110%. I rushed to the fucking internet to play victim because I was told I have polycythemia vera, which was a form of cancer. And later, my doctor treated me for it, but he told me until we get a test to know for sure, we're going to treat you as if you have it. And I rushed to judgment because I wanted to play the victim. I wanted the fucking attention. It was 2 years ago. It was a shitty thing to fucking do. I did it. I'm a piece of shit. But there can be 2 pieces of shit here, and there are, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, no one's denying that. I'll gladly play the villain or be the villain. All I'm saying is that all the other stuff you've been confronted on this lie, and if you spend enough time in a room, I can unravel your whole life, okay? Because you lie very poorly.
You
okay,
the worst manipulators I've ever met. I've seen your. I've never really watched you before this. But I've watched you since this bullshit. I've seen you try to fucking deflect. I've seen you try to manipulate. You're everything that you see in me. You're everything that you see in me. You are a piece of human garbage, man. Piers Morgan's right.
If you want to, if you'd like to wait, hold on. If you'd like to levy accusation on me, you could be another person in a long line of people who have lost their internet.
Yo, what's up, Cows? How you doing?
I've already lost mine.
Sure, actually, yeah, I guess you're already in that line.
How you doing?
I can say whatever the fuck I want and what I want.
We're just watching some nice, good old internet drama.
To say is number one, I'm really sorry that I did the thing I did. I'm fucking sorry.
That's
and
fine.
I'm
You're not
do
sorry.
Everything I can to make up.
You're not sorry because you're
okay,
still
yes,
lying.
Again, I'm not even
you're still
fat.
lying, Boogie. You're still lying, Boogie.
Nothing
no one's talking about you being fat.
Everything I say is fat, right. I'm not even fat. I'm not even human. I used to say my name is Steven. Oh shit, my name's not even Steven. Everything I say is a lie. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. So you're still lying.
Bro, this is how are we getting so high and mighty lying about cancer and then playing this moral lie around?
That's where I am. I'm with Muda.
Like I said, Muda, there can be 2 pieces of shit. There can be 2 pieces of shit, and there is.
Okay.
There is. I'm not saying I'm better than Destiny.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm worse than Destiny. I'm just saying he's human garbage. That's it.
So once, as a manipulator, once you've been caught with a lie, you can no longer.
Tell me how you manipulate. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Tell me.
Once you've been caught with a lie, you can't further anymore. Then eventually, what you have to do is you have to own the lie, and you have to validate the person attacking you as much as possible while seeking assurance on everything in the peripheral, right? So it's like, okay, fine, you caught me on this. You throw yourself under the bus, victim yourself as much as possible. Can I finish a single sentence?
No, you can't. I want to say, listening to you talk is like you are one of the nerds I would have thrown out of a Magic.
Can I get? I just need like 1 minute to explain, and then he can keep rambling. He's trying to.
20 minutes. You have 20.
I will play. I'm going to play moderator just so we can get a little back and forth. We'll let Destiny go first because he was in the middle of talking. Go ahead.
Sure. So Boogie is saying that he's owning up to everything. He's not. He's just owning up to the things that he absolutely cannot defend anymore because the evidence is overwhelming. However, while he is like throwing himself under the bus there and asking for, like, I want to apologize. I did a bad thing. I really did. He's still lying about every single thing in the peripheral. For instance, his brother tweeted out and staked his reputation, not that you were being treated for polycythemia vera. He said that he wanted to confirm your diagnosis. And he said that you suffered with a debilitating condition for at least 2 years. So hold on. So there's 2 things. So there's 2 things. He said that he confirmed the diagnosis, not the treatment, and he called the condition debilitating. So then I ask you, okay, you've got a debilitating condition. What treatments are you taking for that? And you said,
I started
blood tests every month.
You fucking interrupted me.
I didn't interrupt. Muda here heard me. Nobody interrupt. You said blood tests. We're like, wait, what else? Just you said I don't know.
Boogie, wait. Just wait.
What other treatments then? What other treatments are you taking for this debilitating condition?
All right, everybody, go get some kind of drink because I think this is gonna get wait for it, tense. It's like a circus fire. All right, everybody, get a drink and a snack.
Go ahead, Boogie.
All right.
I'm on medications, including a blood thinner, including a heart pill, and these are things that we're doing to make sure that I stay alive while my fucking red blood cell count is through the roof.
These aren't cancer treatments. These are probably treatments that you always. We can see all of the medical conditions listed in that documentary that you did.
Yes. Did you notice not even basic polycythemia is on there? So I guess that's a lie too. Did you know my back pain wasn't on there? So that's not. I guess that's a lie too. My L3 and my L4 are fused together. Oh, I don't know.
No one is talking. No one's bringing that up. I'm just saying that you're lying about. You're lying about.
No, let me finish. I'm giving you examples of things that are not on that portal that should be, that are diagnosed, that are real.
Let me interrupt for a second because I'm confused. At one point earlier, you said that your doctor said you had this thing. You Googled it.
Yes.
And then you said to yourself, "Oh, I have cancer. Let me finish." And
Oh.
then you rushed to make the YouTube video. Is that how it played out?
That's how we do
Here's
it.
how it played out. Because I didn't talk to my primary doctor first. I talked to my sleep doctor. So my sleep doctor does a phone visit, and he's like, "So you want to treat the polycythemia vera, and that's why we're doing this, correct?" And I'm like, "The what now?" He goes, "Polycythemia vera." He was very clear about the vera part. And I'm like, "I guess because I had not talked to my primary doctor yet." And I said this 2 live streams ago.
Wait. You called a doctor and he asked you what you wanted to treat? A doctor that you had a referral
We
to?
had a phone visit, and he was confirming the polycythemia vera. I don't know why.
Wait. Hold on, no. You have medical records. He's not going to ask a patient. That's what a chart is for. He's not going to ask you for your medical diagnosis.
Confirming it. He was confirming it. He's like, "Do you want? We're doing this to treat your polycythemia vera." And he's explaining why we're doing what we're doing. That's it. He's just explaining why we're doing what we're doing. Every doctor I've ever had does that. They'd say, "If you're going to have a surgery, here's why we're doing the surgery."
And to be clear, they did not say cancer. To be clear.
No, that doctor said polycythemia vera, and I'm like, "Yes, I guess so," because I had not talked to my primary doctor yet.
Well, why would you get a referral if you didn't talk to your doctor yet?
That this is a form of cancer.
Hold on, wait. So you saw who gave you this? Who talked to you about polycythemia vera initially? Who was the first one that brought this up?
The sleep doctor.
Wait. So the sleep doctor diagnosed you and then recommended.
He did not diagnose me.
Wait.
It was already in the. I fucking went to see a doctor. I got a checkup. He told me my red blood cell counts were up. They did another blood test. They put it in my chart. It just so happened that I see my sleep doctor next. It wasn't a phone call. It was a e-visit because it was more convenient to do this. This was during still COVID times, and I didn't like getting out of the fucking house. I've been vaccinated, but again, they did e-visits more often than not than anyway, it was a fucking e-visit. And then he told me polycythemia vera. I didn't know what it was. I came in here. I fucking Googled it. I mean, I Googled it on my phone. I came in here and I made a video. It wasn't until I talked to my primary doctor that he said it is a form of cancer. So when I said I had to Google it, it's because the sleep doctor just happened to mention it. It would happen to be in my fucking medical chart.
Why is it? Wait. So how is it that your sleep doctor sees this in your chart, and then your primary doctor?
I don't fucking know.
And then your primary doctor confirms it. Wait. Then why is it that today you're telling us that it's not confirmed?
The
doctor was able to confirm it.
Both doctors have confirmed it. Why are you saying today you didn't?
Wait, that's true. You can't set a chart until it's confirmed, right?
He is treating it as if it is polycythemia vera. He confirmed polycythemia is a form of cancer. We are fairly certain that you have it. There is a test that can confirm it, but you have the proper blood markers, so we're going to treat you as if you have it.
But there's there's 2 different stories that you keep saying. My doctor thought.
You know what? Actually,
my doctor thought it was this, and then my doctor told me it was this.
If you want to play, we could play doctor. Okay, I'll be irresponsible. Have you? What the last blood test that you took? Did they check your hormones for EPO? Is that listed anywhere on there?
No, we're just monitoring the red blood cell count right now.
Did we talk about this yesterday?
Wait. Hold on. When they're doing these blood tests, what are they looking for?
Red blood cell count. They're looking for an elevated hemocrat and hemoglobin. They're looking for elevated hemocrat and hemoglobin, which is it's elevated, and we're concerned to how elevated. So
why would they not check
medication? Hold on, we're making medication choices, and we are making lifestyle choices to try to bring it down. And you know what? We've done a very good job. We have it down to just above high. It's the best it's been since I was diagnosed 2 years ago. Currently,
it just sounds like you need to visit a cardiologist.
I'm bringing down my blood sugar levels because I'm eating better, because I'm exercising more. I'm sleeping better. I'm sleeping more. We have the blood.
When you initially got diagnosed, what were your EPO levels at? What do they measure them at?
I don't know.
Do you have a blood test or anything? They must have taken it at least one time.
I'm not providing my medical charts. I'm never going to do that.
Then why talk about your medical diagnoses at all?
I don't want to be talking about it anymore. I talked about it 2 years ago.
You don't want to be talking about it anymore because you got caught lying.
Right. I should have waited till it was confirmed. I should have taken the final.
You already said no matter how that test comes out, you said you're not going to talk about it anymore.
Right. I'd like to be done now, but
because you know that the test isn't going to be positive for cancer.
I'm letting you get your pound of flesh.
I'm not getting my pound of flesh. I don't get any flesh.
I'll tell Keemstar. He'll know. My friends will know. My family will know whether it's positive or negative.
I'm just, man. Even today, just today, I find new information that I didn't know.
What information? I told you this.
So here's something that Keemstar doesn't know, right? Here's something that Keemstar doesn't know. Has any doctor that you've had ever used the word cancer? Your primary.
Yes, I told you. I confirmed with my primary doctor after I talked to the sleep doctor. Yes, many times. Desi's been in the room when he said cancer.
Okay.
He said it in the last year.
If he said cancer, why do you need a biopsy? If he already knows, what are you biopsying for? What's the point?
I'm the one who wanted the biopsy.
You can't just hold on. Do you pay cash? Do you pay cash for every single test?
There's a copay, so sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends.
Does your insurance company allow you to just request whatever random fuck test you want? Can you go in and say, actually, I want to do X-rays and MRIs today? I want to do a contrast scan.
I don't know. As a man who's been in and out of hospitals for the last 15 years, I can tell you the way it works is you know, when we were growing up, so we had a pretty good specific medication that you saw advertised on television. You can say, "Hey doc, do I qualify for fucking this penis pill or whatever it is?" And then he can say, "Yes, maybe you do." And then they run it by the insurance if you qualify for it, if you have the conditions, right? So if I have a heart disease,
yeah, but most of that stuff isn't it like stuff that's like not over the counter, but like regulated drug, like. You can't get like this much within this amount of time, and it's like most of them are like after testing, but like they have to like increase their market size or some shit like that. Isn't it like some kind of fucking like financial thing that they do those things for, like to see if you qualify? Because like if they call in, then like because the insurances haven't heard of it, they can't cover or not cover it, some shit like that. It has something to do with like the funny money of how fucking corporate and pharma work together. I don't remember what it was, but I remember somebody explaining it to me like that.
And I see a heart medication advertised on the television, and I say, "Hey doc, do I qualify for that heart medication? I think it might be good for me." And then you and your doctor make a decision together, and then we see what the insurance company has to say.
So you were just workshopping biopsies with your doctor, and you were like, "Yeah, let's go."
He mentioned it 2 years ago. He said that there is a bone marrow test that we can do to confirm, but it is invasive and expensive. It is extremely painful, and it's unnecessary because we're going to treat you anyway. We're going to do it anyway. So let's just treat the symptom, because this cancer is kind of a joke cancer. And like I said in my video, it has a prognosis of 20 years.
If it's a joke cancer, wait, if it's a joke cancer,
I'm saying that. Okay, it has a prognosis of 20 years, which is what I said in my video. It has a prognosis of 20 years. I said if you,
why are you repeating the same thing? Stop filibustering. Stop filibustering. You just said the same thing like 5 times.
Let me finish the fucking sentence. Moderator, can I finish the fucking sentence?
Yes, go.
Like I said in the video, the prognosis is 20 years. So if you're going to get a cancer, this is the one to get.
Hey,
I haven't been out here saying I'm dying in the next year.
You're repeating the same shit,
no,
dude.
you have been saying you're dying. You have been saying you're dying.
You were on the low now. You're like, I'm fighting.
Everything that he's just said, all of these, again, it's because you're lying. So firstly...
Let me finish. Outside of this cancer, do you not understand I'm extremely unhealthy? Do you not understand that
we never argued that.
Enlarged after keeping an adult obese man alive for 50 years?
Yeah,
do you
but
not
you're
understand
saying that cancer is going to kill you.
Let me fucking finish. Do you not understand that I have venous insufficiency in my legs? Do you not understand that I have the beginning stages of congestive heart failures and my hand and my feet are beginning to swell because my heart is giving the fuck out? And the polycythemia vera is one of the reasons that's happening. And I keep telling Keemstar, at the rate I'm going right now, I'm in a very dangerous fucking place. I'm a 400-pound, 50-year-old man. That's goddamn rare. That's goddamn rare. And I'm extremely fucking sick.
You're not a Pokemon. Nobody cares if it's rare.
Have to do with my dying heart. Okay. And polycythemia vera makes it worse. So I keep preparing the people that I love for the
which is not confirmed, which we have proven that you have not confirmed, by the way.
Hold on. Not only have we not
I can tell the enlarged heart, I can confirm all of that shit.
None of that means cancer. So why is it if this was a 20-year cancer, if this was a 20-year cancer, so easy and whatever, and it's not a big deal, you know, you've got all this good prognosis. Why did your brother say it was a debilitating condition? Number one,
because it is.
Number two,
because Google it is.
Number two,
fucking exhausting, man.
Number two,
it turns your blood to fucking syrup. My blood is fucking syrup right now. It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
Number two, if it is cancer, why are lifestyle changes like losing weight helping? That would only help secondary polycythemia.
That's why because
exactly. That's right. You're just lying. You're just lying. You don't treat cancer with exercise.
You're the fucking Google expert. You're the fucking Google exercise. You're the fucking Google expert, right? Go ahead and fucking look it up on Wikipedia. The way you treat polycythemia vera, unless it turns into leukemia, which only happens very rarely, is you treat the symptom because there's nothing you can do. You can't pull the bone
now you
out.
say it happens rarely when you were like, eventually it'll turn into it.
Eventually it does. That's why it has a prognosis of 20 fucking years. Because if you on a long enough timeline, eventually it will.
Not eventually it will. It has a small chance of becoming that.
It's 5% at the end of 10 years.
The only way, Boogie, listen, the only way you're ever going to settle this, otherwise we're just going to argue forever.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to keep saying the truth forever.
Okay, but
I'm not going to hear me back down from the truth.
Don't interrupt me. I'm the moderator, bro. Listen, the only way you're ever going to be able to settle this is at some point you're going to have to release the medical records. You're going to. But you're going to. Because
it's never happened.
And look at everything that's happened because you haven't.
Fuck you.
Look at
Fuck
everything.
You. Fuck you.
You're already fired from the show. You're already gone. I don't care, Boogie. I'm telling you, man to man, that's the only way.
It'll never happen. I said 2 years ago I won't, and I fucking won't today, and that's just fucking how it is. This is my goddamn medical records. This is my goddamn medical charts. The day Muda releases his on Twitter, and the day that Destiny releases his on Twitter, including all that shit that I don't want in there, then maybe I'll consider it. But
okay, wait, hold on, wait. I'll do that right now. I just took an STD test. I just did STDs like 4 days ago. I didn't publish my results.
No,
do you want me to publish my blood?
Your medical records, the whole fucking thing.
Boogie, nobody's asking you for all of them. Nobody is asking you for your entire medical record. What are you talking about?
He just did. He said medical records.
We asked for the diagnosis on polycythemia vera.
Make Boogie acknowledge that he just told another lie. Nobody here is asking you for your entire medical record history.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't even make sense. Like, who wants the entire medical record for a 50-year-old man? Because most, if not everything, has changed. Why? Nobody would even ask for it.
I did say medical records, but what I meant is just about this.
Obviously. Yeah, we all know that.
Like, come on.
Then
let's not try to be obtuse.
Then I will, okay? For
there
you.
We go.
No, goddammit, listen. It'll go to Keemstar and Keemstar only. And I will get my doctor to write this up, and I will fucking send you the entire history of what we've been dealing with.
And I get to share with Muta, who hates your guts, who we know will not leak.
And you'll never get it. Fuck
He's not going to leak it.
I don't give a fuck.
Also, there's a problem too here that at this point,
like him. You can share it with Destiny before you can share it with Muta.
So at this point,
I love how he's like, he respects me more than you, Destiny, but he respects you more to show you the medical info, bro.
At this point, too, unfortunately, to really confirm this, you would need a call with the doctor because you can't trust anything he shows you. Because remember, Boogie literally not only did Boogie.
Why wouldn't that be why wouldn't that be a paid actor then? Right?
Boogie literally said. That's a good point, actually. Maybe you should actually get like a copy of his medical license too, or visit him at the hospital. Boogie said that he was looking at a piece of paper It says it on this piece of paper. That was the lie number one.
Yep.
He called in his girlfriend, okay, or the whatever the child he's abducted. Okay, he brought her in and he said, "Look,
Fuck you.
okay, polycythemia vera,
Hold on
right?"
a second.
And he had
Hold
her
on a second.
confirm it,
Destiny.
and then
Hold
he had
on.
his brother,
Destiny,
and then
pause,
he had his
pause,
brother send
pause.
it in, and his brother confirmed it. So
Dustin,
there's no way that you can trust anything he says.
Fuck you. Listen to me, you piece of
ahead,
shit.
Buggy.
You refer to my 21-year-old girlfriend as a child again? Fuck you. She's a fucking adult. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I'm so sick of that shit.
I don't think he knows that he's not being morally superior by standing up in this situation. At this point, you need to sit in the corner and fucking think about what you've done and listen to what everybody else is saying. And then at the very end of it, then maybe you can make some comments. But you can't refute everything, because we're gonna be fucking dogging you the entire time because you're a piece of shit for fucking lying about the big C.
You know, Mudahar wouldn't even acknowledge she fucking existed at that party. She wanted to fucking meet him. What
Yeah,
the
because
fuck
she was.
did that girl ever
You
do?
know how blackout drunk she was. And by the way,
Oh, no,
you
she
were the one
remembers
guy
all
who
of it.
wanted
She
her to take
remembers
more
all of it.
fucking
She
shots.
remembers
And I
all
was
of
the
it, by
one
the way.
guy there. I'm like,
She remembers
maybe it's
all of
good that she doesn't get more drunk.
Yeah, that was a joke.
She was
That was a
fucking
joke.
blacked
It was
out.
a
That was a joke. The
Dude, if you
only
knew
person,
anything,
by the way.
that was actually a treatment for polycythemia vera, which he diagnosed her with at the party too. So that's why she had to drink more. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
I wouldn't acknowledge her. She was blackout fucking drunk, bro.
That's
Don't
true.
fucking. Why would you bring that up?
She remembers you not acknowledging her fucking existence.
but
she remembers it.
But
she
Boogie,
remembers
Boogie,
it.
Boogie,
And you know what else she
hold on.
fucking remembers? No, let me finish. You know what else she remembers? Sitting in the doctor's office. Oh, sorry. Sitting in during an
This
evening.
manipulation tactic coming. Stop.
What's the
Okay.
manipulation?
Let me just say this.
She sat in the room when this man said cancer. She's been in the room.
We don't want to hear that anymore. Listen.
I don't.
When Muta showed
wait,
up,
Boogie,
your girl was puking.
Keemstar. Hold on, Keemstar. He just lied again, right? You sat in a room and he said cancer. Wait, then why did you have to look it up? If he said cancer, why'd you have to go home and look it up and discover it?
2 years later, she wasn't here for the original diagnosis. She was here for an e-visit fucking 30 days ago where we talked about it again.
So you've been treating cancer for 2 years and he's never said cancer?
He said it the whole fucking time. God, how fucking stupid are you? Are you stupid or being obtuse? I told you, the original doctor that told me about it did not say cancer. He said polycythemia vera. My secondary doctor did tell me it's polycythemia vera, which is a cancer, and we talked about it every fucking visit for 2 fucking years, including.
I thought he went from the sleep doctor to his primary doctor. Now he's saying he's gone from a sleep doctor to a secondary doctor. Who are these doctors and how are they rated? Who's first, who's second, and who's third? Okay, because I need to know. Because right now in my mind, I'm fucking Abbott and Costello back and forth. You know, who's on first? What's on second? I don't know. Who's on third?
The one she set in on.
I thought. I'm sorry. Hold on. I could be misremembering because it's hard to keep track of Boogie's lies. Didn't Boogie say earlier that nobody had used the word cancer before? I thought that was a big thing that you just learned today. That he said that nobody used the word cancer.
Definitely
now
was.
Now we're reverting back.
But now
Then
Boogie is saying, wait, let me respond. Boogie did say that, but now he's changing it to initially they didn't say cancer, and I ran and made the video, but later I found out that my doctor told me it was cancer,
Which
right?
is what happened. Happened.
Yeah, this is what he's saying.
I was confused.
Okay, when did you first learn it was cancer?
When I first thought that it
When
was
he
cancer,
Googled it.
the moment he said it.
When he
No, wait. When he said it or when he Googled it?
When he Googled it, because the sleep doctor
only said polycythemia vera.
And he Googled it, and then he ran into the internet and made a video saying he had cancer.
Yes.
And his
Why would you want to share that?
Wait. Why did you Google it instead of asking the doctor about it?
I think I did. I think I was like, what does that mean?
And when you asked him, he didn't tell you that it was a blood cancer? He just memed on you?
He memed on me? What the fuck? He's a doctor.
Yeah, a doctor that would tell you you have fucking cancer. If you ask, what is this thing that's a blood cancer?
Number one, and this is very rude of me here. This doctor doesn't speak very good English. It's why I don't see him anymore.
Was there Dr. Gupta?
No, I don't. I don't think it was an Indian accent.
Wait, hold on. He doesn't speak good English. His English is so bad that you couldn't understand what he was like telling you enough, but you could hear him enough to hear polycythemia vera and Google
Yes,
it.
I made him repeat it. I made him repeat it because I'm like, I don't understand what that is. And he goes, "Well, this is your red blood cell count is high. Your red blood. We have to do this. The red blood cell count is high." Okay,
but he didn't tell you it was cancer. You asked him about it. He didn't tell you it was cancer.
How do I? All right, so like, I get it. Some people don't speak great English, but like, I'm pretty sure like, cancer is just a cancer in every language, isn't it? Especially in the medical world. Like, it's one of the words where it's like it's the big C, you know. It's like it is what it is. It's kind of like it's like Cher, you know. She's Cher.
No, it was my primary doctor that used the word cancer. My primary doctor, who I'm very close with, by the way. We've seen each other for 12 years.
I don't care.
He's a good guy.
Destiny, based on everything that you know about this from Boogie's answers, do you think it's possible he still has cancer?
It's possible, yeah, of course.
It's always possible.
It's even possible that he actually does have polycythemia vera. It's possible. But if he did have it, I think it would be just through sheer luck or stupidity, because he's misrepresented so much of the story up to this
So
point.
what do you think I have? What's your best guess? What have they been?
Secondary polycythemia.
Obesity.
Well, yeah, that is definitely one of the many things I have. Well, I can't understand that, but I'll
so there's another word for secondary polycythemia. I don't know what it's called, but you've got a lot of red blood cells because you're taking testosterone, which causes an increase of red blood cells.
Well, I haven't taken that for over almost. We quit it for a year because we were afraid it was raising it. It wasn't. So after we found out that it wasn't changing anything, I went back on it, and I've been back on it now for 3, 4 months.
You stopped it a year ago because it wasn't helping, but you said that the condition was improving.
We stopped it for a total of a year, and the numbers did not get much better. It did not go away.
When did you stop it?
I went almost immediately, I guess. I think almost immediately. And then we were off it for a year, and then the numbers were not really changing very much. We didn't get down to like a safe level. So because the heart is a muscle, and testosterone helps your muscles heal themselves, and I have
no, it doesn't. It makes them stronger.
He decided that it would be a good idea to go back on it, so I did.
Okay. I don't know. I'm sure you might have stopped it and started it to check for the red blood cell count, but I think that the exogenous hormones contribute to it. I think that the sleep apnea contributes to it because when your blood is deoxygenated, your body will create more red blood cells.
I understand. But going to my sleep doctor, he said I probably don't even need a CPAP machine anymore since I've lost 200 pounds. But I still sleep with it just to be safe. And I'm also doing biphasic
Wasn't that
sleep.
hyper?
So I sleep in the bed for about 4 to 5 hours, sometimes 4 to 6, and then I do 2 or 3 hours of setting in my chair because it's good for sleep apnea. You can't. It's really hard to snore when you're reclining. So they recommend sleeping in a recliner, which I do now. I've done so many things that is supposed to improve these symptoms. I do them. I take the medication.
Why would you, if you don't have sleep apnea, why would you use a CPAP machine?
Because I don't want to die, man. I don't want to fucking die, and so why not take an extra step?
Are you one of these? Can I ask you a question? Do you think you're one of these weirdos that goes to the doctors like constantly and constantly thinks you have illnesses when you don't have them and gets over tested for everything?
That's a hypochondriac, and no, I am certainly very ill. But beyond that, how could I not be? I'm a 400-pound, 50-year-old man.
I mean, I've seen you. I've seen you, and Muda can back me up here. You've been extremely suicidal, like extremely, for like years, like a couple years ago. Like every day you talked about it. You still went to doctor appointments. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like I always thought that was weird.
I will be as genuine with the suicide stuff as I can. It's been 5 years since I've talked about it and since I felt that way. But the reason I went through that is twofold. Number one, when somebody's suicidal and they're talking about being suicidal, most of the time they don't really want to die. The people that just want to die, put a bullet in their head. I know. It's happened.
people I love. So when you're talking about suicide, you're just trying to find hope, man. Suicide happens, and this is, you can Google this. Suicide happens when pain outweighs hope. And I was in a tremendous amount of pain, and I was losing hope that it was going to get better. So I tried to figure it out, but I kept going to the doctor because I was hopeful. I was hopeful that things would get better. If I knew that I was going to live to this, I'd still choose it too, by the way. I'm so glad I'm still alive. I'm so glad I made the right choice. I'm so glad I fucking
Can we stop the cringe impassioned speeches? Like, you still lie about everything. You lie about literally every single part of your life.
Oh,
You
yeah.
continue to lie about almost everything.
Everything I just said was a lie, right? I wasn't suicidal, and now I am suicidal because I said I wasn't suicidal, so that's a lie. Right?
Somebody clipped that and put inspirational music to it. That was actually
No, I'm just saying there are probably people out there watching this right now who are struggling with suicidal impulses, and if you're one of them, fucking stick it out. That's all I'm trying to say.
You're not. Shut up. Oh my god. It's like, give me a fuck cancer. Give me a fuck cancer, guys. Give me a fuck suicide. My god. You were never suicidal. You love yourself way too much to ever kill yourself, okay? You're way too narcissistic. You would never be suicidal. You'd let the world burn to ashes around you before you even considered hurting yourself any more than I was too mean. But no, yeah, like Jesus.
I don't self-harm. I don't self-harm.
Whoa.
Okay, well that was what my joke was gonna be. I was saying any more than stuffing your mouth full with a cheeseburger. Like that's what I was gonna say. But yeah, if you want to say yeah.
It is self-harm, motherfucker. That's why people like to do this. It is a form of self.
I just Boogie, you need to get like some psychological help, dude. Like, and I don't mean like the therapist that you see or the shaman. I'm talking like real deal help. You need like a brigade of therapists. Have you ever seen like the medical unit at like fucking boot camp, how they like run in unison to like prep and check it like main areas that somebody could be harmed? Like you need like a therapist unit that runs like that.
Motherfucker. That's why we do it. If you see a 400-pound man, if you see a 400-pound woman, guess what? They do it because they're self-harming, because there's something wrong in their fucking brain. I'm not talking about if you're a little bit fat like Muda carrying around an extra 20 pounds or whatever. Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people that eat themselves to fucking death. We do it because something's wrong, dipshit. It's a
I think
form
what's
of
happening. I
self-harm.
think you do it because the food tastes really good and exercise.
No, and that's one of the worst parts about it. I don't even like the taste of food anymore.
Honestly, bro.
If you don't like the taste of food,
Honestly,
instead of just drinking water.
Because it's a form of self-harm. Because I'm destroying
You
my
drink
body.
Diet Mountain. You go to the store. You spend money on a drink that you apparently don't like just to hurt yourself. You know, cutting is way cheaper, right?
Thank
like
you.
one razor blade will last you a lifetime.
I used to cut.
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
like,
like it.
One razor blade will
Go
last you
fuck
a
yourself.
lifetime.
Bro, what are we talking about right
to
now?
cut.
I can't
don't
taste
know.
anything,
You're
but I drink
encouraging people to
aspartame
cut-
soft
You're
drinks.
encouraging people to cut their
Jesus
fucking arms.
Christ.
Last I fucking heard, the guy who laughed at fucking Donald Trump's assassination attempt is telling people to cut their fucking arms. Go fuck yourself.
I'm just saying that it would be a lot
I'm just
cheaper
saying,
than
cut
wasting your money on
yourself. I'm just
Diet
saying, cut
Dr.
yourself.
Mountain
I'm
Dew,
just
whatever
saying
the
you should
fuck.
slice your fucking arms
dude.
open. Oh, you want to see that? Hold on. Okay, I'll do it. Give me 30 seconds.
No.
Holy
wait,
shit! The
whoa,
next
what is he
era
doing?
of boogie
Don't-
self-harm.
Oh, God.
No, he's waiting for you to tell him to stop. That's what he's doing. He's waiting.
Well, I'm falling for it. He better not do nothing fucking stupid.
He's gonna come back with the razor. He's gonna hold it up, and he's gonna.
I
This
can't.
is like the yeah, sorry.
I can't
Well, the
believe
only
we
thing-
discovered in this stream that he literally fucking Googled it. No one said the word cancer before he rushed and made that video. I cannot believe that.
Yeah, like, he was excited as fuck. He was like, he comes home. He's like, you know that episode of South Park where like fucking Cartman's like, I've got golden dick. And he's like, I've got this cancer, bro. Now I can fucking make tons of views. And
I thought he was.
fucking.
I thought Muda was gonna say it's gonna be like that episode of South Park where Stan is fucking microwaving his balls. Hey, or Stan's dad. Hey, Stan, could you give me a beer? What are you doing? I'm microwaving my balls. Trying to get some cancer so I can get some weed for this concert.
Imagine like after Googling it.
Do not do anything with that knife. No,
We don't think-
Hold on.
no.
No, he wants me to. He told me to, right?
No,
He told me to.
no,
He told me to.
no.
Oh, this is so much better than eating a
Put that away
sandwich.
right now.
So much better than eating a sandwich, Destiny.
Put that away right
You
now.
fucking piece of shit.
Okay. All right. No. No. No.
You know,
no.
that went a little bit too far.
No. Fucking no. No. What the fuck? No.
Oh.
What the fuck? I don't even know what to say. What the fuck? In conclusion, Boogie is fired from Lolcow Live. He will no longer be a host. I know I'm gonna get shit for ending that, but you know I have to, right? I hope everyone understands. Like, I can't have that on YouTube like that. I have to end the stream. I have to.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't even believe
responsible.
that. Fucking no. I just no. I don't know. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know how to end this. I don't know how to end this. As soon as I have an update for everyone, I will give it to you on Twitter, I guess. I'm gonna make phone calls, and I'm just kind of lost. I'm like really emotionally drained. Like I like literally had like a lot of sympathy for Boogie, and then I keep finding more lies, and it's just not. It's not good. This fucking sucks. This is so bad. You know, it's supposed to be like entertainment and haha, look at Boogie, go nuts, and this is a whole different thing, and it's not cool at all.
All right, let's see what if Boogie has something to say on his channel.
I think it might have been a mistake, Mike.
Nope, he has nothing to say. That was really interesting, though.
Resulting in both his parents pushing him quite hard, apparently due to the fact they blamed themselves for his condition. Not long after his birth, his parents went through a rough divorce, leading to a custody battle between the two, causing him to move around a lot during his childhood. He first lived in Miles City, Montana from 1992 to 1993, and the only thing we know about this period is that his father owned a gymnastics club there. After that, Josh moved twice to North Dakota and California respectively. Maybe as a consequence of the divorce, Josh developed a strong dislike for his mother due to her forcing him to go to church, seeing as she was an ardent Christian. Eventually, as she was about to lose custody of him entirely since she had other unspecified issues, she tried to bribe Josh with candy and clothing, but all this did was make him dislike her even more. In 1996, Clint got full custody, at which point he remarried. Together, they moved back to Casper. From kindergarten, Josh was different from his peers, claiming he already spoke at a 5th grade level, which made him feel detached from the other kids who were still learning their ABCs. Despite this, he was held back by a year since he hadn't developed his social skills enough. He later found out this was due to another mental ailment he was suffering from, Asperger's. Things didn't get much better once he advanced to grade school, with Clint, now remarried, still moving from one state to another quite regularly, making it even harder for him to integrate. Throughout school, he got relentlessly bullied for his generally odd behavior, reaching its boiling point in the 4th grade when at one point, the bus driver had to intervene due to how intensely other kids were harassing him. This did nothing at all to curb his odd tendencies though, since it was around this time he discovered his lifelong obsession. Cobras. It began when he played an educational computer game called Buzzy the Knowledge Bug, and it got even more intense when he started watching Steve Irwin's Crocodile Hunter show, specifically the Spitting Cobra special. He even saw an actual cobra once when he and his family lived in South Dakota, and they took him to the reptile gardens, completely unaware of what this meant for Joshua's developing mind. Josh eventually stopped getting bullied once he got put in special ed classes and started riding the short bus to school. He fit in well with his new classmates, even making a few friends, one of whom was a deaf kid whom he taught to flip people off. Just like the harassment didn't stop him from pursuing his weird interests, it also didn't put a dent in his confidence, as he frequently made attempts at talking to girls. Sure, they often ended up with him getting flat out rejected, but it never slowed him down whatsoever.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total.
This led to an incident in junior high when his friend introduced him to a special needs girl who was roughly the same age as him. When they had some alone time, Josh's intrusive thoughts got the best of him.
Okay, hold up. Let me reinvent this shit. I whipped out my and started.
This was just one of the many manifestations of Cobra's hormones being out of control, so much so his father began actively trying to hamper his behavior towards women. At some point, Josh begged his dad to buy him a copy of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Clint resisted at first, but eventually relented and bought a copy, only to watch Josh play it for a few minutes and instantly become horrified at the things he was doing to prostitutes in-game. He banned Josh from playing, and this time, no matter how much Josh begged and pleaded for it, Clint held his ground, perhaps in fear of what kind of behavior that could incentivize. In all fairness, as backwards as it is to believe that video games can make you a criminal, with Josh's tendencies, I can't really blame Clint for doing this, though I have no idea how much it helped, or if it even helped at all. While in North Dakota, Clint signed Josh up for a church function field trip where he was supposed to meet other kids. While on the trip, he met a girl named Alicia Rhodey. He immediately fell head over heels for her and bought her a 50-cent purse from a vending machine. However, she didn't accept the gift and just left it on a table. Josh didn't understand why she had left it, and assuming she'd forgotten it, he picked it up and brought it to her. Put off by his insistence, she told him she had a boyfriend. The bag had quite literally been fumbled with Alicia, but again, Josh just kept on trying to attract other girls. One of the main ways he tried to seduce them was chocolate-flavored Axe body gel. That is, on the odd occasions when he would shower at all. According to his father, Josh developed a strong aversion to hygiene and often completely refused to shower or groom himself in any way. His aversion was even stronger when it came to oral hygiene, which, along with his obsession with cobras, eventually caused the bullying to make a comeback. In middle school, he and one of his friends formed a joke cult in which Josh was the leader. The cult was represented by the colors black and green, his favorite colors, and it was at this point he first took up the nickname King Cobra, which he's used ever since. This joke cult eventually got fleshed out into a pseudo-religion, and its peak cringeworthy goth kid drivel.
We were the Cobra demons. If we ever got any girlfriends, we'd be our Cobra angels, you know? I had my own religion. I still believe in it somewhat. My own god, goddess, and their son, Cobra-chin, and his wife Cobradicius, and their son Coberto. They are, you know, it's just something I believed in. Still do, kind of.
Later down the line, Josh admitted that Harry Potter was the inspiration for a large portion of his religion, which isn't that surprising. It even got to the point where he was planning to write a book about the religion, but unsurprisingly, it never materialized. While he wasn't always creating new religions, he was always seeking out new hobbies. He ended up joining a wrestling team, also in junior year, although he didn't stay there for very long, as in his own words, the sport was too gay for him, with another complaint being the fact he couldn't use his glasses during spars, which left him completely blind. However, his hatred for the sport was likely compounded by a couple of incidents he had in the locker room. According to Josh, he had an unusual amount of hair, you know, and it could be seen when he wore his wrestling gear. Speaking of Josh's balls, a girl named Demi started hitting him in the jewels around the same time. Due to his upbringing, Josh refused to retaliate since his assailant was a girl, and because of this, the nut smacking went on for months. This got so bad that his parents begged the girl to stop doing it, to no avail. Josh, being the hopeless romantic he is, started to believe she was doing it because she had a crush on him. Then, one day, he finally struck back by throwing her to the ground and declaring, "I'm tired of people hitting me in the nuts!" After this outburst, Demi never smacked him in the nuts ever again. With him abandoning wrestling, Josh started to focus more on music. Ever since he was young, he had developed a keen obsession, leading him to buy his first guitar when he was 12. In junior high, he discovered Cradle of Filth, a gothic metal band from England. He fell in love with the sound and showed it to his father, who was rather disturbed by what he heard. Clint proceeded to try and convince Josh that bands like that make you a Satanist, using some kind of study he found that claimed goths are, in fact, devil worshippers. Joshua would link his dad to an article debunking this, which led to Clint apologizing. With his hobby getting vindicated, Josh started to lean more heavily into the goth aesthetic, trying his best to dress and behave in a way that fit the identity. Around the same time, his longtime crush, Alicia, took the same art class he did, and his interest in her slowly became an obsession. Alicia regularly bullied him in front of her friends, but this did nothing to hinder his advances. Often she came to school wearing revealing clothing, and in Josh's mind, she was signaling to her friends to watch while showing off to him, and then berating him for staring at her. He interpreted this as a very elaborate way to seduce him, which he saw as proof that she liked him. Alicia basically had no way out. Even her rejecting him was reinterpreted as a kind of invitation by delusions. When he left Valley City, he continued to stalk her on social media. When he saw that she had entered a Hooters beauty competition, he used black magic to cast a spell to make her win. The actual result of the spell is not known, however. After he changed schools, the bullying was picked right back up, and this time, Josh started taking it out on another special needs kid called Carl, who was trying really hard to be his friend. For whatever bizarre reason, he deeply irritated Josh, who lashed out.
I fucking hate that guy, dude. That guy's obnoxious. That guy is lucky that I didn't kick his ass when I was in school. Seriously, I was that close to doing it. That's how annoying he was. At least I have a dad that loves me. That kid didn't have a dad at all that loved him. His dad would make fun of him all the time, and it made me smile just thinking about it. I remember one time my dad was like, Josh, you need to quit picking on Carl, because his dad picks on him and bullies him, and it's not right. And don't tell him I said this. I'm like, okay. But my fingers were crossed the whole fucking time.
One day, as he saw Carl approaching him, Josh hugged a girl that Carl liked, which led him to take a swing at Josh, but he missed. Josh threatened to punch him back, but the principal broke them up and sent Josh to the office. Sure, he got in trouble because of this, but the part that really stung was that his parents said he should be friends with Carl since they were so much alike. Josh recounts this as a breaking point for him when he completely let go of who he once was and embraced his new persona, Gothic Cobra. By the tail end of high school, Josh's grades had plummeted, and he was close to failing his last year. The only thing that prevented that from happening was Clint threatening to ground him if he failed to graduate. Surprisingly, this worked exactly as intended and made Josh study hard in the weeks leading up to his finals, culminating in his graduation. Soon after finishing high school, Josh decided to move out, looking forward to no longer having to meet anyone's standards of basic hygiene. At this point, he had already been uploading to YouTube, under the name Gothic King Cobra 52, having begun in June 2010 while still living with his dad. In these videos, he only ever referred to himself as Gothic King Cobra, and most of the videos were music related. He started a series by the name of Guitar Insight, which mainly served to show off his guitar skills, although he ended up talking about pretty much whatever topic was on his mind. It was very clear from the get-go that Josh was an unusual person. For example, he had a creepy ventriloquist puppet he got during his childhood that he kept, and eventually started making appearances in his videos.
So, Sean, what do you think of Sarah Palin? I think she is a brain-dead who has no political knowledge. Just like those.
For the most part, the puppet was employed as an outlet for his spicier opinions with an occasional side of self-aware humor.
I took a Viagra, you took a Viagra, and I got a Woody. Get it? Wood. You're perverted. You're an asshole. Fuck you. Each squad. Hey. What?
The doll eventually got phased out, probably because it got swallowed into the messy hurricane that his living space was. Some speculate he stopped using the doll because he wished to be taken much more seriously as a cool, metal musician, though it's hard to tell what drives a man like Cobra. With Josh making it a point to
solid routine though. Solid routine.
This naturally attracted trolls, but the early internet variety, which mostly stuck to calling you names in the comment section and leaving it at that. This led to multiple videos dedicated to simply responding to the trolls, usually through the entries to the Guitar Insight series.
I've been getting a lot of trolls in my channel lately, and I'm not giving them any attention. I'm just not.
That's giving them attention.
That's what they want.
You're quite opposite. That's what you're doing.
My tattoo and my guitar playing, awesome singing, etc., etc.
In trying to show up these trolls, he tells us of his earnest belief that one day he'll prove to all of them just how wrong they are, in a way only a true wordsmith could.
I'm going to delete it and just ignore it because you're not worth my time. And then go off and say that you'll never be a famous musician. Well, I will be, and when I do.
These are all the inside parts. You're saying the inside things out. You need to think. Honestly, you'd probably be like peak.
Oh, was like you said, I couldn't make it, so.
Despite his lofty dreams of becoming a real musician, he couldn't just live off of YouTube and neat bucks in the meantime. With the help of his dad, he signed up for the Job Corps, a program that helps young adults gain the skills necessary to find employment. This eventually landed him a job at Taco Bell, his first step towards moving out. Around this time, he released a video recounting his experience with Alicia. Part of what makes a lolcow is that the people who mock them don't actually have to do that much work in order to find out the dirt, and Josh is definitely a case of this. He gratuitously gave out a story in which he is clearly a weird, cyber-stalking loser, and excuses her disinterest in him due to him being goth, as opposed to the much more likely alternative, which is he probably stunk like a wet dog due to not taking showers or brushing his teeth. Notably, he also recalls how he tried to apologize to her for all this terrible behavior, admitting he was spamming every account he could to reach out to her, and creating multiple dummy accounts, allegedly for no reason other than to apologize.
When I go to her Facebook page, it said add as friends, so I click on that, thinking maybe it didn't go through correctly, and then I got blocked from her Facebook page, and the guilt was eating at me. I mean, it was literally making me feel like, okay, what the you know. Just recently, I created another Facebook account with my name that I'm not going to use, just to send her a message to say, hey, I'm sorry, you know, with a very sincere apology. And I'm hoping this guilt can get off my conscience, because quite frankly, I feel like shit for what I did to her. I really do.
However, it's worth noting that he learned from it and turned the story into a cautionary tale, telling everyone just how important it is to make sure you don't obsess with a girl so much that you start harassing her.
So yeah, that's just a great way to repel chicks. If you want, you know, chicks to hate you, that's a great way to get that to happen.
While Josh had pretty thick skin due to already having withstood years of bullying in real life, he dealt with the trolling in his own strange ways, one of which was flashing his fully erect dick. Of course, the only thing he achieved was a 2-week ban on YouTube.
What?
He even made a brand new channel to infiltrate his troll
I
community
don't know
called
how to
Peach
respond
Monster
on that.
666, but only put up 2 videos on it before his main channel's ban was over, and he went right back to posting there. One of his early trolls succeeded at getting under his skin by using the name Gothic Queen Cobra 52 and claiming that he had plagiarized the name, to which Josh felt compelled to respond.
Guess what, YouTube? There's someone who's trying to be me. No, you know, this guy calls himself Gothic Queen Cobra 52, making fun of me, and I found it really cute. Aww. I'm like, oh, look at the cute little troll trying to be me.
The last video on this channel was posted in July 2011, where he made the rather baffling claim that he could create balls of chi energy. Not too long after, the channel was permanently deleted, with his father, Clint, posting a message on Facebook about how Josh had entered the Job Corps, meaning it's safe to assume that's why the channel was deleted. The Job Corps ended up being quite a formative experience for Joshua in more ways than one, with a lot of interesting stories from around that time. But of course, the most important ones concerned his love quest. One day, he talked to a girl named Amy, who told him that a friend of his felt attracted to him. Her name was Stephanie, and while Josh was initially hesitant to meet her, fearing she was ugly, he was surprised to learn she was quite attractive. They ended up starting a relationship, which led to Josh losing his virginity. While on campus, he regularly smoked weed, which was against the Job Corps rules. When the campus board found out, they instantly kicked him out. Nonetheless, Josh was back to square one. He moved back in with his father, who threatened to give him a humiliating haircut if he didn't find a job within 2 weeks. He ended up getting that haircut as he didn't find any work in that given time. While he still lived with his dad, Clint often confiscated the cords from his computer to stop him from making videos to motivate Josh to actually do something with his life. Eventually, this turned into a quasi-permanent ban on the use of electronics while he lived there, during which he went on a hiatus from content creation. This ended in August 2012 when he borrowed a friend's laptop to record a video announcing his electronics ban.
This is Gothic King Cobra with another video, and right now I'm borrowing a friend of mine, Chris's dad's computer for this YouTube video.
Around this time, Josh got a job at Wendy's, where his role was to keep the lobby and restrooms clean and fill up the teas. With that, he started building up some capital, which led to Clint helping him look for a new apartment. Eventually, around October, they found an apartment about 3 miles away from their home, which Josh fell in love with. He moved in, and this opened up the floodgates for a golden era of King Cobra content. In November 2012, he started the King Cobra JFS YouTube channel, which officially became his main channel, and proceeded to upload the same kind of content. Stephanie herself occasionally showed up in some of the videos whenever she came to visit from the Job Corps. However, perhaps saying she's in them is disingenuous, as she usually just sat in the background and went mostly ignored, while Josh filmed for an hour. Some fans brought this up to Josh, highlighting how he wasn't treating her very well. So in response, Josh released a video that became a rather big
I treat Steph. Dude, okay. If you're gonna make YouTube videos, don't do this. Please. This is a red flag.
Shoes by telling us he'd treated her to a Hot Pocket.
Guess what? I just made Stephanie a Hot Pocket and got her some Dr. Pepper. How's a Hot Pocket, sweetie? It's 4 meat and cheese.
It's good.
Memes aside, this was arguably his most stable period. In late 2012, he released videos where he counted his finances and accounted for his next rent payment.
I still have $373 left. $200 right here. Put that down for next month's rent. And then use the rest of it for my own personal spending. There's nothing wrong with me helping the SSI. I think people are just jealous that they can't get it because, yeah.
But unfortunately, you only know how good the good times were once they're gone. As 2013 rolled around, he quickly showed himself to be very, very bad at managing his life, spending loads of money on cigarettes, energy drinks, and unhealthy takeout food. He was so irresponsible that, at times, he spent an entire $400 weekly paycheck in a single day. Despite his financial woes, it didn't stop him from frequently eating out, one of his personal favorites being the buffet at Golden Corral. Around this time, Josh started sharing the apartment with a high school friend of his named Christopher more. Chris was unemployed and had little to no income at all, meaning he was effectively squatting in the apartment with Josh's consent.
He's kicked out of his grandfather's house. I could be a prick, you know what? Sleep in your van, whatever. Exercise more important. That. But you know what, dude? I got an apartment. I got a futon. You want to crash the futon? That's cool.
Being that he was always there, he often appeared in the videos released in this era. Josh had kept that fact a secret from his father for reasons that'll become apparent later. His behavior only got worse while he was around Chris, resulting in him making some truly catastrophic decisions. One day, at Chris's behest, Josh drove Chris's van without a license to buy a stick of butter. On his way, he almost rammed straight through a police cruiser, which resulted in him getting stopped. When they realized he wasn't carrying a license, he received a hefty fine. However, an even worse decision came when Josh and Chris were having a small party together. While there, he and Chris spoke to a lady named Kayla, who offered to let Josh and Chris tag team her if they gave her a cigarette. Citing societal pressure to have multiple partners and his overconfidence, he did it, but regretted this action instantly. Though he only admitted that he'd cheated on Stephanie months later. When he did, Stephanie decided to forgive him and stay with him, which he proudly announced on Facebook. There were rumors that Kayla might have an STD, but this was disputed by Josh himself, who eventually said that, while she didn't have any STDs, she was pregnant. While his relationship was stable, Josh's reckless spending only worsened, as he had seemingly abandoned the concept of saving money. One day, he walked into a pawn shop and tried to buy a guitar.
Guitar itself cost $503.98 with tax. I paid $400 for it, so I have to pay $103.98. The guitar's mine.
It was through the purchase of this guitar that Clint discovered just how reckless Josh had been with money. As a result, he took the new guitar from Josh and brought it back to the same pawn shop, hoping to get a refund. However, he was unsuccessful, meaning Josh could keep the guitar for the time being. Back in January, he released a video titled "Times Are Getting Tough." In it, he admitted he wasn't making enough money to pay for
swaggy baby. Yo, dude, stop advertising your shit in here. Stop that. No. You get a timeout. Go sit in the corner now. Sit in the corner. You heard me. Yo, what's up, Swaggy? If you like scary, you should look up analog horror dinosaurs on YouTube and dip into that section of YouTube. I don't really like scary, but I don't know. I like ARGs.
for rent, forcing him to dip into his savings account. He also seemed to at least somewhat recognize how bad his spending has been for him.
I had $200 at the beginning of the month. I would have saved that page.
It's like Jurassic Park's for adults.
Just knock off, like, you know what I'm saying? Or if it's not spent for the whole period, it's saved up, you know what I'm saying?
Despite this, his spending habits never really improved. Since he turned 21, he started consuming a lot of alcohol, which became a hallmark of his channel. His money troubles weren't helped by the fact that Chris was actively refusing to do any work, with the only job he'd ever gotten being
How you doing, beautiful love? I'm doing alright. We watched the fucking Boogie got fired from LolCal Live, so I had to watch that. I was like, let me fucking. It ended. I didn't expect it to end like that, but Boogie took it to a dark place real fast. So that was a good watch, and I'm just chilling today. I haven't streamed in like a week because of the new work schedule. So I was just like, I want to stream. Fuck it, I'm gonna stream. So I just started up stream, and me and Zap are hanging out. Now I'm just watching videos and just chilling. I'm just letting the autism flow. The tism flows like water, like wine from the bottle.
Shortly after due to him having accidentally cut his hand. Things got even worse when, while Josh was out of the apartment for a few days, Chris invited his brother and his dad for a bit of R&R, only for them to get into Josh's channel and upload a video of Chris's father playing Josh's guitar. The only evidence of this that remains today is a screenshot from the video, as everything else was deleted. This, along with other problems, led to the deterioration of their friendship, and while Josh refrained from confronting Chris about it, he complained in the videos whenever he was alone.
Chris got arrested. He had a warrant out for his arrest, and he'll be in jail till Monday. And Monday he has court. Yeah, so this is kind of like, seriously, dude? So Chris now has no job, no car, and he's in jail. Yeah, my all honest sincerity and hope is that Chris is doing some serious thinking right now if he's awake about what he wants to do with his life, because right now he's not in a good direction.
Eventually, Clint found out that Chris was freeloading in Josh's apartment and told Josh to kick him out, which Josh was probably happy to do.
That fat bastard really needs to go. He's abusing your kindness, Josh. There's not a day that goes by that I don't look for a job. Not a single day. You have to convince me
What is this? Some kind of what kind of fucking sitcom response is that, dude? This isn't Friends. We're not at Central Perk. Don't fucking act like that.
It was around this time that Joshua started making cooking videos, which his channel would become known for. The first instance of this I could find was a series of videos of him attempting to cook some potato stew. Every single step of the process was split into a different upload, from washing the potatoes in a bowl, to peeling them, and finally, the stew mukbang. These videos got a lot of traction, for no other reason than the fact that no matter how hard he tried to cook something, it always ended up looking like it would give you stage 4 stomach cancer. One day, Josh went out to go shopping at the same time he was supposed to be working, which delayed him going to work by about 5 hours. And what did he use that time to purchase? Beer and blue hair dye, which he showed us in a video made on the same day. In fact, he ended up dyeing his hair on camera, which has since become one of the most infamous moments in King Cobra JFS history, mostly because of how he'd botched the whole thing.
Oh, this guy. I've got Avatar. Holy shit.
At some point during winter 2013,
Oh
he
my
went on a short
god.
channel hiatus, only to return in force, releasing 2 to 3 videos every single day, most of which had titles like Random Video, Noon Video, and Night Video. These went on even longer than his regular content, resulting in viewers getting up to 3 hours of footage every single day. For the rest of the year, things stayed pretty stable, at least by Josh's standards. One amusing incident happened when Josh was cleaning the urinals at Wendy's.
I get to close my lobby, the urinal's overflooded, the plumbing's fucked. AAA is getting called in some time today. Yours truly had to go in there with a cup and scoop out the water that was trapped on the urinal or in it. Gloves on, everything. Really gross. Scooped it into an empty a trash can that was empty, but it had a bag in it basically. Got it out to the dumpster, sanitized the fuck out of everything, shit like that. So needless to say, it was not a fun evening, but that's why it's called work.
Eventually, Stephanie graduated from the Job Corps, allowing her to move in with Josh. At first, she didn't contribute much to the household, mostly just playing video games. But eventually, she got a job at McDonald's, which Josh proudly announced in a brief video titled Noon Video. 2014 was set to be a milestone year, since back in 2012, a channel by the name of Trapped began filming a documentary about him called Gothic King Cobra. The doc was mainly an interview with Josh over a couple of days, basically showing what he got up to in his daily life, including a visit to the mall, going to Spirit Halloween, and riding around town on a bike. As 2014 loomed, Josh started hyping up the documentary. It would eventually be released in February of that year, getting pretty decent views at the time. Soon after, he made a video to celebrate what he felt was a massive success at a time when the documentary had around 10,000 views.
We Google Gothic King Cobra documentary on YouTube. Come to find out it's got 10,000 views and 10,185 views, and a whopping total of 304 likes and 31 dislikes.
Unfortunately, this was about the only good thing that happened to Josh this year. For context, we'll need to introduce you to a man named Damien. Damien, from what I could gather, was the leader of a small sex cult whom Josh had met back in 2013. A member of his cult, Matt, occasionally showed up during some videos, although unlike Chris, he never actually lived with Josh. Initially, there were suspicions that Matt was trying to induct both Josh and Stephanie into Damien's little cult, although how legitimate those claims are, I can't say. Nonetheless, Damien stuck around in some capacity for quite a while, with him and Josh being at least decent friends. But things took a sudden turn for the worse a few months after Stephanie entered the workforce, when she confessed to cheating on him the day prior. In the video, he explained that she had initially come to him with a proposal that they should have a threesome, either with another guy or another girl. Josh turned her down, and as a result, she cheated on him with Damien. Stephanie's cheating left Josh in a raw state, especially since he had no grounds to get mad at her for it, since he'd also cheated on her before, and she forgave it. Though they initially stayed together, they officially broke up on July 4th, 2014, about a week after the infidelity had come to light, which was revealed in a mildly unhinged video titled Happy 4th of July. In the video, he says that the breakup came as a consequence of a joke he made about struggle snuggling Stephanie, which made her so mad she ignored him for days. His explanation for it was that she'd been asking him to be more kinky, and this was his way to begin playing into what she asked for. He didn't have the healthiest response to their separation.
Certified entry network technician. She might have gotten all her shit, but she didn't get her little certification. Now, I could smash this, but I think I found something to shoot my shotgun with.
It took a while until Stephanie spoke out and gave her side in a video released.
Isn't that a crime?
Part of me breaking up with.
Is it a crime to take someone's diploma I don't know.
With Josh was because
maybe it's only a doctorate because it's like a license.
When he cheated on me, he told me like months later. I had more respect for him and told him the next day. Another part of it was I was going through a lot of changes in opinion because at the moment my self-esteem was going up, like way up. So I was realizing things about myself. I was becoming awakened in myself, which is something a lot of people in this day and age need, but it's very difficult to get that. Another part of it was he kind of threatened a friend that it happened with, but he also kind of threatened me in a way. I get he was trying to be joking and, you know, kinky or whatever, but at the same time, when he said that, I wasn't sure if I should take it as a joke or take it seriously. And I took it seriously and I left.
That was the end of Josh's first real, and arguably the most normal, relationship to date. Pretty quickly after the breakup, he started looking for potential romantic prospects, and after briefly seeing a girl from his town, Josh tried his hand at online dating. While Josh did mention getting an astounding 16 responses across his multiple
That's
dating
better than
profiles,
me.
it seemed that none of these women stuck around in the long term. He eventually lost hope and posted to Facebook saying he expected to be stuck alone for the rest of his life. However, he would be proven wrong not too long after, since right around the beginning of 2015, he announced to everyone's shock that he had found a new girlfriend. Her name was Judy, and she was also from Casper and was a single mother of 3. Ironically, they met through Damien, which, given he had stolen Josh's last girl, is kind of amusing to think about. Judy appeared in a total of 2 of his videos, both of which came out on the same day, and many viewers thought she came off as rather strange. In the first video, she's in the background, occasionally interjecting to whatever Josh is saying.
You're such a nutcase.
Yes, but I'm your nutcase, dear.
I'll just tie you up and hang you up. Maybe, no, I'll tie you up and then hang you upside down later.
Oh.
The second video,
What
came out
the
a couple of hours after the first one, as Josh reads the comments on the last video asking for him to show off his new girl, which he obliged.
Hey YouTube. So last video I got a couple comments saying, put her on camera, put her on camera. I just wasn't looking to be on camera. I know how to open camera.
Whatever, you fucker.
So,
What up, people?
People found her childish with a weird sense of humor.
I am a panda. But I'm also good because girl loves cupcakes and waffles and tacos and burritos. Mission for the cupcake.
The question of whether this weirdness of hers was complimentary to Josh's was answered soon enough, as just over a week and a half later, Josh released a video titled, I'm Single Again. He took a bit to get into the breakup, as he instead focused on a video about a pastor punching a child in the chest because he didn't believe in Christ the Lord. But eventually, he does get it out that they broke up, as well as getting into some of the reasons why that's probably good.
a couple of times I took Judy grocery shopping. Other women were checking me out. Oh, he's got a kid now. Oh, it's so cute. And after about 4 or 5 days of it, continuous, for almost 2 weeks of it. This is too small an apartment anyway, and if I had the money to raise kids, you know what I'm saying? I'll explain myself there on that one.
There are a couple more scattered comments throughout the video, and the general impression is that he's the one who broke up with her.
Don't get me wrong, like I said, I still love and care for Judy, but she needs somebody in her life who's ready to have kids, you know, who's going to treat her right.
While the split was far more amicable than the one with Stephanie, this habit of getting into relationships and breaking up immediately after is one that Josh maintains to this day. Throughout 2015, he continued to look for girls using the same dodgy dating sites. He kept receiving pings from girls that just seemed too good to be true, making him consider going premium.
A couple women who are most definitely interested in me. The only problem is I don't have the money to upgrade to the premium access, which kind of pisses me off.
Eventually, he ended up using OkCupid, one of the most legit dating sites out there. This is when he was approached by an emo girl named Bleak Rainbow, who happened to be in love with Cradle of Filth, which, if you remember, is his lifelong favorite band. But soon after they began talking, he grew suspicious of her, and in response, a YouTube account with her name started posting some mildly unhinged videos. Amusingly, Josh responded to her in the comments in the last 2 videos, and he seemed convinced. However, he eventually changed his tune.
So I have a theory, YouTube, and they call it gut instinct, but I believe the Bleak Rainbow is on YouTube or fake. The one on OkCupid's the real deal.
What? It didn't take too long for this saga to come to its natural end, as Josh opted instead to look for other potential girlfriends. In February, he found another one.
I don't know how to
Although she only appeared in
respond
one
to
of his
this.
videos where the sound was completely busted. As it turns out, Amy was a crack addict missing all of her front teeth. But given his chronic lack of concern for dental health, it didn't bother Cobra too much. Regardless, he broke up with her within a day, even saying some pretty nasty things about her on video.
Wow, Amy, you're such a liar. I'm going to kill myself now before someone else kills me. That's what Amy just texted me after I deleted her number. See, that's the kind of trauma I'm talking about, right there. Bitch interrupts me in the middle of a fucking vocal cover. You know what, Amy? Fuck you psychotic drama-causing cunt.
From this point on, his hunt for women became more and more desperate. In his own words, he was falling into a bit of a dry spell, with his dating apps going pretty much nowhere. So, he employed the help of a brand new friend, William Hackman, also known as Homeboy Scotty. Scotty would appear in several of Josh's videos, and Scotty eventually introduced Josh to a girl named Jess, who was a bartender.
Smoking hot girl talking to me on Facebook. Her name is Jess, and she's a bartender. I'm definitely looking forward to meeting her. Apparently, she found my profile and she found me attractive, and she hit me up on Facebook, and we've been chit-chatting back and forth.
Initially, he was supposed to meet her at a party. It's not clear if he ever went, but he talked about her in the following videos, trying to set up a meeting with her through Scotty. He released multiple videos of him talking about his excitement.
Yeah, like I said, she plays guitar, she listens to Cradle of Filth, she smokes a pipe like I do, and she has Asperger's. I mean, what are the fucking odds?
After this date fell through, he proceeded to try to set up another one, although this time her name suspiciously changed to Bailey. Despite it being quite obvious to everyone this was all a lie, Josh didn't want to believe that and defended Scotty from the commenters who accused him of just messing with Josh, clearly being in denial about Bailey not being real.
Some people even made accusations that my homeboy Scotty's nailing Bailey, and that's not true, because one, Scotty already has a girlfriend, see what I'm saying? And a lot of people are saying that Scotty's trying to
You had a girlfriend and had sex with somebody.
Scotty's the one trying to set me up with this girl named Bailey. So autistic, in her 20s, and she plays the guitar, you know what I'm saying? Like,
eventually, Josh gave up on ever meeting this girl, although he never actually admitted to himself he was being lied to. Instead, when Scotty offered to set him up with another girl, Izzy, he fell for it all over again, dragging it out for multiple months.
But when I get paid next, I'm gonna take a cab and my homeboy Scotty with me, because my homeboy Scotty has a couple of girls that are interested in dating me. I take a cab over to one of his buddies' houses, and this female he's been having sex with, she has a roommate that's interested in dating me, so do what I can to meet her and stuff, because I'm tired of being single and miserably alone. It sucks.
He eventually gave up on pursuing this chick as well, embracing his lonesome fate. This was a sign of the times, as over the course of 2015 and 2016, his life just slowly worsened. His work hours continued to get cut due to his poor work ethic, to the point where he could hardly afford anything on a salary. Being the financial whiz we know him to be, he decided to take out payday loans, which he then used to buy even more stupid like 2 pizzas.
How exactly these 2 pizzas and the drink, which came to about $14.50. I went down to the money loaner's place. They loaned me $15, and I owed them $20 on the 30th, so that's not going to be a problem to pay off.
It's in this same video where Josh first expressed his desire to get a sex doll. While he had been experimenting prior with the idea of being asexual, he's sadly just too horny to ever commit to the incel grind set. So, over the next few months, he pondered buying one, all the while being in a financial black hole he was too lazy to recover from. Eventually, he started a GoFundMe where he asked his fans to give him around $2,000 to get him that doll. However, it was removed just a day later, seemingly by Josh himself, who followed up with a video regretting making the GoFundMe in the first place.
Well, I felt bad having that GoFundMe account up online because people use that for actual legit stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got tired of begging people for fucking money, so I'm just like, fuck it, dude, I'm done.
Once again, he tried to commit to a life of celibacy until a fan decided to send him a fleshlight. Josh didn't like this gift very much so that he ended up destroying it on camera. Of course, he used it once before he destroyed it, which then made him question whether he truly disliked sex or not.
Now, I will confess that I did use it as soon as I got it. It felt pretty good, you know, like, it was pretty good.
Why say any of this on cam?
I can't decide if I like sex or not.
Why?
Eventually, it seems these doubts were put entirely...
Dude, you're just saying all the quiet parts out loud. Just
to rest as he started saving up in earnest for an actual doll once again. However, this attempt to save up was foiled when sometime in August, Josh released a video announcing that someone online contacted Wendy's management over his channel. Supposedly, they sent an entire email full of lies about him to get him fired, and within a few days, it succeeded, and he lost his job. He had worked at Wendy's for almost 5 years at this point, and it was the last stable job he ever had. Now, without income, Josh was forced to rely on SSI payments, which he successfully applied for. This, however, wasn't enough to allow him to save up for his doll, prompting him to go back to e-begging, though he once again rescinded his request for donations because it didn't feel right for him to do it. A lolcow with something resembling a conscience is a very rare specimen. Josh, being a savvy businessman, preferred to do it the old-fashioned way and
Making
provide
a
product for people's
t-shirt.
money, and he did so in the form of t-shirts. He announced his first ever design on August 15th, 2016, and from then on, he made hundreds of designs, most of which used clip art stolen from Google Images. But even this wasn't enough to make up the difference, and as time went on, the idea that he could ever afford the doll seemed more and more distant. It is then that Josh caught a very lucky break, as a fan offered to give him a doll free of charge. Josh accepted the offer enthusiastically, and he received the doll on November 11th, announcing it to all of his fans on Facebook. Disturbingly, he named the doll
Why share it on Facebook? Why does Grammy need to know you got a sex doll, dude?
Alyssa, which is a lot of affection for a used doll that was, according to him, of rather poor quality. However, soon after receiving the doll, he mangled it and threw the pieces into a dumpster, something he initially concealed from his audience. Instead, he claimed that the doll had been stolen by some meth addicts who, for whatever reason, stole nothing else but his sex doll. No one believed him, which made him double down on the story. Eventually, though, he owned up to lying and admitted that he himself destroyed it, claiming he had done so after having relations with it one time.
Now, for starters, my homeboy Scotty had no idea what was going on with the lie. What I did was rather eerie, to say the least, yes, but out of sexual frustration.
Surprisingly, this led to a bit of mainstream media attention, with online news organizations.
Yo, what's up, Zendin? Thanks for saying something to break up the monotony, or actually the insanity. I appreciate that. Much love to you. I just, why did you cut its head off and then flaunt it on camera and then upload it? Like, maybe if you were that much of a psychopath, I would get, cutting the head off and making a video about it for yourself. But like, for YouTube, really?
Organizations like Unilad coming out to talk about the situation. Nonetheless, despite this latest hiccup, his dreams of getting a sex doll were not entirely gone, as he found a website where you could tailor-make your own doll. So, he decided to show what he had constructed, giving every detail, and then essentially leaving it up to his viewers to pay the cost, which was a bit over $2,000.
For the head, I would choose head 122, which is right there. Eye color, I would do, let's see what options they have. Oh, look, green eyes, there we go. And wig number 8 is a long stand-up foot, gloves, and a regulator. Now, the cost of this one is only $2,074.
While he wouldn't get this wish fulfilled in quite the way he wanted, he did receive a new doll. This one was also used, but it seems he was much happier with it, granting it the name Fun Size Felicia. This one ended up lasting a lot longer than the first, although he wouldn't be able to keep it forever, as just a few months after getting it, he reported that he had accidentally melted its skin off by using the wrong kind of soap. Josh made a very drastic move sometime in early 2017 when he deleted almost every single video on his channel following getting a
What? I don't know how to describe what the fuck I want to say. You just use antibacterial soap, don't you? Because it's silicone. It's like one of the neatest thing. You either boil it or wash it with just hand soap. What soap could you possibly be using? The stuff at the fucking gas station on the squeegee? Like, what the hell, dude?
A new PC from his family. If you look at his channel today, the earliest video you'll find is from February of 2017, where he talks about why he did the mass wipe.
Well, a lot of things on YouTube were giving me issues. The videos were not recording right, and on top of the videos not recording right, Photo Booth, which is the program that I use to record my YouTube videos, is also giving me issues, and I'm fed up with it. I got so fed up with it that I I deleted all my videos. That's 3 years, okay? 3 long, miserable years of YouTube content just deleted, gone. And a lot of people are not happy about this, but I look at this as an opportunity to help make my channel better.
Josh dressed this up as a rebirth for his channel, allowing him to grow out of the type of content he had been making and change for the better.
Okay.
In actuality, while his channel did see a rise in popularity, everything in his personal life continued to worsen. People began noticing just how rapidly Josh was aging due to his excessive consumption of tobacco and alcohol. As we move into 2017 onwards, this process is set on hyperdrive, which the audience gets to watch as he began live streaming very frequently on YouTube for hours on end each time.
There were two kinds of transgenders. You got the Blair Whites and the Jessica Unips. And that's kind of mean, but like, well, that's the goddamn truth.
While his live streams got by far the most attention, his videos had a couple breakout successes, including a clip of him performing a magic trick. With this rebirth also came an influx of new cooking videos, which probably shaved off a decade of his life by themselves. This includes such culinary achievements as Cordonal Cherry Burger, which is a burger made with sandwich buns, bacon, cheese, peanut butter, and chocolate-covered cherries.
Oh yeah. Bomb-ass cross-section.
But by far the most popular installment came out in 2018, titled Sushi Bacon Cheeseburger, and became the 4th most viewed video on his channel. The title speaks for itself as he cooks a bacon cheeseburger with sushi, soy sauce, and wasabi.
That's not half bad, actually. That's pretty good. Although the sushi being a little bit warm on top of the burger kind of throws it off a bit. This is definitely a culture food mashup.
In 2018, he was given a wand designed by an artist, who gave the design away.
I just isn't sushi. It's all raw. Is all sushi raw? Oh no. Okay, so not all of it is. Okay, never mind.
Pretty much for free. Given Josh had been obsessed with the idea of making wands for years at that point, he jumped at the opportunity to start using it. This was around the time when Josh was employed at his new full-time job as a dishwasher. This is the first time in his life he's ever had an actual full-time job, mind you, as his Wendy's gig had only been part-time. Regardless, he started producing the wands and then selling them on Etsy. The first test batch he made of around 10 wands that took him months to produce sold out in just 5 minutes. Judging by the listings on Etsy, it seemed the wands could run you anywhere from $24 to upwards of $200, which, considering their quality isn't anything to write home about, the price is most likely driven by the fact that Josh is the one who makes them. Regardless, the wands did bring him a decent amount of money. They were making enough money to where he left his job as a dishwasher, saying that he didn't have enough hours. Over the years, he produced over 400 of them, all of which have sold out. While we don't know how much he charged for all of them, based on the earlier example, it's fair to say he's made at least a few thousand. While that sounds like a lot of money, this is Josh we're talking about, and wasting money is the one thing that brings him true joy. In late 2019, he managed to blow through $1,000 in just 5 days, splitting his spending between Pizza Hut and expensive beers. It also doesn't help his spending habits that he's got multiple orbiter friends who, to put it nicely, are even bigger losers than he is, depending on him for things like fast food, alcohol, and cigarettes. One of these losers includes a literal furry called Steve.
Yo, what's up, Tubes? Showing out with Scrapper Steve.
In 2018, fans saw Josh indulging in a new addiction, spice. While it's unclear when he started, he mentioned trying it as far back as 2013, and he was presumed to be using it at least around 2016 by people on Reddit.
The fuck is spice? What the fuck is spice? Oh, okay. Okay.
With plenty of theories throughout 2017. But it wasn't until a year later that the theories started to hit a fever pitch, with videos like this one making the rounds.
It's just a video about
whether
him.
he was smoking spice or not, but the
What's
idea
his name?
persisted throughout the years, with many people blaming it for his visible loss of cognitive abilities. Coupled with the fact his teeth started rotting off, and the fact he had admitted to using it on several occasions, you can see why people reached this conclusion. Among other things, he ended up getting into a few more relationships. One was with another self-proclaimed furry called Summer, which lasted about about 3 months. From what I gathered, he never actually got with her in any real way, meaning that his dry spell continued. This led him to try with another girl called Ellen, who was completely uninterested in him. He paid for their family's Christmas dinner with his YouTube money. He organized a charity stream for her benefit. At one point, he even invited her to a concert, offering to take the person who was her friends with benefits with them. He got ridiculed mercilessly for this, with his fans calling him a simp. Sometime in 2019, Josh was doing his usual live stream when he heard a sudden knock on the door. When he opened it, a SWAT team barged into the apartment and detained him on the spot before combing through the rest of the place. In a video made shortly after the incident, Josh confirmed that he had been swatted, blaming his trolls for the attack. Luckily, nothing of note happened, besides him having to go outside for once to talk to the detective. However, the greatest tragedy of all struck a year later when his landlord complained that his wand making, along with all the other kinds of abuse he put his apartment through, was causing damage to the ceiling and the floor above.
I would like to personally thank the people who run this building. You've been very patient with me. I guess spray painting the wands indoors was a no-no amongst...
What? How do you... It says on the can, dude! There's a warning on the can! It literally says, use this in a well-ventilated area. Inside a house, it's not well-ventilated. You have to use spray paint outside, dude. Even if it's just in a garage. Open the fucking garage door, dude.
Other things. Man, I really like this apartment too, but unfortunately, YouTube, I'm being evicted. So for the next 30 days, if you don't see me on YouTube, you know, I'll be looking for a house or so. I'm not gonna lie, this really fucking sucks ass, dude.
All in all, Josh ended up causing about $6 grand worth of damage to his apartment. With the help of his dad, he had to clean up the apartment before getting evicted. And by that, I mean that Clint did all of the actual work, while Josh sat on the toilet and ordered more takeout, as is tradition. Eventually, he found a new place, which cost him around $600 a month. For the time being, he would stay there, continuing his wand production line without any changes. Most of the customers for his wand business were wealthy trolls willing to shell out to keep their pet cow afloat, only to watch Cobra splurge all of it in horrid, inedible slop. However, there was at least one customer who, aside from just wanting to give him money, actually wanted one of these handcrafted sticks. This lady paid him about $250 for a wand set, which she never got. Eventually, she filed a refund request with Etsy, which Josh simply never responded to. This led to Josh's Etsy page being taken down completely, with Etsy giving the lady a refund out of pocket, which made Josh indebted to them. Josh made a few videos addressing the situation, where he argued
I don't
must
get
have an
it.
issue with the mailing company to exonerate himself, and offered to resend the wands to her with a tracking number, saying that the $250 refund was a bit out of his price range. The customer eventually agreed to this offer, which reinstated his career as a wand craftsman. Coincidentally, this period would also see him having trouble with his other major source of revenue, Teespring. As mentioned before, Josh started selling t-shirts many years ago, most of which consisted of stolen designs from Google. Surprisingly, this went pretty unnoticed by the platform. That is, until one of his shirts was struck down due to using a copyrighted image. This caused his account to be temporarily suspended. Then, he uploaded a new design, which also got flagged down within hours, meaning the jig was up, and he had to start making his own designs or risk losing his operation. To circumvent this, he moved his t-shirt selling operation away from Teespring, and now he sells designs on customizedgirl.com. He hasn't been flagged for copyright since. Not that these new designs exactly scream originality. 2021 was a unique year in more ways than one. While he'd already achieved the title of lolcow long before, with his thread being over 60 pages long, it was in 2021 when he truly blew up, becoming one of the most infamous lolcows across the internet. Honestly, the sheer amount of meme sagas he's been involved in is kind of difficult to fathom. There are entire YouTube channels dedicated to documenting and chronicling the entire story of King Cobra JFS, including the largest singular source for this whole video, Bite-Sized Cobra Vids. Memorable moments include his second attempt at dyeing his hair, which ended up even worse than the first one, as well as his greatest culinary achievement, the cat food Big Mac. A more recent saga saw our protagonist getting a bearded dragon, whom he named Puff. He received it as a gift from a friend who had to leave the lizard behind after moving into a new place. Josh quickly fell in love, making Puff a recurring character throughout his videos.
Puff loves the leather futon.
But while there was some novelty to seeing Josh excited about a living creature, people showed concern over his ability to care for the animal, given he can barely even care for himself. It wasn't helped by the fact he admitted to putting its health at risk by doing things like this.
If I'm smoking marijuana, Puff will kind of look up like, hey man, give me a hit of that. So I'll take a fucking huge ass
fucking hitter weed, and I'll blow it into his tank. 1 or 2 hits, he's good. He doesn't need a whole lot.
This led to a concerted effort on the side of his viewers to get Puff safely away from him.
Okay, I don't think I have to say this, but just for legalities, do not give any reptile you are in care of marijuana. Period. Actually, don't give any reptile marijuana. Let's just broad statement.
They contacted Metro Animal Control, which came in to do a wellness check.
Oh my
Josh
God.
posted about this on his Facebook, where he claimed, among other things, that the lady from Metro determined he was taking better care of it than 90% of people. A second visit was made to the residence, after which Josh declared victory over the trolls, as the Metro people confirmed he would not be getting any more visits.
They were threatening to get Puff taken away from me, and it didn't work. Maybe they want to rethink their life and go, what am I doing with my life? Harassing an autistic young adult and his bearded dragon because I can't stand how happy Puff makes Cobra. So yeah, he's not getting taken away and he's in good hands.
When the dust settled and the excitement of a new pet vanished, Josh veered away from including Puff in his videos, as his focus was now on brewing mead. This led to some people believing Puff had died in the meantime. Josh did debunk this with some sparser update videos, where the lizard looked fine. Sadly, not long after this last update video, Josh broke the news that Puff had escaped. As the story goes, he was outside smoking with Puff on his shoulder when it suddenly jumped off and ran away, with Josh unable to catch him. The announcement was made on the 16th of November, when the temperatures in Casper, Wyoming went just below freezing. Given that reptiles are cold-blooded, it's unlikely Puff would randomly choose to run outside into the cold, as opposed to running inside where it's warm. It's even less likely he would have the energy to escape from Josh, who, despite looking older than his father at this point, should have no trouble catching it. As odd as these circumstances are, we never got a resolution to what happened to the lizard, but it's fair to say very few people believe Josh's side of the story. Only a month later, while live streaming, Josh received a call from his dad, who warned him that he was being swatted again, with the claim being that Josh had been waving a gun around. This time, the attempt was traced back to his subreddit, where people were very unhappy about a joke he'd made about Amy Schumer. When the live stream was interrupted, these same Redditors celebrated. I mentioned mead earlier because around this time, Josh started crafting his own homemade alcohol, presumably due to the fact he didn't have enough money to feed his habit. He started this hobby on August 26, 2023, announcing his plan in a video where he showed the process of making it and all the ingredients, including juice, yeast, and sugar. Despite his acknowledgement that you're supposed to let homemade wine sit for at least 2 weeks in the dark, this is Josh we're talking about, so he tried his new drink about 9 days after the first video.
Divosia. That definitely tastes like alcohol. I ain't gonna stunt.
Since then, his alcohol production has only ramped up, and he's been giving regular updates every time he makes a new batch, having started his newest one just over a month ago as of me writing.
I don't think you should make alcohol indoors, because doesn't it ferment and then there's like a bad smell to it? Like, I don't think you're supposed to. Are you supposed to brew inside wine? I mean, I guess you can. This seems safe.
Other than that, he's continued his desperate hunt for love. Recently, this has led him into the loving arms of a very special woman, Jessica. Jessica, also known as Queen Cobra, is a minor YouTube personality. Though her current YouTube channel is pretty recent, her original YouTube channel, Naked and Laughing, was created over 7 years ago. Though there are very few archives, her initial content was pretty PG, especially compared to her recent stuff. Although it is worth noting that at some point she had a stint as a cam girl, with some videos surviving to this day. Jessica enters the story sometime in January 2024, when she starts talking about Cobes. She voiced her deep desire to finally end his dry spell. She took a note from Josh and made a GoFundMe, promising to fly to Casper and meet with him, where she asked for $900. She even went as far as to put her Cash App there. The GoFundMe was taken down, but she continued to express interest in live streams. But things took a turn after she allegedly sent nude pictures to someone else. For a while, it seemed this would be the end of this saga, but then in February, Jessica finally went to Casper to visit him, and she finally put an end to Josh's almost 6-year dry spell.
We're
We're too busy having sex right now. Sorry.
Other than his mead venture, Josh has stayed pretty static, with the only thing that's progressed being his bald spot, which he's become increasingly self-conscious about. His cognitive abilities continue to devolve, causing him to slur and mumble to where he's borderline incoherent at times, likely due to brain damage. He was recently handed another eviction notice and has been missing in action on both YouTube and Facebook. According to Kiwi Tapes, he's since moved back in with his dad, who has forbade him from going live whilst there. The future of Cobra's content is uncertain. Cobes is another example of a slow burn lolcow, without bombastic incidents taking place every couple of months, but instead a steady supply of ridiculous moments over the course of hundreds and hundreds of hours of slop. He's kind of like DSP in that his identity was shaped by a forgotten time period that he never successfully grew out of. Josh is one of the few cows who, despite being exactly the kind of person you don't want to hang around IRL for too long, he's actually easy to empathize with. Not overly toxic, mostly just a goofball that seems like he got cryogenically frozen in 2004 and just recently got unthawed. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Alright. Yeah, okay.
Gals, me Mutahar, and today's video is dark. Today's video involves a subject matter that I wish every YouTuber has stayed away from. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm going to rip the band-aid off and talk about it right here. Yeah, we're discussing a fellow on the internet known as Cody Ko. Now, you might know Cody Ko as part of this online group of, like, influencers, these commentators that are kind of like the nice guy YouTubers. You know, the people that make, you know, the standard commentary video that's a little less raunchy than something that me, Charlie, really Pyrocynical, or anybody would make, okay? The Opera GX sponsored side of YouTube, so to speak, right? I guess if that's the quick way to put it. Now, obviously, Cody Ko is a very popular YouTuber with 6.13 million subscribers. And of course, his videos do really well. He talks about the funniest waste of money, the beta male boot camp, and helping friends find love. But beyond this persona comes an allegation that is very, very dark. Did Cody Ko, at the age of 25, involve himself romantically, more romantically, with somebody that was under the age of 18? Now, this whole story takes place, from what I understand, in the state of Florida. And if we look up the age of consent in Florida, you can see that it is 18 years, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the hard cutoff humans have placed in society. Now, before we go into this video with the whole, like, she was 17 years, 364 days, let's just level it out. We have age of consent laws and hard cutoffs for a reason, okay? It's a lot less, complicated than things like age of maturity, right? Where people get really wild, okay? The Sneeko line of thinking, so to speak. The age of consent is a hard rule that most, if not all, civilized societies have put it as, okay?
Yeah.
Now, we went to our laboratories and have actually applied some real mathematical, like, reasonings as to find out the age of 18, right? The number 17 is less than 18. If you are over the age of 18, right, as a guy or a girl or anyone in between, right, it is advisable under the law that you don't partake with somebody under the age of 18, okay? That could be 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, all the way down to 0, okay? It is not okay and it is wrong, all right? We have a hard cutoff in society for a reason. It makes things simple, right? But in this situation, Cody Ko has been alleged to have involved himself with an underage Tanamanjo, underage at 17, ladies and gentlemen, which is, as we've mathematically proven in this video, less than 18. Now, we all know who Tanamanjo is. She's a pretty popular creator. Her podcast gets views in the millions at times. She is a pretty popular individual that is still very much alive on this platform to this day, okay? Tanamanjo is there. And what we're talking about is not something that is, a he said, she said situation to the point where a new account freshly got made, displayed these allegations, and walked away. This is a story that contains a lot of corroborating evidence and an eyewitness in the situation. So these are things where, again, you can never have a perfect crime in this where all the evidence is proven Phoenix Wright style, but this is a situation that has a lot of actual, it has a lot of oomph behind it, so to speak. Now, the person who spearheaded these allegations is a person known as D'Angelo Wallace. Although YouTubers have talked about this in the past, people like, a friend of the channel, Turkey Tom, on his second channel, Tom Dark, talked about it a month ago. So obviously, D'Angelo Wallace, who is a friend of the channel from my understanding, I've seen him actually post underneath in our comment section before. He made a actual solid 15-minute video basically detailing all of this as well. He went into not just Cody Co, but a lot of the shadiness around the comment section in regards to cleaning up this entire action, and to the point where Cody hasn't even addressed the situation. It is a situation that's blowing up real fast. And out of this was a few clips of Tana Mongeau, which actually raises a lot of eyebrows on people, okay? So listen to some of these clips. So about a couple months ago, this clip started floating around on the old short form media, where Tana Mongeau was discussing the situation on stage, and this clip actually came out, and there's something she says that kind of raises some eyebrows a little bit, so to speak.
Who's the smallest dick you ever had? Oh my god, do no one look at me, Cody Co. Delete the video. I can say that. I was literally 17. I can say that. What? Sorry.
I was literally 17? I can say that? Now, if you're a 17-year-old and you've seen a 25-year-old at a time's penis, you are actually, a serious victim to a crime known as statutory rape, okay? Yeah, we're not censoring the word or anything. We're just going to say it like it is. What is this channel like your favorite? No. We're going to use the whole word. Yellow $ be damned, okay? This is a serious situation that involves a serious fucking discussion. So on one hand, all right, this is Tana Mongeau, right? Tana Mongeau, who's had her own sets of controversies, right, in the past. People have basically called her out for, being a liar, being a little disingenuous, not being a perfect victim, quote unquote. When it comes to a crime, I want to stress by saying there is no such thing as a perfect victim. Even if you are somebody that has objectively done pretty problematic or bad things in general, if a crime happens to you, then it is, at least from my understanding and my belief, that law should still fairly apply to you. And the crime that has happened to you still makes you a victim of a very serious crime. And it's something worth discussing. So obviously, Tana has also had her own problems in the past. Dude, she was 20 years old. She was running this event known as TanaCon, which turned out to be a massive, security issue. Turned out to be a massive problem. Thing got shut down within hours. And the reality of it is the internet kind of roasted her for it. I never made a video on this at the time too, because
fucking
it was
idiot.
Obviously a fuck up, but Tana was like 20 years old during this time. It was an entire convention that probably should have involved far more professional individuals handling it, but it's one of those things that is constantly used against her. I never really talked about Tana, since the days of iDubbbz pretty much roasting her on Content Comp. And honestly, watching some of the stuff that she was involved in back in the day is pretty hair-raising. One of these videos I saw where it's like, I peed on Shane Dawson. You wish this was clickbait. You can't even find this video on our channel from my understanding. This I had to find through, and point of the matter is, the video is disturbing, okay? She's pretty much sitting on Shane Dawson. The whole thing is about pissing on the guy, okay? And she is like literally just turned 18. There's a creator known as Jake Doolittle who pretty much puts himself through the Guantanamo Bay of this situation and actually guides himself watching this. And you do genuinely feel bad for her. Like, she's 18 at the time, surrounded by some of these big influencers, and she's just getting involved in some really creepy shit, okay? God damn. But there are a few more clips that came out of her podcast where she kind of discussed this in a situation more seriously. And that's what we're here to look at.
There was a situation with Gabby Hanna at a Playlist Live where she pulled him aside and told him, like, yo, she's 17. And then we still went and hooked up.
Oh, boy. See, that part of the clip kind of hurts a little bit. That, hearing it, basically she involved another large YouTuber, I think an ex-YouTuber at this point, Gabby Hanna, who I believe is like a, I believe Gabby Hanna is like a fitness coach at this point, so different story right there. I think she's doing pretty well. But yeah, she brings her into the story, and this is pretty hard to hear. If somebody tells you, yeah, that girl's 17, probably shouldn't go there, and you still proceed to hook up, that is very, very scary. That is very fucked up.
Grew up loving him, and I think you know what I mean? Like, I was just like excited and
So this is the fan thing. When people talk about like power dynamics or something, right? Like, obviously when you're a fan of a creator, right, you're probably a little more susceptible to whatever they say. Now, as a creator, if you come across a fan like this, especially under the age of 18, you should absolutely tell them, oh, you're a kid. You should stay far away from me, okay? I'm a grown-up. if you're willing to use the clout that you've built up to take advantage of somebody that is under the age of 18,
Casey's house.
allegedly, that's a serious mistake. Again, it's a crime. It's not, you can't understate that. Now, Tana actually says something that pretty much hits me close to home. Now that I have younger people in my family that are reaching that 16 years of age mark, right? Teenagers. And this is something that I can absolutely resonate with her on.
If I had a 17-year-old daughter or a little sister or something, I would kill. I would never let it fly.
Now, that's true, okay? If I had, all right, which I do, 16 years of age, 17, younger people in my family, get in bed with a YouTuber that is 25, by the way, that I would absolutely be fucking seeing red over, And this is where I want to just start off by bringing up the age gaps again, too. When you're 25 years of age, I have to ask, what do you find in common with a 17-year-old? You know what I mean? Or an 18-year-old even, right? Because here's the thing. When you're 25, dog, you are out of college. You are in your career starting out. And especially when you're a big influencer like Cody Co, you've already got a lot of money, fame. You've got things going for you at 25. How hard is it to not minor? Okay, the easiest part about making YouTube videos is waking up, getting to my computer, and never in the middle do I have to ever fight the urge to get involved with minors in the first place. This is scary. When a minor tries getting involved with you, it is your responsibility as the creator to cut that off.
Not once in the whole hallway from my bedroom to my office. Not once.
The story has more weight than a lot of other things that have come out on the internet. Now, I'm going to play this clip out of D'Angelo Wallace's video because this clip has basically kind of been erased from the internet. Not so much erased, I'm not implicating anybody in it, but it is not an easy clip to find. And trust me, as somebody that has been doing this for years, finding clips is my speciality. D'Angelo Wallace found this, and it is by far one eyewitness report that corroborates this whole story in a very grim manner.
One time, I told a guy, I saw him making out with a girl at a party who was underage. And I pulled him aside and I was like, hey man, you probably don't know. I know she looks a little older. She's underage. Watch it. And he's like, oh my God, thank you for telling me.
Hey guys.
And then he turned that.
This is.
Woo! That is a wild story. And it almost sounds entirely shot for shot similar to what Tana Mongeau was saying. Crazy stuff. Here, listen to this.
I was 17 at the time, 18. I started kind of hooking up with other people. Shout out JC Kalen, shout out Cody Co.
Now, in this story, you have what appears to be an eyewitness report, and enough for a story to be beyond just a simple allegation, right? Now, the thing about this whole situation is, obviously, if Cody Co is an innocent feller, right, as some would defend him as, or some would say, then it is pretty easy to come out and basically explain exactly what you're doing. I've seen plenty of creators who've been alleged of this stuff, too, like Angry Joe, for instance, or even larger celebrities, like, I believe, Justin Bieber at the time. And a lot of these people do come with the receipts to, protect themselves or, immunize themselves from allegations like this. And I think if you're somebody in the public sphere, it is something that you should absolutely be doing every day to pretty much keep yourself safe. Now, if it's something about allegations like this, I often find that usually the creators that I talk to or I'm friends with and I try to be good friends with, people that I trust, people like Caleb, for instance, right? Oompaville. These are people that I pretty much know without a shadow of a doubt I'll never have to worry about talking about them in this manner, right? But obviously Cody Co and his friend group on the internet, a lot of them have been quiet up until this D'Angelo Wallace video had come out. So in this situation, you've got what appears to be an imperfect victim, like Tana Mongeau, who's had her own controversies in the past, right? For better or for worse. And on the other hand, you've got Cody Co, a golden child YouTube commentator that pretty much people like to unanimously be friendly for, people like to defend.
And the thing that makes these two clips from Gabby Hanna and Tana Mongeau is that these aren't recent clips. Some of these have been as old as, from my understanding, 2021. So these allegations have been around for a long time. They've circulated, but because of Tana's imperfect victim status, you start to read comments like this that are very disturbing. Like, she wasn't no victim, she was 17 and obviously consented, which is absolutely worthy of having the feds check your drives because, as we've discussed with the ages and the laws, you cannot consent if you are under the age of 18. 17 is less than the 18 age, okay? First of all, it's Tana.
17 is less than the 18 age.
She's also 17, which is old enough to have a clear idea of what you are doing. So yeah, it's fine. And to that I respond, no, it's not. The other party is 25. They obviously know better. They should have stopped. So yeah, they're like these are the kind of this is just a few comments you can find. And obviously you'll find a whole lot more defense floating around, which is something that is disgusting to read. And honestly, had this been anybody that didn't have a controversial view on the internet would have been far more charitable to them. But, it's because Tana's Tana. She's not, getting that, same treatment, which is
I
disgusting to
guess.
see on the internet. It's something worth calling out for sure. And one thing that D'Angelo Wallace really hits hard, at least to me in this video with, is if people were talking about Dr. Disrespect, rightfully for his interactions with a minor, which, of course, even before Dr. Disrespect came out and admitted to that, people, like me, made a video covering those situations, those developing stories. So obviously, we should treat every situation like this incredibly seriously, right? Now, I really do think you should go and watch D'Angelo Wallace's video. I also really think, it's a great video. It's a solid video, solid stuff. I think it's one of those things where Cody Ko should absolutely respond to this kind of stuff and, proclaim innocence. The longer you kind of let these situations fester, and, looking through this person's comment section,
I don't think he has anything to say. He's guilty.
Some of the most controversial stuff, or
I mean, it's pretty easy. 17. He's less than 18.
Look, in my opinion. These are situations where you absolutely should respond. And here's the thing, and this is why talking about the situation is important in a serious lens, right? Look, I've talked about tons of terrible YouTubers, okay? I've talked about tons of people that have broken the law, tons of people that have done the wrong thing. But if it's one thing on YouTube that I think consistently I've talked about throughout my channel, is obviously situations like this, where YouTubers have been alleged to be involved with minors, okay? And in situations like this, it's always better our community self-polices itself and gets the answers before this eventually becomes a situation that is so large, the entire world mocks us. But it's also not just even that. There are victims in this scenario. Tana Mongeau is a victim, all right? And even if she was 17 at the time, she is far younger than a 25-year-old who should have known better, okay? Allegedly at the time. And it's one of those things where, with all of this corroborating evidence basically brought together and the serious weight of these allegations, it's absolutely worth responding to. Tana is not some random account that was made a week ago. This is somebody with a clear internet footprint, somebody that also has a lot to lose if they're just blatantly defaming somebody, and somebody who has a story that has come out. And even if the community or some people in the community are absolutely dogging on her for not being perfect, that's not the route you want to take.
Yeah,
if Cody was absolutely guilty of taking advantage of a 17-year-old while 25, that person has to face some level of consequences. It's a disgusting thing to witness, and it's one of those situations where I, at least personally, have zero tolerance for. And I think most people should have a zero tolerance for. I don't want to live in a world where these kind of things in life, this aspect of society, is muddled to the point where people are deliberately just breaking the law or muddying it to the point where, children who are under the age of 18, that hard cutoff, aren't actually safe anymore. So yeah, it's a really wild situation, but one that I wanted to discuss because, again, when you look at the YouTube landscape and you look at creators like MiniLad, who at least openly admitted, these are people that should ultimately be staying away, at least people that have admitted themselves. But somebody like Cody Ko, there absolutely has to be some response. Look, at the end of the day, if you are innocent, you should have some corroborating evidence to proclaim your innocence.
Yeah.
But, D'Angelo Wallace said it in his video the best. If you are just completely silent, then maybe there is a reason for that silence, right? Especially when a large creator like this, a large figure, who, again, isn't doing this for clout. Tana doesn't need to do this for clout. She's doing just fine anyways. This is a serious situation with serious implications because Tana is at least large enough to have a platform to talk about this. And even if she is getting dogged, imagine somebody else that has went through this, but they're not able to come out with a story like this because they're just going to get dogpiled or their entire allegation gets lost to the entire ether of the internet. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar. Wild stuff today. I'm out. Oh, this one is simple.
Okay. I need to make food. You guys should stretch. Yeah, I will be right back. I gotta go get food and pee and get fucking DOMs. Alright.
Bentelect is still posting videos, but ever since his expose, he's lost all support on basically every platform. TikTok was where he started, and you might describe his style as laughing at the most basic memes he stole from Reddit. The format was extremely consistent. He'd put himself at the bottom and the meme at the top, then just read exactly what it said. But whilst reading the final word, he'd always force the fakest laugh, as if the sentence was just too funny to finish.
I once dated this girl who spoke so much about her ex that even I end up missing the dude. This is the only call I want. Healthy relationship. I must be blocked from it or something. I don't know what this dog is going through, but I can relate to the core.
The content was repetitive and completely devoid of effort, initially catching the attention of Nick is Not Green, who was the first to slam Bentelect in the video shown on screen.
You're reading something that somebody else wrote, and then you just laugh at it. That's it. That's the whole thing.
Within months, this was echoed by multiple YouTubers.
Bentelect, you suck, dude. I don't like the types of videos you're making. You know you're not enjoying it.
While even Billie Eilish roasted Bentelect for his incredibly fake laugh. However, it didn't seem like Bentelect was doing anything wrong, and by watching his videos, he seemed like a friendly guy.
It is so awesome to be able to make people laugh just by sharing the tweets and memes that I think are funny and like bringing them to life in a way.
And he definitely felt genuine when talking about his fans.
One of my favorite things about social media is that I have people that I can communicate with, engage with. I kind of pride myself on being one of the creators who actually responds to DMs, takes feedback from fans.
Ben believed he was being attacked because of the following reason.
You're just an easy target because you're almost obnoxiously like happy. And that's like how I am in general.
Although it'd be through another Nick is Not Green video that Bentelect's false kindness began to get exposed. Nick revealed that Ben had copyright struck the previous video he'd made on him.
Not just copyright claim, but copyright strike my video and get it taken down because I was making fun of him. He even wrote the whole entire email out.
With the email reading, this video should be removed and wanted to be looked into further. A large part of the video is content that I created, including videos from the video sharing app Cameo and screen recordings of my social media accounts. About half the content in this video is my work, which you could only describe as laughable.
Yeah, he basically complained that I was stealing his content and would link videos of him just stealing other people's content.
Nick then exposed that even Bentelect's tweets were stolen.
He doesn't just use other people's content to make his own, but he straight up steals it and reposts it on Twitter. When I say the other day, it can be any time between yesterday and my birth. That's a shameless one. Sheesh. Bentelect, come on, man.
As well as the concepts for his less frequent comedy skits, which were stolen in their entirety from other already popular TikToks. Noah Samson then posted this video, in which you'd find that Ben had admitted to stealing content.
I actually just did a spoof on another guy who had that idea,
while debunking Ben's claim about crediting the original person.
Bentelect explains that he did.
We in here all day having an amazing stream too. Yo, what's up, Chubbs? How you doing? How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day.
Based the sketch off of someone else's work, but he insisted that he tagged that person. But after doing a bit of digging, it turns out that was a lie. So as you can tell by the description, no one is tagged.
Bentelect was rapidly losing favor, resulting in quite possibly TikTok's strangest meme ever. People began stitching Bentelect's videos with weird, scary images and a generated creepy voice.
Things that don't exist anymore.
The only thing that doesn't exist anymore will be you, Benny Boy, after we suck your soul from your body.
The meme progressed into many different formats, with one of its contributors, John Castelline, using it to show more of Bentelect's hidden anger. John simply joked that Ben was probably scared of the memes.
This dude goes to bed with the slightest thought in the back of his head that someone is actually gonna take things a little seriously. I'm on my way to your house.
Which led Bentelect to reply,
"You kind of look like Woody from Toy Story." And lastly, dude just sits in his room telling stories in his bed.
And while it didn't seem like Ben was all that angry, John then revealed this.
If this guy was actually mad, did he at least reach out to me and say something to me? So I go on Instagram and find out that he called me about 17 times.
Ben was making it obvious that he was completely different off camera, with the best example discovered by fans of the H3 podcast. Ethan and Ayla had previously roasted Bentelect.
Yeah, I mean, it's super unfunny. He laughs at everything and he goes fat.
Wow, that's painful.
Leading Ben to take a shot at Ayla in a video titled
Top 5 People Who Hate Me. Number 1, Hila Klein. She looks like she hasn't smiled in years, so I'm not surprised.
H3 fans began to question why be mean to Ayla, why insult her appearance. It felt so unnecessary and weird, with the top comment predicting he might have a hidden disdain for women. People saying that about her never smiling or whatever, it's sexism. It's misogyny plain and simple. So when these misogynistic men decide to attack Ayla, that's one of their points. Bentelect had eerily stated,
"We all have secrets, right? Like straight up, that's just the way it is."
Without realizing his were about to get exposed. On the 30th of July 2023, Ben and a model named Jordan Max had arranged to make a podcast in which they tasted pickles. However, just 3 hours before we were supposed to record, Bentelect texted Jordan requesting to film an extra bit of content. "Do you want to make a video for OnlyFans?" When she responded, "Today. No. You need a TTS test from within the last 14 days and an OnlyFans creator account." Bentelect then clarified, "I mean a video for your page." "Doing what? I don't know, what performs the best on your page? I was just thinking you're helping me with doing a video for my YouTube, so maybe I could help with your OnlyFans. I'm good, thanks. Thanks though. No worries. Hey, gonna do the pickle video with someone else. Thanks though. Okay, any particular reason why? To be honest, I thought it would just be fun to film and see where things go, but I got it." Ben was basically saying his goal was simply to get freaky, although in the beginning no one seemed to care. The tweet confirming it was Ben had just a couple hundred likes, until a full 10 days later, when Ben shot himself in the foot by sending another message. "You need to take this tweet down or I will sue you." Jordan didn't delete her tweet, and within hours had instead written a new one. So it turns out that I'm not the only one Bentelect has tried this with. Another woman who wishes to stay anonymous DM'd me with screenshots from conversations that she had with him as well. "Do you want to come over here and spend some time with me? Because on a side note, I do think I could probably make us some money on OnlyFans. Bentelect blanks crazy blank into oblivion. If you come over, I'll give you $1,000. I just really want you. I'm good right now. Don't try to bribe me with money, that's weird. No, that is weird, but I want to see you." Ben then followed this up with some messages via text, and when eventually rejected, he was totally disrespectful. One day later, Jordan tweeted again, "We got another DM from another anonymous woman, which read, OMG, I've dealt with Bentelect too. Actually, he's bothered a lot of women. I don't have any screenshots from our 3-day hangout, but he told me he loved me and asked me to move in right away. I started pushing back that it was too much, and he flipped out on me. It was days after I was cheated on, and he was like, I don't want to talk about your feelings. I want to talk about us. He also drank 2 1.75 liquor bottles of mine in a day. He's an alcoholic and needs to seek help immediately." Ironically, Ben had claimed in the past there wasn't much his audience didn't know about him.
I usually put a lot out there on social media, so I don't think there's a whole lot people don't know.
Which might explain
Go
why
Elmo.
he initially
Go
denied the
Elmo.
allegations. I've recently been accused of some heinous actions and would like the opportunity to share my disgust at these accusations. I'm a firm believer in the rights and equality of all humans, including women. I grew up in a home with 3 sisters and no brothers, so I learned very early of the importance, power, love, and abilities women have.
This
They
is a real
deserve to be
PR
cherished
statement.
and uplifted and treated with respect, and that's how I live my life. The evidence, however, only kept on coming from more and more people. Shut up and quit wasting people's time, you stupid blank. If I recall, I told you I didn't want anything to do with you. Just shut up and go to bed. Sounds like you need some anger management help. Be careful who you say that to, Maria, because there are people who really need help with that. Super disrespectful to say that to somebody, and also a very basic thing to say. There's a reason you've been single for this many years, and it's because no one wants you, and no one gives a crap about you, because you aren't anything. You're not fun, you're boring as, so shut up and get out of here. Basic ass boring loser. Bentelek's Q&A history had suddenly aged like milk.
Petty things drive me crazy. I'm a very upfront person. I don't like petty. I don't like grudges. I don't like things like that. I just don't do those things. So when they come my way, it's kind of like does not compute. Like I don't really know how to deal with it.
Although this
It's like
one
the
was
fakest
even
fucker in the
worse.
world.
If a
The
guy
way he
is too nice
speaks.
to a girl, that she's gonna probably friend zone him. My thing is it's 60-40. 60% of the time nice guy, 40% of the time you gotta be who you are. You can't be just like, you know, giving it all, being a total simp and all that stuff.
After 3 more women came forward, Ben gave in and apologized.
There's a lot being said about me on the internet right now, and I just wanted to clear the air. I want to say to any girl who I've been rude to, whether through text or in person, that I'm sorry. I understand that me being sorry does not excuse that kind of behavior. I will continue to work on myself and do better.
With comments disabled and a caption reading onward, it seemed Ben was trying to return to normal, although judging by comments such as finally a legitimate reason to hate him, the internet wasn't ready to let this happen.
When you invite an OnlyFans model to your non-existent podcast, but then they say they don't want to hook up with your creepy, desperate 34-year-old self. Yes. True.
YouTubers covered the drama in Bentelek's classic style.
I knew Bentelek was trash the first time his video has appeared on my FYP and I blocked him, so it's no surprise.
While his notable quotes were changed to subtly include "You're killing me, gorgeous." Penguin Zero's video gained over 10 million views, while Nick is Not Green was also given the last laugh. Bentelek put his Twitter on private as his TikTok growth completely vanished. His YouTube statistics followed a similar pattern, and as of more recently, so did every other method he used to make money. Bentelek's merch site has now been totally wiped, while the website linked to see his secret merch is also now disabled. Bentelek's Cameo has just 28 reviews, the last of which being from before he was even exposed. Ben doesn't seem to do any sponsorships, and his YouTube isn't exactly popping, making you wonder why he's even still uploading. Well, Ben has recently resorted to just blatantly reposting his old most popular TikToks, and with a short from a couple of days ago reading, "This channel is now for random content," it seems as though Bentelek has basically lost everything.
Cool. Seemed like a scumbag. Let's look at the vegan lady.
Vegan Booty is often called the vegan teacher's daughter. She thinks walking your dog is animal abuse, has been on...
How does walking your... I'm gonna go clean my plate, because that's probably the dumbest
the news for calling horses slaves and believes it's okay fighting butchers, service workers, and even children at their birthday party. The government has banned her from living in her hometown, and her first viral video will start to show you why. The event scene behind her is the Million Paws Walk, where families meet to walk their dogs together and help raise funds for animals in need. Well, Vegan Booty called the event
the most violent thing that you could ever participate in.
Protesting that every animal should be treated the way that dogs are.
Why would you love one but pay for the suffering and abuse of other animals? Pigs are in fact more intelligent than dogs.
Hypocritically, however, Vegan Booty owned a dog herself, which she tied to a leash and used it to pull her while she skated. It's pretty funny how you are protesting, yet you have a dog pulling you. Pretty hypocritical, and the hypocrisy didn't stop there, because Vegan Booty then showed up at a charity football match, disrupting 35,000 spectators because she thought her cause was way more important. In a satisfying turn of events, she was fined $1,800 for the stunt, yet this wasn't too expensive for the exposure it provided.
Would you do it all again? Yes. 100%.
However, at around the same time, Isaac Butterfield was going viral for his anti-vegan videos, featuring Tash in the worst vegans on TikTok.
Why is your name Vegan Booty when you run around with that? Change your name to Vegan Pancake Ass and let us all get on with our lives.
This gave Tash a chance to respond, although she was met with a brutal dislike ratio as Isaac's audience offered their very first downvote. He'd therefore slam Vegan Booty again.
Meat's amazing, it's delicious. And guess what, bitch? I'm gonna have a big dirty steak for dinner. I hope you enjoy your broccoli, you tiny little child.
Yet with comments such as who else came from Isaac's channel, this was only helping Vegan Booty grow. She'd use her newly found fame to launch a vegan clothing company, spoofing the Anti-Social Social Club to instead read Anti-Animal Cruelty Club. Well, Isaac then launched his own anti-vegan social club, leading Vegan Booty to call in heavy reinforcements. She'd discuss is Isaac Butterfield's anti-vegan club responsible for this vegan phobia, with no one other than that vegan teacher.
He literally has shirts made that say anti-vegan club.
The pair became so close that they'd call each other family.
Hi, sweetie, how are you? Hello, hey mom, how you going?
However, it was obvious Vegan Booty was the crazier of the two. She began infiltrating supermarkets wearing an animal onesie before standing in the milk section, dissuading shoppers from their purchase. For obvious reasons, staff weren't too happy about this, and even after being ejected, she still yelled outside the store.
Her babies are taken away from her straight after birth, and her son are murdered.
As a result, Tash was permanently banned from Australia's two main supermarkets, yet this didn't stop her protests, as Vegan Booty would only get worse. She'd show up at McDonald's in a much more detailed costume, being kicked out not by staff but instead this time police. Hilariously, this guy began his own protest, countering her with a legendary sign. In Vegan Booty's next stunt, she walked into KFC and poured orange paint everywhere while blasting dying animal noises for over 15 minutes. Not gonna lie, but you're incredibly selfish to the people that work at that place.
Why?
All they're trying to do is do their job. I feel so sorry for the workers, while even other vegans called Vegan Booty out.
She is giving veganism a bad name.
People wrote about Tash's public stuff.
I feel bad for people who are like vegan because they have to, you know, because of, I don't know, fucking osteoporosis. I don't fucking know what it would be like. You can't have meat or whatever. Carcinoma maybe. But fucking like, the people who are out here just like making like vegan things, just like so that people can have, you know, just like a okay like recipe to follow. I feel bad for those people that are getting flack for bitches like this. It's just wild to me, dude. Fucking like there are two sides to this coin, and she is like, it's just fucking wild. There are the people who are like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm vegan. Don't worry, I have some stuff to eat. And there are people like that, and it's just like, it's night and day, dude.
Stunts. Instead of promoting vegans, you kind of just embarrass them, and nothing showed this better than her children's party meltdown. These two horses were clearly very well looked after and were waiting outside a family festival so kids could take a picture. Well, of course, Vegan Booty somehow thought it was abuse.
I just want to know who the slave owner is. Okay, that's disgusting. This is animal abuse. You know, it's disgusting. Your arms hanging out of your shoulders.
She tried and
Good Lord, did you hear that, lady?
I just want to know who the slave owner is. Okay, that's disgusting. This is animal abuse. You know, it's disgusting. Your arms hanging out of your shoulders.
God damn! Holy fuck! What the hell? Dude, I bet she wanted to say that from the moment she saw her.
She tried and failed to make any decent points.
If you were in their position, would you be happy?
Although Vegan Booty wasn't finished there. She'd then go into the festival to find the horses again, disrupting all photos by making a public announcement.
These innocent beings are no different to our beloved dogs and cats. They look like they're under so much stress.
This awesome dad then quickly stopped their antics.
No photos of my kids, man. Yeah? I'm not taking photos. No, we'll just keep walking that way then. Keep walking that way.
And thankfully police were there to intervene. After posting her video to TikTok, Tash again made national news, in which they'd interview the horse's owner.
Meg Freeman owns the pony business. She says she's being bombarded with abuse by vegan protesters. Meg Freeman wants her charged.
They're like terrorists. They're not going to go away.
Well, only 1 week later, Vegan Booty announced, "I'll be going to court on the 13th of May, as I received a summons for a restraining order from the owner of Ponies for All Occasions. Those who dislike me are triggered because I've made them realize that they're animal abusers. What I'm going through right now isn't a lot."
No, that's not why they're angry. They're angry because you're messing with their business when you have none, and you have no idea how these animals are treated. Like, what kind of psychotic bitch says, I made them feel bad, that's why they want to get rid of me?
It only means we're winning.
I'm always a non-violent protester and I never harass anyone.
I don't even think the vegan teacher is this crazy. This girl is making vegan teacher seem like an angel. At least the vegan teacher didn't have her own number plates, as this made Vegan Booty foolishly recognizable.
Meat and cheese smeared across her family's car. Vegan activist Tash Peterson says this cruel joke crosses the line.
People recognized her car, then threw meat bones on her driveway, yet trolls weren't the only people who showed up at her house.
I've woken up once again to the police knocking at my door, so I've been issued with another barring notice.
Controversial vegan activist is banned from every pub in her state after becoming notorious for wild stunts where she screams at innocent families.
Anything that sells alcohol, I'm not allowed into. A penalty of $10,000 applies if I break this barring notice.
The ban had come after another disgusting protest.
Shooting man is 30,000 shots every hour! Animal abusers! Animal abusers! Animal abusers!
Yet Vegan Booty was still convinced that she'd done nothing wrong.
I don't really have a right to freedom of speech here in Australia. It's honestly pretty corrupt, if you ask me.
Her freedom of speech is just going to a restaurant and screaming like a lunatic about murder. There is a difference between speech and screaming. Your freedom of speech, our freedom to eat meat. Goodbye. She'd therefore leave Perth and spend a month protesting in Melbourne, but when she tried to fly back home, the government said she couldn't return.
The Australian police have banned me from entering into my own city. If I choose to fly home, I could face a 1-year imprisonment.
Her application was rejected
Can they
based
do
on
that?
her statements made in public, and after eventually having the rejection overturned, you will not believe how awful she became. She'd go back to harassing the innocent pony business before trying to ruin the life of a hard-working chef. John Mountain owns Fire Restaurant in northern Perth, where on one unassuming night, a diner made a complaint about the lack of vegan options on the menu and was charged $32 for vegetables. Well, rather than bending the knee, John instead stated it is not a vegan restaurant, and if customers want vegan options, they should go elsewhere, announcing on their Facebook page, sadly all vegans are now banned from Fire for mental health reasons. We thank you for your understanding.
I don't see well, actually, I don't know the laws of Australia. That's why I don't know if you can actually be banned from a province in Australia or a state in Australia. Like that one blows my mind. But obviously, I mean, it's a private business. They could just say, "Well, if you don't like it, you don't have to come back."
All vegans are banned. End of. No more. Never again. God help them.
Everybody loved the chef's bold move, well, except for one person known as Vegan Booty. She showed up at the restaurant not just once but twice, blasting dying animal noises even after being ejected. Having disrupted his business multiple times, the chef understandably lost it, yet still took responsibility for the damage Tash had done.
And I'm sorry to say, Layla, I lost my cool, and I lost my cool because now it's really disrupting my business. And I could see the look on my customers' faces, my staff, they were all a little scared and a bit nervous, and I stormed out.
Sadly for Vegan Booty, however, her activism exploded the restaurant's popularity.
So far as my business is concerned, I've trebled my income. I'm now, in her words, having to murder more animals because of their actions.
Unfortunately, there was a bit of a trade-off.
I lost my partner because of this. I thought I was going to marry this woman, and she just couldn't handle the amount of attention. She's a very private person.
Yet this wasn't the only marriage that Tash's TikToks ruined. Her next target was, get this, the Bicton Veterinary Clinic, a business literally designed to help unwell animals, and Vegan Booty lost it over budgies out the front.
You're the type of vets that eat your own patients, are you?
Yeah, I do eat meat, but I don't eat dogs and I don't eat cats, and I don't appreciate you pushing your agenda on my personal.
I don't appreciate you enslaving animals.
I have a dog in a cage out the back at the moment receiving treatment. Am I enslaving it?
Although it seems for the first time ever, Vegan Booty is actually facing consequences. Defamation action against Miss Tash Peterson, 17,700 raised. The vet was announcing, "We are launching a civil action in the Supreme Court of Western Australia, which has conveniently been running over the last 2 months. The trial has revealed that Vegan Booty hasn't only falsified her taxable income, but she's also been able to ruin another marriage. This might explain why Fi is also suing Tash.
This is going to teach her a lesson. If she's fined that amount of money, she's going to think twice.
And while she's always stated,
I actually measure my own success by the amount of haters and criticism that I have.
It seems penalty after penalty is finally taking its toll. Her public nuisance stunts are becoming far less frequent, as most of her content now focuses on street interviews.
Do you have a moral justification for animal abuse?
Yummy.
Vegan Booty will likely never change, but maybe she's reached a decent middle ground that's respectful not just to animals, but people's lives as well.
I don't know, man. It seems really weird that nobody will fucking find a middle ground and just kind of be like, oh man.
She might have 17 million followers, but with only a couple thousand likes per post, it's safe to say Ronda Rousey has only a few active fans. Through hypocrisy, a massive ego, and undeniable delusion, Ronda Rousey has become one of the most unlikable athletes ever, recently wrecking her final career opportunity and sparking a mass exodus of social media followers. So why are people so happy to see her fail? Well, arrogance, that's why.
What makes me so confident that I can win is I'm the greatest fighter in the world.
Now, in the beginning,
Good
Ronda's
Lord.
arrogant statements were at least partially justified. She'd spent 4 years winning every fight available, although there was one massive issue. 9 out of her 12 fights were won using the exact same move, submission via armbar. Fans would therefore label Ronda a one-trick pony, because while being extremely skilled at armbars, she was seriously lacking in other MMA areas. As far back as 2012, people wrote, "Does anyone else think Ronda Rousey is greatly overrated? Her striking game is almost non-existent. Is she a good judoka? Absolutely. Is she a good mixed martial artist? Not at all."
And Ronda had a very limited approach. She didn't kick, and she wasn't necessarily the most skillful boxer. She didn't really have a tremendous amount of experience.
Her lack of striking ability has since been featured in compilations such as this one, while people were even commenting at her peak. Anytime I need inspiration, I watch her hit a heavy bag or shadow box. If she can make it to the UFC with that sloppy garbage, then anything is possible. Despite her obvious weak spots, Ronda maintains.
Yo, that man is spitting straight facts. You know that man is at the fountain of truth, fucking sipping like a motherfucker. Man, that guy, I aspire to fucking make a response like that.
And her arrogance.
I know the level of my striking is at, and that's one of the advantages that I have is they don't really know.
Which even extended to her personal life.
I really wouldn't want to waste any time on a guy that is easily intimidated by me. I mean, there's more intimidating things in life than me. So if that stopped you already, then you're just saving my time.
Although there was no better example of arrogance than her 12th and final UFC win. Egotistical look on her face, as if she couldn't be beaten by anyone. Ronda refused to show even the smallest bit of humility, and as explained by one of the comments, this was probably the worst thing that could have happened to Rousey. This fight was her downfall as it made her far too confident in her bad striking, and she never felt the need to improve anything, which was especially bad given her next opponent was Holly Holm, a 19-time boxing world champion. In the lead up to their fight, Holly was humble and extremely kind.
As far as Ronda's performances, not just some of them have been impressive, all of them have been impressive, so I mean nobody can argue with that.
While Ronda was extremely rude, maintaining that nobody could ever beat her.
Beating Holly Holmes is definitely in my hands and I'm gonna do it.
Ronda's arrogance was even worse in.
This lady was just so nice to you after people are pointing out that you have a poor striking game, which you even yourself admitted in like one of those fucking previous things. Like, just say, yeah, I've got a weak thing, and I understand you've got a great striking game, and I'm gonna be like, at least be pleasurable to be around. You can be confident, but you don't have to be an ass.
Other interviews.
I'm great at this. I'm the best at this. I'm more prepared than she is for this, and I'm going to win on Sunday. Everyone's going to see.
Still refusing to show a single shroud of humility.
I'm better than every other girl in every area of MMA. MMA striking is
just like the fucking. It's like she can't help herself. I don't think. I think she's like a fucking narcissist, probably.
Different, and I think I'm the best at it.
When the day of their fight finally came, Holly refused, and while Ronda had just 4 weeks prior stated,
she can try and kick me in the head, but it's not going to go like that. Not the way she wants.
This is exactly how the fight ended. Holly knocked Ronda out with a kick to the head, with Ronda's face from before and after the fight confirming she'd been completely humble. Well, just kidding. Ronda refused to accept that Holly was simply better.
I think that it's probably just hard for her to really maybe admit that. I was just the better fighter.
And instead began to make braggy excuses for why she lost the match.
It was my 3rd title fight in 9 months, and I don't think anyone's ever even attempted that before. And that's a lot. I think the one thing that was different, I just kind of felt tired.
Ronda then tried to make the audience feel bad for her.
What am I anymore if I'm not this? And I was literally sitting there and I'm like, I'm nothing. I'm like, what do I do anymore? No one gives a shit about me anymore without this.
Although the comment section wasn't.
What was her score up to this point? Was it 13 in a row? I don't know UFC. I don't watch UFC. I don't watch really any fucking fighting at all. But like 13 wins in a row is impressive regardless, because you just get into a fucking cage and you beat the shit out of each other. I don't think I'm mistaking anything.
Having any of it. You know, Ronda's ego was so out of control and she thought herself unbeatable. She had no respect for anyone and trashed all of her opponents. She deserved to get knocked out and brought down to earth. In an article titled "Rooting for Ronda Rousey is Tough and it has nothing to do with her loss," ESPN highlighted that Ronda had publicly smeared Floyd Mayweather for his history of domestic violence, yet she was dating another MMA fighter who had been accused of domestic violence himself.
Those in glass houses should not throw stones. I don't. It seems like something that's like. It seems like something that would just be, like common sense, right? Like, maybe I shouldn't make fun of something because I have the same debilitating thing that's closely related to me. Like, it's just like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
To make matters worse, the article brought up Ronda's 2015 book, in which she talked extensively about assaulting her ex-boyfriend. She punched him in the face with a straight right then a left hook. When he still wouldn't move, she slapped him again, then grabbed him by the neck of his hoodie, kneed him in the face, and tossed him aside on the kitchen floor. The incident ended, she said, at her car, when he tried to prevent her from driving away, and she pulled him by the neck of the hoodie again, dragged him out onto the sidewalk, and left him writhing there. This might explain why Ronda also began to claim that she could beat the male heavyweight UFC champion, stating, "You cannot tell me that it's physically impossible. It is possible that in any given moment that I could beat him. I simply believe in my possibilities." UFC fighter Ian McCall politely responded, "She's dangerous, she's good, I get it, but it's just silly." Meanwhile on Reddit, people dunked on Ronda mercilessly. "In any given moment, under the right circumstances, I think it is possible. Sure, but armbarring a man while he is sleeping is just a dick move. But hey, it's Ronda." A different user then shared this video showing that Ronda couldn't even keep up during a sparring session, and therefore added the comment, "With this video, anyone with the deduction skills of an 8-year-old would have to say a 250-pound cane would have as much trouble with Rousey as maybe a really angry toy poodle." Ironically, Ronda couldn't even win against those in her own division, which only became more obvious in her next fight after Holly Holm. 1 year after getting owned by Holly, her opponent, Amanda Nunes, who knocked Ronda out after only 48 seconds. Ronda's face from before and after the fight was again extremely poetic, with the top comment stating Holly took her to school and Amanda straight up expelled her. Such an embarrassing loss for one of the most arrogant, ungracious fighters in MMA. Love to see it. In the lead up to the fight, the media had said about Ronda,
"If she doesn't win impressively, I think this is her last fight. If she loses, I don't think we ever see her again."
Which turned out to be true, although Ronda still refused to admit that she wasn't the better fighter.
Do you think about the last couple fights? Do you think about the last fight against Amanda or Holly? I think I'd just rather not talk about that right now.
Poor Ronda, she still can't get over those 2 losses in the UFC. You can clearly tell every time someone asks her questions about her return to MMA. She'd post a photo to her Instagram reading, "And so rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life," which turned out to be accurate, as she'd soon find another chance at repairing her public image. In January 2018, Ronda Rousey signed a full-time WWE contract.
But you're doing this full time now, right? This is your job? Full time. They got me for a multi-year deal.
And after her debut match, she was surprisingly loved by the audience. The Washington Post wrote, "The match exceeded expectations, with fans firmly behind Rousey, even breaking out into yes chants at points, while comments on the debut video read, 'Glad to see her smiling again. Reminds me of when she first started her MMA career. She was so genuine here. Hard to see why anyone could hate her. I'm actually excited to see her. I just hope Vince doesn't screw this up,' although as highlighted by a later comment reading, 'It's impressive how she managed to turn both the MMA and wrestling fan bases against her. Her WWE likability wouldn't last long,' because the show chose to pin Ronda against an even more beloved wrestler, Becky Lynch, and as a result Ronda was painted as the villain and booed by fans during every single match. As a part of their storyline, Becky was arrested, posting the mugshots to her Twitter where Ronda completely lost it. That's what I'm trying to do, dumbass. You hobbling around trying to be a ginger crutch ninja and taking fake prison photos in the hallway isn't helping." Becky responded with, "Keep that F word out of your mouth and concentrate on getting better at this business instead of trying to remain above it. Looking forward to seeing you real soon." Ronda then responded again stating, "F word? You mean fake? Fake like your nonsensical BS armbar that doesn't even work and just looks like you're holding the dick you wish you had," before doubling down by writing, "I don't care what the script says. I'm beating the living shit out of you the next time I see you." But while the drama seemed to have been set up by the show, Ronda continued to bash the WWE on her YouTube channel.
"It's not an act. I'm not going out there and doing their fucking act anymore. I meant that I'm going to disrespect the sport that they all love so much. It's scripted. It's made up. It's not real."
Less than a month later, WWE took Ronda off the show, yet she only continued to bash them, writing, "Anyone who is outraged by me calling pro wrestling fake fights for fun has never been in a real fight. While you all are tiptoeing around bruising some pro wrestlers' huge soft egos, no one is thinking about all the real fighters you're insulting when pretending pro wrestling."
Isn't there like an actual wrestling league? Like, I'm not even talking about like Greco-Roman wrestling. I'm talking like, isn't there like an actual wrestling ring? Like, they get in and they fight with each other. Am Am I mistaken, maybe?
Wrestling is somehow on the same level of realism. Ronda then appeared on Steve-O's podcast again calling wrestling fake.
Having like fake fights for fun. I love choreography, I love acting, I love theater.
Before bravely bashing her fans.
Spending my time on energy on a bunch of fucking ungrateful fans that don't even appreciate me.
And claiming she'd never return to WWE again.
I'll never to be full-time again over 200 days a year like that ever again.
The irony was that 3 years later, Ronda did exactly that, albeit with the attitude that she was too good to even be there. Can't speak for anyone else, but for me, it really shone through that she wasn't enjoying herself, especially with the complaints about fan reactions. She never looked like she wanted to be there and acted like pro wrestling was beneath her. Whether true or not, it's how it came off. Hashtag Fire Ronda Rousey therefore began to trend on Twitter, which became a reality only 4 months later as she'd be booted from wrestling again. With almost zero career prospects, Ronda Rousey agreed to an extensive Raid Shadow Legends deal and has spent the last year writing another book, the release of which has made her a total laughingstock. Over the last month, she's promoted the book on various podcasts, leading to a Reddit post showing that 9 years later, Ronda Rousey is still making excuses for losing to Holly Holm.
My mouth
Just
guard
say
was
you
bad.
weren't
I
there.
came into that fight concussed from slipping down some stairs already after all these years of concussions, and then I had absolutely terrible weight cut, which that means you have less fluid in your brain to protect it.
Ronda then made even more excuses on Steve-O's podcast.
I have no
Is that true? Like, if you don't, does not eating, if you don't eat, you don't produce blood? I guess I can't dispute it.
I tore my ACL falling down that stairs 2 weeks before that fight, the home fight.
Leading to some pretty funny comments such as, tore my ACL, had a concussion, bad weight cut, I had bubble guts, my car wouldn't start, my dog ate my homework, and I've had scoliosis since I was 3. So yeah, didn't really lose, did I? Ironically, Ronda also stated this.
I'm the greatest fighter that has ever lived because I've never been faster, never been stronger, never had a better grasp of the game. I've never been so much better than everybody else.
Yet when Steve-O kindly offered props to Logan Paul, Ronda Rousey refused to accept it.
How about Logan Paul? Like him or dislike him, that dude is a performer.
Yeah. He's great on the mic. He does a great job on the mic. But I mean, I wish that I was allowed the time to rehearse that he gets, because it's not evenly spread. It's frustrating that like everybody doesn't get that treatment.
Ronda is jealous that Logan is already a better wrestler than she ever was.
I think she might be unhappy with how her run in the WWE went, but I don't know anything really about that.
It seems Ronda Rousey has burned every bridge she could possibly burn, which when combined with her complete lack of fans, makes it highly likely her career is done and dusted.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What?
To say that Spidey Turan is simultaneously one of the most disgusting and tragic streamers ever would be a gross understatement. From exploring vibrant destinations like Thailand while enjoying illegal substances, to taking a dump on the sandy shores of Hawaii, Spidey never goes anywhere without making a scene.
I have autism and I'm from Australia! Please give me my phone!
However, this reckless lifestyle has not only taken a toll on Spidey, but everyone around him, with even his own family calling the police on him.
What the fuck? Anonymous sent $5.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be looking into one of the most tragic, disgusting, and unbelievable TikTokers
Never even heard of
ever.
this kid.
This is the story of William Spidey Turan, a streamer who built a cult following by sleeping in public toilets, getting arrested in foreign countries, and doing everything you shouldn't do, but on camera. But before we go any further, I want to quickly shout out the r/Turan Spidey subreddit for documenting most of the information being shown throughout the video. Spidey Turan, whose real name is William Turan, is a 21-year-old streamer from Western Australia. He was diagnosed with both autism and ADHD, which seemed to come up pretty strong in his videos, with him often getting into confrontations and social situations where he seems to have unlimited confidence and a huge lack of understanding for potential consequences.
This is
I
public
don't
property.
care. Take your choice now. Get lost.
This is public property.
Get lost.
This is public property.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do it the hard way. Here we go. Get lost. You're not. It's not public property.
is
You
public
silly little
property.
child.
Spidey is mostly known for his travel content, where he seems to be in a new country each week. He saves the little money he has on accommodation by sleeping in public toilets, parks, or freeloading on his fans, and instead spends it on what he considers more important things, like illicit substances, booze, and chasing his next high. To understand who Spidey is and why he does the things he does, you first need to understand his relationship with his two favorite vices, social media and substances. As you'll soon discover, Spidey's impulsive behavior, particularly concerning his online presence and substance use, often places him in grave danger. To sustain his thirst for attention and virality, Spidey has taken on a persona beyond your ordinary travel influencer. He has gained notoriety by being disrespectful to people's cultures, filming in restricted areas without consent, and having frequent emotional meltdowns.
Please give me my phone! I have autism and I'm from Australia! Please give me my phone!
But Spidey wasn't always like this. He started his online creation journey back in July of 2021, posting sheep shearing vlogs to his now terminated YouTube channel. A few months later, on the 26th of November 2000.
What? Can you not shear sheep on YouTube? Is that a rule? You can't shear sheep on YouTube. Oh, there's a video right there on YouTube. Okay, I have no idea why that got him terminated.
His online creation journey back in July of 2021, posting sheep shearing vlogs to his now terminated YouTube channel. A few months later, on the 26th of November 2021, Spidey would upload his first TikTok video to his page, named Shearing Shed Vlogs. Initially, Spidey would struggle to find success with his shearing videos. However, on the 20th of December 2021, Spidey would have his first semi-viral video, with a TikTok asking strangers the question of what makes them unique.
What sets you apart from other people?
Probably my small penis.
What sets you apart from other people?
Differentiality and well paid.
The video would go on to gain over 400,000 views and give
Not a bad
Spidey
concept.
a taste of internet fame, and this just seemed to be the beginning. Fast forward to the following year, and Spidey would upload a TikTok freestyling over a hip-hop beat.
If you're a wolf, you can think fast and outlast. If you're a sheep, I'll put my cock in your ass.
With the obscene lyrics coupled with a degenerate-looking haircut, the TikTok would go into...
Dude, he started and I was like, I'm with you. Sheep, wolves, got it. And then, the second part is where I think there was like a miscommunication or something, because I don't know how that pieces together or why you would say it. That's the problem. That's the problem I'm having. But other than that, it's great flow.
Gain over 1 million views and comments cheering him on, stating, "Telling my grandkids this was Eminem. So funny, you're a legend, mate," as well as, "My man is too funny." On top of all this, Spidey seemingly never showered or really cared for his personal hygiene, so it's safe to say he was likely stinking out every place he went. If only he had a subscription to Scentbird, the sponsor of today's video. Such an addicting, fresh, citrusy scent that I never would have used if I owed Anarchist $7. Scentbird is available in the US and Canada. Thank you Scentbird for supporting the channel, and let's get back into the video. In August 2000...
Ring an Australian. His sponsor only goes to America and Canada. Just want to point that out. I think it's kind of funny. It seems like a conflict of interest, but maybe I'm wrong.
In 2022, according to KnowYourMeme.com, Spidey posted 2 TikTok videos in which he stated that he quit his job as a sheep shearer and was flying to Turkey to enroll in the Turkish military. This would mark the turning point for Spidey's online journey, going from comedy skits and shearing vlogs to primarily focusing the content on his travels. Unfortunately, the journey Spidey was about to embark on would prove to be more than what he bargained for. By September 2022, Spidey would make his way to Turkey to start enrolling into the military. The first thing he had to do was take a medical examination, which seemed easy enough to pass, but unbeknownst to Spidey, the results of that exam would cut his military journey very short.
Here outside the hospital where I'm about to do my army test. I have autism and ADHD. Well, I have to go do a doctor's test, and a doctor's gonna see if I'm actually capable of doing the army service. And if he says yes, then I'll be starting in about 2-3 months. If he says no, then I won't have to do the army service. I'm low-key hoping that he's gonna say, you're not allowed to do the military service. That way I won't have to do the military service.
The Turkish army discovered Spidey's ADHD and autism diagnosis, which made him unfit to serve. This left Spidey without a purpose or goal to aspire to. He'd already quit his job back in Australia, and now that the military wouldn't accept him, Spidey could do whatever he wanted. Since he still had some money left from his previous job, Spidey made the impulsive decision to travel to England to keep himself occupied. This single choice would change the course of Spidey's life and set him on a path to degeneracy. While Spidey's time in England started like your typical travel vlogger, things would rapidly go downhill and set up the blueprint for Spidey's future escapades. The earlier portions of Spidey's time in London was spent doing street interviews, and looking back on it now, he seems like a completely different person.
How do you feel about Queen Elizabeth passing away?
Well, I've never really met her, so like, oh no, Daddy put me on time.
Eventually, he moved to Scotland to accept a job offer to work in a bar.
I've been sleeping in a tent. I'm trying to get to this town called Aberfeldy. I'm trying to go there so I can actually get a job. I got like a job offer as like a bartender or something, a barman. I have no idea how to even do that stuff, but I know I'm going to do it because I need some money. I need to get me a job, but I'm just hitchhiking right now.
At first, it seemed like Spidey was turning his life around, but as he made headway in certain areas of his life, he was also relapsing in others.
I relapsed and I got high and I got cooked in turkey, like right now, because I got banned on my main account with 70,000 followers, and when I couldn't have like that rush of excitement and endorphins from having a viral video on my main account with 70,000 followers, I just wanted to get high.
Spidey kept his job in Scotland for a while. However, the excitement he felt from traveling pushed him back to bouncing between countries in Europe as he abused his ADHD medication. Eventually, Spidey got bored of
How do you... I guess if you snorted, probably.
Europe, and set his sights on somewhere more lively. By late 2022, Spidey reached America and wasn't in very good shape, as his medication abuse had affected him so much that he was sleeping in the bathroom even when a bed was available.
I'm staying in a hotel room in Compton, and I decided to sleep in the toilet with the door locked just for extra protection, because I don't know, man. I don't know what to expect, and I just want to be better safe than sorry.
This wasn't the only unsanitary habit Spidey picked up during his travel. On occasion, Spidey would make his popular snot rocket videos that were more disgusting than you could imagine.
What the fuck, dude?
Why?
Bit by bit, Spidey let his need for new experiences take over his life as he got into
That's disgusting, dude.
concerning situations. To add fuel to the flaming mess that was Spidey's life, LA offered him access to whatever substance he wanted.
A week ago, I ran out of my dexamphetamine ADHD prescription, and I thought that I could microdose a bit of crystal meth by putting it in water and just drinking a little bit to volumetrically dose it, because ice is readily accessible in LA. People smoke it on the trains, and it was no problem getting my hands on it.
Ultimately, Spidey would find himself getting robbed in the New York subway, and the way Spidey responded to the situation just goes to show how far gone he truly was.
I've got autism! Please give me my phone!
What is he recording on if this isn't his phone?
Autism, and I'm from Australia! Please give me my phone! I want
What is he recording on if he's not on his phone?
to get back! I have a way to get back home! Can you please give me my phone? Please give me my phone! I'm from Australia! I won't have a way to get back home! I've got autism!
Spidey's outing in New York would garner millions of views on TikTok and push his insane antics to a much wider audience. This would also mark the beginning of a new pattern of behavior, one that saw Spidey screaming that he has autism as a defense in dangerous encounters. By March of 2020, word of Spidey's crazy antics had spread beyond TikTok, with Pyrocynical posting a video titled "The Most Hated TikToker," which covered the creator's actions up until now.
He travels to different countries every other day, and he has really bizarre interactions with the locals.
As Spidey's infamy grew, so did his appetite for creating chaos. On the 20th of April 2023, during a trip to Thailand, Spidey would record himself losing his V-card at an adult establishment, where he then proceeded to harass and berate the staff on video.
Guys, she ripped me off. Don't do it. Don't do it. She ripped me off.
No, she didn't.
She did rip me off.
No, she didn't.
This one, no good. This one, no good. Don't get this one.
It's highly illegal to record in a brothel.
An alleged worker that saw Spidey would leave this comment: "Hey, I work here. Dude paid for only 20 min standard and did not last more than 5 mins and streamed without the worker's consent. This man is disgusting." In the months that followed, Spidey decided to include text-to-speech
How do you... I have so many fucking questions. Alright. I guess the first one I'm gonna go with is, who the fuck lets you stream that? I mean, I doubt this dude is fucking OnlyFans, and TikTok sure as hell not gonna let him do it. TikTok won't even let you fucking dress skimpily sometimes. Skimpy? Yeah, skimpy. Like, fucking... And then the next one I have to say is, dude, just fucking have a juice and recoup. It's 20 minutes and you only got 5 in the tank.
Functionality whenever a donation was made. Adding a loudspeaker that would blare out whatever his already toxic chat says definitely wasn't going to cause trouble, right? Well, wrong.
Anonymous sent $3. I lost all respect for you after doing the TTS stream on the bus in New Zealand. You're the way you allowed people to be disrespected for your money gain is fun.
Wow. Inappropriate TTS messages would become the norm during Spidey's streams, and frequently made bad situations even worse. Despite the dangers, Spidey left it on since it was the primary way he would make money. By June 2023, Spidey's TTS donations and propensity for invading the privacy of others almost got him into a street fight with another TikTok creator by the name of London City Walks.
I'm gonna give you 2 choices, yeah? 1, walk away, or 2, I'm gonna hurt you all the equipment. Take your
This is public
I don't
property.
care. Take your choice now. Get lost.
This is public property.
Get lost.
Whether due to a lack of self-awareness or sheer stupidity, Spidey followed him to escalate things even further.
There you are.
You filming me again, yeah?
Yeah, I am. What are you gonna do? Don't touch me.
Okay, let's do the hard way.
Don't touch me.
Before Spidey could get into any more trouble, one of his friends would call an ambulance to check up on him and help with any substances in his system.
Yeah, he just needs someone to check up on him. He's a bit dissociated. He's taken something, so he's not too well.
Okay, do we know what he's taken?
I believe, I'm not sure. He hasn't told me, but he can probably tell you.
Sadly, Spidey wasn't willing to receive any assistance.
What have you done, dude?
This is how you get help, bro. This is how you sober up.
If friends and paramedics couldn't pull Spidey out of his slump, then maybe his family could. On a trip to Australia later that month, Spidey's mother would...
Dude, like, you gotta be really fucking up if the trolls are fucking calling in health people. Like, dude, like maybe just, like, take a... fucking get off the coke for a day or 2. Maybe you'll start feeling a little bit better.
Pick him up from the airport in hopes of ending his homeless lifestyle.
Jesus Christ.
Guys, my mum came and picked me up from the airport, and she also brought me an antioxidant pack as well. Because I have been deprived of nutrients.
While being with his family restricted Spidey's substance use, it didn't stop him from partaking in his other addiction.
Guys, I'll be going live on YouTube. I'll be doing an all-night live stream.
It didn't take long before Spidey's obnoxiously loud TTS notifications attracted the rage of those around him.
Anonymous sent $3. Is your sister a registered sex offender too?
Me now?
I'm working.
Oh, this is my house.
I'm working. This is my job.
Look outside.
The already tense situation would only get worse once Spidey was escorted outside.
This is very dehumanizing.
It's not dehumanizing.
Exactly. You're allowing your viewers to say disrespectful things.
We're your family. We're her, and you're filming us. Look at you. You're fucked up. You're in the head, Trent.
Spidey's mother and sister would try to reason with him to stop the stream and return inside. However, their pleading fell on deaf ears.
You're allowing your viewers to say disrespectful things to us in our house And we say no. We say no to that.
Seeing no other option, Spidey's family decided to kick him out, and it seemed Spidey couldn't fully register the huge mistake he had just made.
Guys, I'm getting kicked out of my house right now. My mom and my sister, look, what is she doing? Wow. They're so pissed off. Look, they got like my stuff there. Look, they just like left all my stuff here.
Once again, Spidey was free to do as he pleased and proceeded to go on a substance binge in England.
Guys, I'm here in England. It's 5:30 a.m. Bosh. What the fuck, dude?
For the rest of 2023, Spidey would hop country to country causing chaos everywhere he went. During his trip to Japan, Spidey would frequently disrespect social norms, like entering a women's only train car.
You guys, did you know in Japan they have women only carriages? It's like Saudi Arabia in here. I am the women inspector, checking there's only women on this carriage.
Entering a room in an airport meant for breastfeeding mothers.
Look, they got a room for people with autism. Let's go check it out, guys. This is my room right here. Hey, for people with autism right here. I think this is like the baby's room, guys. Whoops.
Not to mention aligning himself with one of the worst
I don't get it, dude. Like, I get you got a job that's live streaming, right? It's like, it's cool too. It's your life, live it how you want to with the coke and everything. But like, there's a point where like, you're not just being a cokehead, you're just being a genuine asshole. And like, it seems as though if he's not a cokehead, he's a fucking asshole. So then you can't even excuse it because of the coke. And I don't know how you can excuse behavior like this. Like, I'm very, very, very out of the norm. I scream in the middle of fucking places. But, like, I'm, like, genuinely sorry when it happens. I'll, like, look over, like, after I scream, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm so sorry. I have really, really, really bad impulse. And this just like, oh, it's fine. You know, like, and I'm apologetic about it, and I make sure, like, fucking be as nice as I can. This guy just blatantly does it just so he can do it.
Old streamers, Johnny Somali.
If you want another autism, she stole my phone clip, or you can say he stole my phone again, or you know what I mean?
All of Spidey's misadventures in Japan would eventually get him arrested, and although he was released sometime later, it didn't stop him from doing the same thing in America.
Okay, so he did this shit in Japan. Okay, so for what you guys don't understand, Japan has very, very, like, fucking archaic thoughts about mental health. Like, him going around screaming he has autism in Japan is not the best fucking thing to do. Because they could just lock you up and say, well, if he's not fit to take care of himself, we could just stay in prison. And they've done it. And sometimes they send him to facilities that do worse than what prisons do. Just fucking lock him in a room with no daylight. Like, it's... At some point, you have to say, like, he's got to be asking for it at some point to be an actual piece of shit like this.
Defiling the beaches of Hawaii.
I'm not even gonna bother freaking wiping, dude. Wiping, bro.
To his widely controversial mobility scooter prank.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'd like to apologize.
During his stay in Hawaii, Spidey would encounter a fellow creator by the name of Mr. G, who offered him a place to stay. In exchange, Mr. G requested control of Spidey's social media accounts, took 20% of his stream revenue, and asked him to wake up at 5 AM to help feed stray cats in the area, something that Spidey quickly got sick of.
I can wake up at 3 AM and I'm not in the mood, right? I'm not in the fucking mood to do it, but get out of bed, right? Even though I slept like 7-8 hours, I walked around for ages yesterday. I go outside, you know, and then he's like really bossy. He's so bossy. He's like,
at some point, Spidey would cut ties with Mr. G, and while their time together wasn't all too pleasant, and Mr. G was accused of taking advantage of Spidey, at least he was finally sober. Unfortunately, Spidey's sobriety didn't last very long, as his hunger for substance and clout would soon push him over the edge. Spidey's next stop was somewhere he'd previously visited, but the only difference was that he was coming with a thirst for cheap substances and far looser moral standards. Being alone in Thailand gave Spidey the opportunity to fulfill whatever carnal pleasure he wanted, and moderation wasn't an option. From filming himself sampling the local foods to partaking in every substance he could get his hands on. To fuel these expensive activities, Spidey would frequently beg for donations on stream to, quote, give to all the Thai community and, quote, pay for companionship, unquote.
If you guys want to see tonight's live stream, guys, I'm trying to raise $100 US, and it's going to be a great stream, and it's all.
He's just fucking paying for blowing hookers. That's all he's doing. He went to Thailand and begging for money for blowing hookers. Like it's like I don't. That's all. That's it. That's what it is. It is what it is.
For Thailand, for the community.
That part about paying for companionship was a reference to a 45-year-old woman that Spidey was taking on a quote date, and then claimed she was his girlfriend. Viewers naturally assumed, like many others, she was taking advantage of Spidey's mental state to garner donations. Sadly, there was much more urgent problems for the community to worry about, as Spidey had taken his substance use to an all-time high, which manifested in his pupils being dilated or different sized and incoherent speech.
Promote, show legal, you know, good things about Thailand. And yeah, I got nothing to hide.
Spidey was in a severe downward spiral, and the worst part about it is that he hardly even noticed the danger, as he delusionally claimed he was a quote Thai man. It's safe to say that Spidey was letting his addiction to views and vices get the better of him, as he was almost never sober or offline, constantly intoxicated with several substances, terminally posting online, and surrounded by the wrong people was a recipe for disaster. And if Spidey couldn't pull himself out of it, then he may never recover. Fortunately for Spidey, he had one more opportunity to get help. The only issue was that he didn't want to take it. On the 1st of January 2024, after a particularly horrible substance binge, Spidey would have this interaction with the police while doing a live stream.
TikTok. Oh, TikTok. Tourist. Yeah. Tourist. Okay, you see 20 minutes now. Pardon? 20 minutes now. 20 minutes?
They questioned Spidey about his mental state and substance use, to which he either brushed off or answered in a very strange accent. During the live stream, Spidey would dox himself by mentioning the name of the hotel he was staying at. Whether it was to evade police or cover his blunder, Spidey would later leave that area and head to a separate location to continue his substance usage.
Now we're just going to look for a nice place to smoke. This is like real jungle here, guys. Wow, I've really come to like the jungle. Even like Chiang Mai was not this jungly at the station.
Spidey would go missing for a few days, and it was only through the help of the community in conjunction with his mother.
Dude, if you have to fucking go out in the woods, or not in the woods, because the woods are far more like, if you have to go out into the fucking tropical jungle to start smoking crack, you fucking need to get some help, dude. Like, you've gone too far.
That he was later found. Unbeknownst to both Spidey and his community, this would become his last update for a long while. He isn't in any police station. #where is Spidey? Going to contact immigration at some point today to find out if he's been deported. As you'd expect, users began discussion if he had either passed away due to substance abuse or was arrested. It would take the combined effort of r/Tour and Spidey moderators, Spidey's mother, who was now in Thailand, and several calls to nearby hospitals or police to track down Spidey's whereabouts. On the 25th of January, moderators announced that they had found him in a nearby hospital. Last update, we were calling the hospital. The hospital called us back and said yes, he's here. Hospital video called so JG could speak to Spidey. Just organizing things now in the background.
Hello everyone. Basically, I was locked up for about a week. I'm not going to go into too much detail at this point.
Spidey would later explain that he'd went to the police for help, as the substance had not just kept him awake for several days, but had also eaten away at his sanity. To prevent Spidey from doing any further damage to his body and reputation, his mother would take him to the airport and make their way to Australia. Upon their arrival, Spidey was immediately admitted to a mental institution so that he could have a chance at recovery.
My mum flew all the way from Australia to bail me out of hospital. And then she flew me and her back to Australia, and but I now owe my mum like 4,500 Australian dollars.
Despite being in a padded room, Spidey still had access to his second greatest vice, TikTok Live, and was determined to make the most of it.
So in this mental hospital, I'm only allowed my phone from like 4 p.m. until 10 p.m. So I'm going to make the most out of it, guys. I'm going to go live on my other account.
Whenever Spidey went live in the past, he always attempted something extreme to attract viewers and donations. But now that he was in a restricted environment, he didn't have the luxury of annoying passerbyers for clout. So he did the next best thing and annoyed staff members who were trying to help him.
Should I press it? Just for the memes. For the memes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck.
It seems like the gravity of what Spidey did hadn't dawned on him yet. He had wrongfully used the duress button, which was only meant for emergencies, lied that it was on accident, and was still filming it. The guards and other staff weren't having any of it and requested Spidey to hand over his phone, to which he refused.
I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to fight.
Well, it sounds to me like you're here to argue with us.
No.
We're your treatment givers. We're asking you for the phone because of damage to your reputation and damage of reputation to other patients on this ward.
Remember, Spidey had only been there for a couple days and was already causing serious trouble. From the 27th of January 2024, Spidey seemed to no longer have access to his phone, since his posts had drastically reduced. However, before Spidey had his phone taken away, he made a particularly concerning post with regards to his medication.
I'm refusing to take any kind of medication while I'm in here because I'm strong. And I told them how I'm in the Champions League. I'm a Champions League player.
Following a short break from uploading, Spidey resumed his live streams with a much calmer demeanor and was trying safer ways to keep himself entertained.
This reminds me of Broken Hill.
Spidey would also share what seemed to be his honest thoughts about his recovery, as well as stating he would be held for another month.
I'm being held for another month. Thank you, Robo. Without trust, there can be no relationship. So people saying like, oh, don't trust. There can be no relationship without trust. You have to have trust and then you can have the relationship.
Or indefinitely, since he was marked as an involuntary patient. This meant that Spidey was going to be on a very long road to recovery, and while he had the back of the community, his mother, and the staff at the institution, Spidey would once again self-sabotage his first sight of freedom. During his day off, Spidey would stream himself taking a certain substance. Now that he was again indulging in illicit substances, he could have just undone weeks of progress. After all, nitrous oxide can cause neurological damage in high doses. On top of all this, another individual named Snakey was trying to lure Spidey back to his old life of degeneracy.
Spidey, when are they lifting the cup and letting the spider free? And when... Because the snake slithered out of the bushes, bruh. Do you know? Okay, I'm gonna follow this. I think Spidey's a little preoccupied.
Thankfully, Spidey had already given his passport over to his mother.
Will you be alright for April so we can go to Thailand together on my Centrelink advance? On the taxpayers' money.
I've surrendered my passport to my mom.
You would think that spending over a month in a mental hospital would have changed Spidey just a little bit, but that wasn't the case. Spidey appeared to be making better choices, but that only happened when he was either in the institution or with his family. The moment Spidey stepped out of that building, he relapsed and continued as usual. Spidey has spent the last year and a half recording himself bouncing between countries while taking a cocktail of dangerous substances. It only makes sense that he would resist a more stable environment. Staff at the mental hospital already restrict Spidey's access to substances and social media, which is a good step forward, but whenever they loosen their grip, he goes right back to his vices. Then there's the matter of Spidey listening to the wrong people, like Sneaky and Mr. G, who only want to benefit from his notoriety. Fortunately, some individuals still had Spidey's best interests at heart. It's rare for the community around a lolcow to go out of their way to ensure their safety, let alone actively try to make them a better person. For all his mistakes and inexcusable actions, Spidey is a very lucky individual. He got lucky in Thailand when the police checked up on him, and is lucky to have a family that still tried to help him. However, all the help in the world isn't going to do much if Spidey genuinely doesn't want to get better. All this leaves the community to wonder whether or not Spidey would ever choose to stay sober. Or maybe he'll slip back into his old ways. Only time will tell if Spidey will take his gold ticket to redemption or throw it all away for immediate gratification. Although even if Spidey does get his act together, he'll have to account for all those donations with the tax office. With all that being said, at least he isn't a TikTok creep addicted to wearing diapers. Click the video on screen to find out more. Thanks to Scentbird for sponsoring the video. You can head to the link in the description and use code Anarchist55 to get 55% off your first month, making it cost about $7. And don't forget to subscribe.
I'm confused. I don't know how to feel about that.
To say McSkillet had it all would be an understatement. A YouTube channel that boasted 700,000 subscribers, a multi-million...
Oh, McSkillet. I don't want to listen to McSkillet's story. His fucking...
What happens when a popular YouTuber finds himself entangled in a relentless and escalating war with a dangerous convicted hacker? And to make matters worse, what happens when that said hacker obtains all his personal information through YouTube's disgustingly broken system? Well, you have an individual whose not only career is at risk, but also their and their family's life.
For the last month and a half, I have had a stalker. And this stalker has done everything they can to try to destroy my life and my livelihood, which is my YouTube channel. I've received messages nearly every single hour for the last 35 days from this man. And now we're at the point where this man has placed 4 copyright strikes on my videos to get my channel terminated.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today, we'll be delving into the ongoing situation with Vince Vantage, a documentary-style YouTuber who is currently having his livelihood deconstructed by a vicious convicted hacker. But to fully understand how a seemingly innocent YouTuber can become such a target, we first need to go back to where it all began. Vince Vantage would join YouTube on the 24th of September 2020, where on the same day, he would publish his first video, titled When Ashley Madison Screwed Over 29 Million Customers. The video was a solid start, as it laid the groundwork for the gripping content that would soon fill his channel.
It's July 15th, 2015. Ashley Madison employees arrive at work, turn on their computers, and the lovely sound of thunderstrucks playing in the background. And then a message appears.
Ashley Madison must shut down immediately, or else we will release all customer records, real names and addresses, and employee documents and emails. Welcome to your worst f***ing nightmare.
The Impact team have just hacked into Ashley Madison, and they set a 30-day window for Ashley Madison to shut down, or else they would release all the information.
Start Counter-Strike.
A variety of videos, covering topics ranging from Bill Cosby to Jeffrey Epstein to Minecraft. With each and every upload, Vince would not only improve his presentation, but his ability to tell a captivating story. Over 3 years, Vince skyrocketed to a formidable presence online, amassing an audience of 480,000 subscribers and nearly 37 million views. Entering July 2023, Vince was seemingly at the pinnacle of his journey, but little did he or anyone else know, a video he had published later that month would change his trajectory forever. On the 25th of July 2023, Vince would publish a video to his channel titled, This Nerdy Teen is the FBI's Most Wanted Hacker.
A group of teenagers, he had stolen $100 million from Epic Games, Valve, Microsoft, hell even the US military. And while the other teens were now locked up,
why did he go after every gaming company and then turn around and then steal from the army? What was the point? Was it just icing at that point? Yo, thanks for the follow, Viral Rabbi. How you doing? It seems kind of counterproductive after all that to go after the fucking army.
Dylan had escaped to Poland, but now he was broke. But from a group of guys he had just met, he had heard the security cameras at the local Polish bank were pretty lax, enough to plan a robbery.
The video would be a huge success, going on to gain over 2.5 million views within the first month. But whilst things seemed fine on the surface, everything was about to take a wild turn for the worse. During the video, Vince would discuss several hackers, one of whom is Sinette, who would plot to destroy Vince's career and livelihood. But while this hacker decided to target Vince, especially considering the fact the story had been covered several times by other channels, well, here's what Vince himself had to say.
So when I was making this video, I saw that Sinette had done an interview about all of his crimes publicly on the Darknet Diaries podcast. Great podcast, nothing bad to say about it. So because he'd done that public interview, I messaged Sinette thinking that he'd be open to do an interview with me. I sent him a really nice thing stating, hey, I'm just looking to pick your brain about some stuff. But Sinette tells me he doesn't want to do the interview and wants nothing to do with me, which is fine. I totally get it. He says he's turned down people who have made docuseries on Netflix. Okay, whatever. But then Sinette starts telling me that I should move on from this story, that I probably shouldn't even make this video because everyone wants to forget about it. So I tell Sinette, hey man, I understand where you're coming from. And that's it. At the end of the day, I don't say anything beyond that.
If the interaction between Vince and Sinette had simply ended here, you wouldn't think much of it. But this is just the beginning of a long and exhausting saga. As Vince began work on the video, this is what happened.
So Sinette never responds back to my message, and I get working on the video. The story of the Xbox Underground, his story, has been told thousands of times, so I'm gonna tell it in my own way. So 2 months later, I published my video on July 25th, 2023. And the video's a 1 out of 10. It's doing really well. I'm really proud of it. But then, 2 days later, after not talking to Sinette for maybe about 2 months, I started to receive all of these threats from Sinette on Twitter. And he says, yo, that video got me feeling some way about you right now as a person. You proved all you care about is views. That's why you never got the time of day. So I ignore the message. Whatever, he's upset with it. The story's been told.
Oh, Intercross,
Receiving
please
negative feedback on the video
stop
was
it,
common,
stop it,
but what
stop
would
it.
happen next would break the barrier of a normal response.
How
and
am I?
push the line of
I am
harassment.
doing
So on July
great.
28th is when the harassment starts. This
I am
sophisticated stalking
fucking
He's calling it a piece of
just
scum, telling me I shouldn't be a YouTuber, and he's
I'm just
sending
chilling.
me tweets every single hour, all through the night, telling me, Vince, I believe that was nice when I said I wanted to leave it all behind. To claim to understand that and still make a video is low.
I'm doing
All
great,
because I
though.
told him in that original message I sent him.
I had my
understand
edible, and
why
then
he's
we were just fucking falling down the YouTube rabbit hole, just fucking watching some videos, having some fun, making jokes. I'm excited. I don't want to watch this one next. The Speedrunners. How are you doing, Wintercross? What have you been up to? What you doing?
I never said I understand, and I'm not going to do the video, but that's what he said. So we
You look amazing today. Hello, sorry I disappeared for a while. I've been going after my health, and now I'm back to give all my support again. Shit, fucking Wintercross. Yes, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Don't just fucking you gotta be healthy. Then we can chill. Cause it's not chilling if you're not healthy.
continues on about a piece of shit story chaser.
Thank you, though.
With Sinette not
I
receiving
don't think I
much
look
of a
that great
reaction
today.
from Vince, you may think he would simply give up and go back to living his life as usual. But
I
no,
woke up, sat at his chair, ate a bowl of cereal, cleaned my bowl, and started a stream. That's been my day. So I've been streaming for my entire day.
Instead, Sinette would up the ante and opted to try and get more other dangerous individuals involved too.
And then he sends me a private message. Now this is interesting. Sinette tells me, the scene is made aware, and I'll be posting my personal email in the video. Now, the scene is the hacking scene. So pretty much it's a soft-handed threat that I should be shooting bricks because they are going to come after me. So mind you, I'm not responding back to any of this. And then he starts posting on my Twitter account, what Vince Vintage is no different than a creeper who fondled a female when she says no. Sinette is not very...
He covered a historical event. You accusing this man of fucking date rape. What the fuck? You can't do that, dude. You can't do that. That's wrong.
very good at typing. So now he's calling me like a sex pest at this point because I made a video that he didn't want made. Then he tells me to eat shit. And then at 6:20 a.m., Sinette's posting all night long. Think about it, all night long, just thinking about this. He says, Vince Vintage, don't worry. wait for my YouTube comment. Basically making an underhanded threat that something would happen through YouTube, but I don't know what it is. Now, at 6:32 a.m., he sends me a private message. The whole scene is laughing at you, basically talking about the hacking scene. Another soft-handed threat that the hacking scene would destroy my life, and all of this I just ignored.
As the constant harassment and waves of emails and tweets ensued, Vince quickly grew tired and eventually decided to try and de-escalate the situation by blocking Sinet. But what seemed to be the right move at the time would ultimately end in disaster, as the hacker would find other ways of getting Vince's attention.
So, the next day, July 29th, after I see Sinet tweeted me all fucking morning, I block him at 10:30 on July 29th, 2003 on everything. Twitter.
How do you... Seems kind of weird that he knows that. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I were gonna be like, I'm just gonna let this go and block someone, I don't ever take account of the fucking time. Like, it seems really weird that he knows this exact time. Like, I'm sorry, and I know it's an offset of the video. Like, maybe he's just guesstimating, but like, it's extremely weird that he says exactly 10:30 a.m. Like, well, did you wait for the clock to turn, or was it just like perchance? Like, I don't know. It just seems like a weird observation.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, whatever. And then 93 minutes after blocking him, I get a DMCA claim on the video that he was trying to get me to take down by an Adam Chester. Now, Adam Chester provided an email, adamchester3@protonmail.com, which, if you don't know, Proton Mail is notoriously used by hackers to hide their identity, which Sinet pleaded guilty to hacking into the US government. The timing of Adam Chester copyright striking my video was very suspicious after Sinet had harassed me over 13 hours non-stop. So I emailed YouTube's copyright team, and then I emailed Adam Chester to find out like what these claims were, because this video that was doing so well is taken down, and I'm extremely upset at this point. So at 4:17 a.m., the same time that Sinet was consistently harassing me, Adam Chester responded to my email asking what these copyright infringements were, and he said, "I'll have to check on that, but I'm traveling." Though I remember it was for multiple copyright infringements. As far as I remember, there were multiple other videos on your channel which violate my copyrights, but for now, I have not filed those strikes, since 3 strikes in 90 days leads to your channel getting banned. Just be careful in future videos. Have a good weekend. So Adam Chester can't tell me what these copyrighted infringements were on every single video on my channel that could lead to my channel getting banned. He's giving me a soft-handed threat that if I don't remove this video, he's gonna go through and strike more videos on my channel to give me more of a hard time to try to terminate my shit.
With the copyright claim now being falsely launched towards Vince, things would only escalate from here, as Vince was forced into using YouTube's horribly broken system to try and defend himself and his work.
Here's the fucking gnarliest part of all this. Now, when you get a copyright strike on your video, the YouTuber, you could file a counterclaim against that strike. And it basically states that, no, this actually wasn't copyrighted material, it's fair use. You make your argument. But when you send that counter notification, you have to put your legal name, your legal address, your phone number, all of that information. So when they file the lawsuit, if they do, they know where to send it to. Now, I knew that Sinet was using this copyright claim system to not only screw with me by not having the video up, but also trying to obtain my real information to dox and swap me. So I'd hire an attorney at this point to legally represent me on the counterclaim, because I knew Sinet was trying to do this to fuck with me. So I'm like, I got an attorney, everything's gonna be all good, this guy won't know my name. So I put the attorney's name, all of their info on the counterclaim, we fill out the form, we send it out to YouTube. But YouTube does not accept the form with my attorney's name on it. YouTube says that I have to provide my legal name tied to my AdSense account, although the person filing the copyright takedown has to provide no identification, no proof of anything about their fucking identity. So I have to show my full government name to this convicted hacker to file this counterclaim to get my video back up. That shit's so fucked up to me. So I filed the counterclaim with my legal name, but my attorney's email, address, phone number, and YouTube finally accepts the claim. And basically, the attorney wrote up this thing about all the copyright violations and why they were BS. Adam Chester, Sinet, was saying that a ABC7 news clip was actually his that I used on my video. So we just sent the actual clip of the ABC7 from YouTube and being like, no, this is their clip, not Adam Chester. Adam Chester had no registered trademarks or copyrights to any of that stuff in the footage. So the whole thing was just BS right now.
Following Vince's counter notification, the situation would only continue to escalate.
So after I filed a counterclaim that Adam Chester, which is Sinet, gets a copy of, Sinet leaves a tweet directed at me, even though I blocked him on Twitter. And he says, at least he was man enough to pull down the video. However,
what's
he
up,
was still a
Dougie?
bitch.
$1 million. How you doing, Dougie? What's going on? Or just fucking being stupid online. I'm being stupid on the internet.
Instead of saying sorry, he pulls the video down and blocks me. How can someone be so asinine is beyond me. So Sinet's playing dumb here. At least he was man enough to pull down the video, but he's still a bitch.
Keep up the good work.
We'll see a lot more of this in the future. So now it's August 1st, 2023. I have Sinet blocked on Twitter. But then he goes around and starts tweeting publicly that whoever Adam Chester is, I'm gonna find him and strengthen the claim. He stole lines from Jack Reciter, the Darknet Diaries podcast, and provides no evidence for what lines I stole. Now, what's super interesting about this is that Sinet knows Adam Chester took down the video. Now, when a video is taken down for a copyright strike, it is delisted from YouTube. It cannot be searched. It isn't even shown in my channel. So how would Sinet possibly know that Adam Chester was the guy that made the claim? Well, I think Adam Chester is Sinet. So at this point, I contact YouTube support and several partner managers, and I lay out all of the harassment. I have all of the tweets, the messages, the BS, DMCA claims, and YouTube tells me we can't do anything about it. You just have to go through the system.
Vince was quickly growing tired of the situation, and on the 10th of August, he would finally unblock Sinet.
Couldn't you just serve YouTube with the paperwork physically, and then they could take the fucking thing and then physically go in and change it? Like, I get maybe their program isn't like built to take like claims through like a lawyer, but like it seems like if you're gonna go through the fucking hassle of getting a lawyer, you would have the lawyer serve the papers to the actual physical address of the place that you're being connected through. Like, it seems like you would like serve them physically. You wouldn't just go through this process.
The next day, on August 10th, I don't want to live my life in fear anymore. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to block this guy like a little bitch. I'm just going to unblock him and just be free. So Sinet sends me private messages 20
The lawyer said no.
after unblocking him.
Are you kidding me? With postage? Fuck that! They're galley!
He's checking my Twitter non-stop, every day, every minute, to see if I unblocked them. And 23 minutes later, he begins sending me a barrage of messages. He says, I see you unblocked me. Why? Also, FYI, I don't know who Adam Chester is. How would you know? No one can see the video. How would you know who Adam Chester is? Oh, because you are him. Then he says, however, I did have the one on archive removed personally. I don't lie, and I say things for what they are. Now,
Okay, so I just want to be the person to say, if you get arrested for hacking the federal government, any response with you saying, I don't lie, is an automatic red flag. Okay? Because you've already gone to federal prison for something you did. So, I don't really put too much trust into your words anymore. Just for any ethical hackers out there that might be on the wrong side of the law. Maybe unethical.
this didn't make sense for a long time, until yesterday. Now, when the video was taken down from YouTube, one of my amazing subscribers took my video and they re-uploaded it on the archive.org. for others to watch because you couldn't watch the original on YouTube.
Following the video being uploaded to archive.org, it would be mysteriously taken down from the platform, where Vince would once again receive a DM from the hacker.
So that video, I checked it recently, and it was gone for a DMCA copyright strike claim. And Sinet in this message is telling me that he removed it. So he removed the archive.org one, but he had nothing to do with my YouTube channel one. Fucking sure, bro. And then he continues to say, with all honesty, Adam Chester could be one of Nathan or Anthony's friends. No offense, but that video was a bit hurtful. So I don't respond to Sinet's message. And then at 3:18 a.m., Sinet's normal operating time, he sends me 2 more private messages on Twitter.
Following this, Vince realized the situation was possibly putting himself and his family at risk. So with that in mind, he decided to take further steps to fully explore just what type of person he was dealing with.
So I hire a private investigator to do a full, comprehensive background check on Sinet. Because I wanted to find out, could I file a restraining order against them? Could I file a cease and desist? Could I file a fake DMCA lawsuit against them? Does Sinet have any gun permits? Had he committed any violent crimes? And where does he live? Because I don't know what this guy is capable of. So the private investigator sends me a report that is 160 pages long about everything in his life. That
Guy's only like 22. Like, how do you have 111 pages? Like, the most interesting thing in my life maybe takes 20 minutes to fucking read. Is that a mugshot? Yeah, he was fucking arrested by a federal. It was the U.S. Army. He hacked the U.S. Army, Activision, Xbox, Valve, and Epic Games. He hacked all of those people, which is really weird for you to hack 3 gaming companies and then hack the U.S. Army. Like, was it just fucking? It had to be icing at that point. He'd be like, well, maybe just one more. Like, fucking hell, dude. It's just insult to injury.
Sinet is 37 years old, has no job. He lived at his mom's house, and he just moved into his uncle's apartment that he lives in for free, and that he had tried to commit.
Your life is an encyclopedia, Lily. I've not done much in my life except for be on the internet and tell jokes. By the way, we have a video right here on how speedrunners broke the Fairly Odd Parents Shadow Showdown. I just want everybody to remember that one. And we also have to watch Oki's weird story.
Commit suicide the year before. Now, normally I wouldn't bring that up, but we're talking about Sinet having nothing left to lose and all of the time in the world to just fucking harass me.
As the situation grew, it was no longer simply a false copyright dispute. By now, Vince recognized the sheer depth of Sinet's desperation and recklessness, fully grasping the magnitude of the danger he now faced. And to make matters worse, YouTube handed over Vince's full legal name.
Now, because my legal name was given to Adam Chester, who was Sinet, a hacker who pled guilty into hacking into the US fucking government, begins harassing my fiance. Sinet had found my fiance's phone number and began texting her, pretending to be fucking me. Now, because I had Sinet's full background check at this point, I am freaking the fuck out. And I know exactly where he lives. I knew that the area code of this random number that texts my fiance, well, it's the same area code that Sinet lives at. What are the odds? Now, let me just give you some facts. My fiance is a school teacher. We've been together for 10 years. She has never had random numbers message her like this. So to have this happen from the same area code, the phone number, all out of the blue, while Sinet's been harassing me for the last month and a half, it's a little...
You want to know the actual odds, Dougie? Because it depends on if you're talking about just U.S., because he is in the U.S. and he has a U.S. It's from the U.S. number, or are you talking about the world? Because there's a difference between those. Because then you got to factor in the amount of fucking numbers that actually go into a phone number when you're trying to call internationally. So it's like, yeah, like the odds are like, I'm not gonna do that math.
A little weird.
Now that the hacker was intruding into Vince's personal life, he would have no choice but to take further actions to not only now protect himself, but to protect his loved ones
he got
who was currently entangled in.
At this point, I knew that Sinet was he was stalking me. It was straight up stalking me. I don't know
No,
what the fuck this guy
no,
was
that's a lie. He was cyber stalking him, which is actually a clear clear difference in the U.S. in the U.S. judicial system. All right, one is 7 years, and one is 7 years and a couple of months.
was capable of. So, me and my fiance move out of her home. We move the fuck out. Because I don't know that this guy that fucking hacked into the government, what the fuck is he gonna do? Because YouTube forced me to give my fucking name to him. This is what's going on in my life. And just keep in mind, this all stemmed from me asking for an interview. Now, days later on August 21st, my video that was copyright strike goes back up. And while my video was put back online, it was reset in the algorithm, basically just hurting me financially at this point. And while I did feel happy the video was back there,
Hacks
I
to the
knew in the back
planet.
of my head that Sinet was going to copyright strike another video. Would it be the same one? Would it be a different one? I kept checking my YouTube studio every 30 minutes. I literally could not sleep. I just knew Sinet was going to get enraged and just copyright strike more videos and just trying to get me to fucking delete that video.
Vince's intuition would turn into reality, as the vicious hacker would take it upon himself to try and remove Vince's channel from the internet entirely.
And that's exactly what happened. So, just a couple days later, I get another strike on one of my biggest videos of all time. And the copyright holder, the claimant in this one, was Jake Turner. Now, Jake Turner didn't have a Google account either. He had, once again, a Proton Mail account. JakeTurner91 at ProtonMail.com. Now, let me be clear. Proton Mail is super niche. No one uses it. So why would it be two people that both have copyright claims against all of my videos happen to also have the same super niche hacker email service? What are the odds of that? So I'm like, okay, whatever. You know what? He wants to play this game. Let's do it. So now it's not Adam Chester.
I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Like, using Proton Mail is like, it's kind of like screams that I'm one of about 300 people.
No, it is Jake Turner.
Oh no.
Now,
Absolutely not, Dougie. They have this bot that goes through and it ticks through on like I think it's a 139 ratio, and it does the first part, the third part, and the ninth part of a 10-part YouTube video. They like fucking have it like set up in like that kind of timing, a 139 check to see if anything is there, and if it falls somewhere within that range right there, the fucking bot will fucking claim it. A record company has never fucking done that. Yeah, right. Aerosmith song by fucking Fish Dick 27.
I'm on the phone with the attorney the next day, and I'm about to prepare a cease and desist against the net, because I don't know what else to fucking do. I've tried going through YouTube, I've tried doing all this shit, and just nothing's getting done. And then I get another strike on one of my biggest videos of all time. And I'm like devastated at this point. I'm like, I have 2 strikes on 2 videos. If I get one more of these from this fucking piece of shit filth, my channel's done. So I'm like freaking out. I don't know what to do. I call the attorney again. And then I get a 3rd strike on my channel. Everything that I've built over the past 3 years is about to be gone in 90 days now. All because a 37-year-old piece of shit, low-life loser who has nothing better to fucking do just wants to
Damn
die
right.
and doesn't have to prove anything about it.
From this point onwards, Vince was taking the offensive, as he began to do everything legally in his power to fight back against the degenerate hacker.
I was so fucking mad when I got that 3rd strike that I fucking threw my phone at the fucking wall. I was so fucking mad. I've been dealing with this for over a month and a half. You know, YouTube's consistently told me just file the counterclaim, wait 10 days. But the problem is when my next video goes up, it's gonna be copyright struck like that, and the video's gone. And then I gotta wait 10 days, and then it restarts in the algorithm, and then now it's fucking with my money. Like, Sinet, if you want to continue doing this, oh boy, you do not fucking know what is coming after you. I've already filed a fucking FBI report against your ass. I've already hired a private investigator to find out where you fucking live. I've already hired a cyber litigation stalking fucking firm to protect myself against your creepy ass. And a copyright attorney unless you want to pull any shiesty shit like that. Do not fuck with me. I will fuck with you so much harder than you ever could fucking dream. You thought the bar of soap in the prison was bad? Oh, fuck! You know the fuck's coming for your ass. And I told you to stop multiple times, and you continue to do this. And I tried handling this privately, but just like a big fucking cockroach, sometimes you gotta pull back the curtain and shine the light on it to get it to scatter up to the wall.
Following this, the video Vince published would go completely viral, garnering over 1 million views within 3 days, and the attention of not only just the entire YouTube community, but massive figureheads such as Penguin Zero, aka Most Critical, or Charlie, who would share the worrying situation with his audience.
I'm sure a lot of you saw this earlier today, but this is a fucking awful situation. His name's Vince Vintage, and today he released a video today going over a really unfortunate situation where someone's abusing some internal YouTube systems in order to stalk and ruin his career. So this was his plea to try and get some eyes on it, because YouTube has been ignoring it. I don't know how they can continue to ignore it with all the overwhelming evidence Vince has here, but I'm sure they won't be able to ignore it for much longer with all of the traction this got, especially with all the people sending it to like YouTube themselves. Like I send it to my YouTube guy to hopefully forward it up the chain, because it should only take a human being 2 minutes to realize that this whole situation is complete baloney, and what's happening to Vince is legitimately illegal.
With Charlie, alongside several other creators and viewers contacting YouTube, Vince would see the light at the end of the tunnel.
I don't. It seems like something that could be easily done. Okay, so to sign off, you know, you have to sign with the name of the AdSense account, which is fine. Okay, it doesn't employ human beings. It's almost true, but I get it. You have to sign the same name as the AdSense account so that you know the person who's rightfully owning that, you know, is aware of what's going on. But why do they have to send that information to it? Why can't they just have a form that says I want to do this through a third party, and then have the third party, which is your fucking attorney, you fill out that paper and then they send that instead of your legal name? Or if they had to, they use the legal name of this person that's being that is representing them. Like it's not that hard. Like it takes like what, one extra click and like one extra like fucking what, 5 boxes: name, attorney, address, phone number, and email, right? Like it's not that big a deal.
When suddenly, YouTube would step forward and remove the false copyright strikes and claims, freeing Vince from what felt like an ever-escalating nightmare. Vince's personal safety is still in question, but on the bright side, Vince emerged as a beacon of resilience, captivating the YouTube community at large. This would result in Vince gaining over 60,000 subscribers within less than a week. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing.
Seems like there's like a really easy fix to this, and nobody wants to sit down and just do the work. It's like it's got to be like what, 30, maybe 45 lines of like, seriously, it's not that much, especially with the fact that there's already multiple pages and everything that you do on YouTube, right? It's like, it's not that hard to write it up. I bet you whatever program that they use to fucking create their website, they could just fucking press create new page and then make a contingency. 9x5 by Dolly Parton. Yeah, see, they totally own that. Everybody knows that though.
What do you think would drive someone to routinely humiliate themselves?
I'm not letting the bitch use me for money. I'm richer than you. But you got so much of it.
Oh, dude, I gotta fucking get water. I need water. That's right.
Verbally attacked everyone around them.
I don't know who in their right mind is fucking you, first off. Second off, if I wanted to, I could easily fuck your bitch and I put that on my mother's life. Wallahi. Fuck you.
And not only deliberately lie to their audience, but go as far as staging their own death. Well, the simple answer in Neon's case is attention. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be uncovering the decisions that transformed Neon from a wholesome kid making Let's Play videos to a toxic clout chaser. We'll explore how his tendency to fabricate drama to gain views turned the entire internet against him, and how he has no plans to change anytime soon. On the 7th of May 2016, Neon, whose real name is Rankesh Mutama, created his first YouTube channel, Neon 2K. He began making content centered around the NBA 2K series. Although he was only 12 years old at the time, Neon showed a genuine passion for creating videos and tried to upload them as consistently as possible.
What is up guys, Neon 2K here, and today I'll be giving you guys my top 3 jump shots that I use. I haven't tried every single jump shot because obviously I don't want to waste my VC on every single jump shot, but these are the jump shots I've used and I feel like are most effective in the part.
Neon's video presentation improved, and his personality as a goofy kid who enjoyed gaming became ever more apparent. However, simply enjoying video games wasn't enough to separate him from the thousands of other gaming channels he was competing with.
I'm so rich I can consent non-consent.
To even surpass 1,000 views.
Bars.
To remedy the situation, Neon began streaming frequently and relying on flashy titles and thumbnails to get views and keep people engaged. Though challenging, the strategy appeared to yield favorable results for Neon. By the 30th of July 2017, Neon had posted more than 50 videos and successfully hit the milestone of 1,000 subscribers.
Woo!
Unfortunately, Neon's success was short-lived. In the months that followed, his channel began to stagnate, and doubts about whether he should continue doing YouTube or not became ever more apparent.
Yeah, so I just wanted to quit in general, but you seen this gameplay, we did come back, but yeah. Alright, but y'all, my final decision is no way, I'm not quitting.
That Neon had focused his entire channel around no longer generated the same level of viewership as it once did. It was now obvious that something needed to change, and it needed to change fast. Around this time, Fortnite was still growing in popularity, and Neon quickly realized that this was his best bet at reviving his dying YouTube channel. On the 16th of February 2018, Neon uploaded his first Fortnite video.
Yeah,
titled,
Fortnite! Woo, Fortnite!
I had 10 kills.
Yeah!
You wanna revive his teammate? What do you think? Yo! I had 9 kills!
In retrospect, the video only had around 8,000 viewers, but when compared to the past viewership on his old content, it was undeniably a
Love Fortnite! Whoa, Fortnite!
This was
Yeah,
also
Fortnite!
Neon using clickbait in his videos, as he would completely fake the number of kills that he got in the thumbnail, in order to bait viewers into watching the video. But with this being a common trait among Fortnite YouTubers, coupled with the majority of his viewers being children even younger than himself, he would get away with it with minimal damage done to his reputation. Clickbaiting his content would serve as a direct foreshadowing for what was to unfold in the future. But for now, Neon had been able to breathe new life into the channel, and
Dude, this guy is my hero, you know, fucking Lee Harvey Oswald, the Neon.
the audience was absolutely loving it. I'm turning on notifications, bro. Just started watching your pure playmaker videos. Straight wavy. Keep up the grind, young buck. You can only grow from here. Good vid, bro. Keep it up. Also, post more Fortnite. And fire. It's important to remember
Fire,
that Neon was
dude.
still in school and had
Fucking fire! Straight Fortnite fire, dude!
other responsibilities outside of YouTube, which would ultimately mean he didn't have time to produce content at the same rate as he did before. That paired with the fact that his parents wouldn't allow him to play video games on the weekend was also a contributing factor. Nevertheless, Neon persevered, and in November of 2018, his streams were getting over 600 viewers, which by today's standards doesn't seem like much, but at the time, it meant the world to Neon.
But you're losing, yeah, I need to focus. We got 400 viewers! We got 400 viewers! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
Yo,
god!
Bullet!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hi, Bullet. How you doing? What's going on? How you doing? Did you see my stuff? Hey, Bullet. Did you see my stuff? I sent you some memes, dog. I sent you some memes. I said just some memes, dog.
He's contested.
Yo, but like, Senator, I'm so sorry. I'm selling your record right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need to tell my mom. I'll be back. I'm telling my mom. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
600 viewers. Oh my god.
This kid have an asthma attack? Jesus, man, calm down. Take a breath. Oh, wonderful. I always see your stuff. It's the best way to start my day. Because you got the dankest memes.
The chat is going fast.
That's right.
Oh my god.
The success wouldn't come without issue, as Neon got his first taste of conflict when he was
Tactical
labeled as a
honey bun
clout chaser
time.
on stream.
Feeding my videos. If I cared about clout, I would just be hanging out with people who have clout just so I could feed off of them. Okay? I'm not like you, bro. But listen, I do not care about clout. Okay? This one wants to lie on my name and say that I want to pull up on him so I can get views on my channel. But, yo, listen. I will delete this video. I will do anything you want. If you could show me the clip of me saying that. Show me the clip of me saying that I want views and I'm gonna get views from pulling up on you. I'm waiting. I'm gonna sit here and wait.
Neon also picked up the habit of raging whenever things didn't go his
Why?
way during
Who
a
cares?
match. Naturally, his child-centric audience found this type of behavior as hilarious, and once again, Neon took notice and doubled down on his toxic reactions.
All I gotta say, toxic Neon on the way. That's all I gotta say. Y'all will see what I'm talking about on my video on Tuesday. Get ready. Toxic Neon on the way. That's all I gotta say. Get ready.
This just seems like a case of chronic online syndrome, and this is coming from an idiot who spends 90% of their time online. Literally, 90%. I'm either watching shit, making shit, or fucking taking a shit. Like, it's 3 moods, dude.
Down, but this had established an idea in Neon's mind. If he was just a bit more obnoxious or controversial, then he'd be rewarded with an increased engagement and viewership.
Just, yeah, toxic toddler. Sounds like a cartoon from the 80s. Exactly. I am toxic! Neon!
It would have been fine if Neon kept to the trash talking, but that wasn't the case. The allure of easy views was too strong for him, and once 2019 arrived, Neon made the decision that would forever alter the trajectory of his online career, for better or for worse. On the 22nd of March 2019, a popular NBA 2K player, Ronnie2K, posted a tweet asking his followers to identify a kid on YouTube pretending to be his son. Quoting, "Okay, serious question. Where did this guy come from who's posing as my son on YouTube? I don't have any children. This isn't a situation where I'm hiding the world from my kid. Lol." A number of people in the replies were tagging Neon, and within a few hours, Neon published a video titled, "Ronnie2K exposed me on Twitter."
I gotta get things going for this stream. I love you. Have an amazing day. Be up for him, and thank you, Bullet. I hope you have a good stream.
Like saying like, who is my son? I don't have one. As far as I know, I'm a freaking virgin. But yeah. But like I told him like it's all fun and games that me and my streams play out. Like you know what we usually do.
What started off as a joke during his stream eventually snowballed into Neon getting recognized by someone he looked up to, even though it was for the wrong reasons. The levels of exposure this channel received because of both the rumors and Ronnie's tweet was unlike nothing he'd ever seen before. This incentivized Neon
Love
to
you,
keep
Bullet.
up the charade, and in the following weeks, he published several videos that had the words Ronnie2K's son in the title or thumbnail. Neon was pushing the envelope. For now, there didn't seem to be any consequence. His sub count was steadily growing, reaching 200,000 subscribers by September, and his
God damn.
audience was becoming more active by the day. The only problem was, Neon wasn't satisfied. He wanted to see how far he could take his channel, and just how many views he could possibly get. This would lead Neon to do something that soured his online reputation for years to come, all in the name of racking up more views on YouTube. In the final weeks of December 2019, Neon released a series of videos that told a very grim story. The first is titled Neon is Dying, in which Neon's younger brother claims Neon is in the hospital and dying. In the video, it was claimed that Neon was suffering from a deadly brain tumor that couldn't be removed. Nevertheless, a video would be published the following day, showing Neon giving his final words.
For everyone who thinks this is a joke, bro, this stuff that's happening is not something to joke around about. You know, what's happening with me is not something that should be joking around about. You guys should not be playing around about this, bro. This is actually serious stuff that people go through, bro. And there's no reason to make a joke out of it. If you guys are making fun of me or laughing and saying it's fake, then you guys are just terrible people. My channel in good hands with someone else. Okay, I don't want to make y'all stop losing my content. And lastly, bro, I'm gonna be recording a few videos with other YouTubers so you guys can still see me for a little bit until like you know, if this surgery doesn't go well. Because if this surgery does not go well, I'll bleed out to death. And if that happens, you know,
I don't think a Dr. A is gonna let you bleed out to death, but in a surgical environment, they pretty much have people on hand to help with that. They pretty much, that's kind of what surgery. There's blood sometimes. I don't know if maybe that isn't brought up during like the inpatient thing maybe, but there's gonna be a little bit of blood if it's a surgery.
that's what's gonna happen.
At a glance, this would be extremely shocking news, but that would be until you take a moment to think about the previous claims of him being in critical condition. Only then, you'd start to see the flaws in his story. The next video was appropriately titled He's Gone RIP, which alluded to Neon's passing away from his illness. A bulk of the upload was a compilation of Neon's greatest moments, as dramatic sad music played in the background. The final and most puzzling video in this collection was of Neon stating he miraculously survived thanks to a last-minute operation.
I got surgery on it, and the options when I got the surgery was either I was gonna bleed out to death, or I was gonna survive. It was like a 50-50. So it was just a really emotional time.
Dog, if your doctor says that you got a 50% chance of living, dude, why are you taking those chances? I would think that you would seek some more kind of treatment rather than flipping a coin and hoping for the best. What the fuck, dude? Your passion is your vibe, so we all come back and see it day after day. Yo, thanks. But like, seriously, your doctor's like, this is a coin flip, man. Like, maybe you might want to seek different professional opinion, or maybe another surgeon. Like, I don't think you should continue medical care with them. You might want to file a malpractice suit. I have no idea, Dougie. We've been watching videos all night, and somehow we got to a point where a kid believes that doctors make coin flip decisions in the emergency room. I used the man method.
I mean, I wasn't posting any videos or anything. So the surgery was 2 days ago. I've been resting, relaxing the past 2 days.
As you would expect, the video would be met with an extremely negative response from his viewers. People didn't take issue with his previous videos that were blatantly clickbaity, but joking and lying about serious topics like terminal illness for views was on a different type of low, and to make the matters a whole lot worse, whilst all this was happening, Neon...
To be fair, it is a full circle, because I started this when we watched the Locale podcast, and Boogie faked cancer for fucking views. As a +- a 1 out of 1.
To further milk the controversy and promote his online brand.
Everyone drop a sub on this channel, bro. We're gonna be happy.
And resumed with his 500 tactics of straight up lying for views, with videos like I got exposed, 500,000 views, kid gets arrested live on stream, 1.5 million views, and Fortnite added my own custom emotes, 1.5 million views. The idea of bending the truth or being toxic for views was firmly rooted in Neon's mind, and since he was being rewarded for it with relatively low backlash, there didn't seem like there was a reason to stop. By 2023, Neon had mostly stepped away.
That's like the same rationale as like, well, I've hacked the US government and they haven't caught me yet. Might as well do it again. Like, You're not trying to push it until it breaks. You're trying to stop.
From YouTube and utilized this special trend of clickbait and trash talking to boost popularity in the streaming space, as he collaborated with larger creators like Aiden Ross and Nadia.
Alright, I'm just gonna ask a question. Why did you fake your death?
Yo.
Oh, you got
cheated on.
Yeah. I didn't, but okay.
Okay, well, I didn't either. It was my
You did? Okay, alright. He didn't? You did.
And your dad comes carpet to fucking 5
I'm so good at bank robbing. Trying for a 10 out of 10. Here we go. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like, let me push it till it breaks. Then I'll stop. I hope you have a great day, beautiful. I'm just fucking being an idiot today.
Just sit down. Let me beat his ass. Hill's a bitch.
Nah, I'm like seeing you. We've just been having a fucking good time watching YouTube videos, going down the YouTube rabbit hole.
Some would argue that other streamers were using Neon for content, but even if that were to be true, it wouldn't matter to Neon. He was far too busy enjoying the spotlight and the many E-dates he was getting on stream.
Based off first impression.
Alright, fine, bro.
What do you rate?
Probably like 8, 9.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay.
Jesus, dude, isn't this kid 15? Isn't he like 20?
However, when things don't go his way, Neon acts like a spoiled child and reverts back to his more toxic demeanor.
Yeah, he looks 12, but I think...
Ask me. Go ahead and ask me.
How many bodies do you have?
4. Yeah, I lost my shit when I was 16 and a half.
Okay.
That'd be the driest whore I've ever talked to in my life. Holy fuck, I can't, bro.
Yo.
Jesus Christ, dude! Fucking... Okay, if he lost it when he's 16, he's not even 15. What the fuck? Okay, so like, maybe the brand is just being an asshole.
Like, say, yes, you. Homie, I'm talking about fucking Black Rock. Like, what are you saying, bro? You can't fucking do this shit.
Alright. Slow it down.
No, Neon, chill, bro.
Slops, calm.
Get
to know each other a little, bro. Oh, shit.
You look fucking crazy. I don't want to fucking talk to you.
I look crazy. Have you fucking seen yourself? What the fuck?
I can pull you. What do you mean?
On my mother's life, I'm not even letting you pay to fuck me, you ugly bitch. The fuck?
As Neon...
This kid needs to be fucking beaten by his parents. I'm sorry. I know that sounds horrible, but like... There's a point where you stop being disrespectful and you're just a fucking asshole.
His notoriety increased, so did the number of people who wanted to see him.
So was he even out of pocket with her question? I didn't think she was out of pocket with her question. I thought fucking what he had to say is so fast. Like he didn't even fucking they exchanged maybe 13 words before he fucking insulted her.
Zaya was swatting.
Talk to the cops telling him that. Okay, let me show you. Do you want me to turn the camera off?
What camera?
You want me to turn it off?
Sure.
Alright, so look, I'm live with 2,000 viewers right now.
Yeah.
So they're just random people. Here, let me mute my mic.
That game just called in the same.
Yeah, I know.
Nah, he needs to understand that once those guys he's trying to impress get bored of him, he's gonna be alone. I have a lot to say about those people, but because fucking some of them are very well versed in the stream game, I can't say exactly what I want to say about them.
Yeah, I don't know who did it. How many cops are here?
A lot.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alright.
Pretty much half for departments here.
Hours after the incident, Neon would make a post on Twitter stating, "Just got swatted. 15 plus cops at my house. I'm done with this internet shit. Y'all got it." The general sentiment towards Neon's situation was of course negative. "Deserved. You're a joke. You faked your own death. I hope it happens again. The criticism and hate directed at Neon was only just picking up steam, as on the 17th of May 2023, he would let his rage get the better of him in one of the worst ways possible.
Oh my god, bro. Alright, you know I'm trying to be nice. Hope you have a great, future. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh, okay. Hope you have a very great life. You're gonna be a very, very successful man, woman, and I wish you the best of luck. Not gonna be fucked up. Alright, that's it.
It's safe to say, Neon knew streaming on Kick gave him the freedom to say or do whatever he wanted. That's exactly what he—
No, it just seems like he's just trying to fucking suck Sneako's dick. Sneeko is one of those fucking immature people who tries to be as progressive as he can be, but he's rooted in fucking hatred.
Did. In all of his subsequent streams, Neon made sure to put his most toxic traits front and center. It was what he was known for, and he wasn't going to change for anyone. Well, that would be until he met Andrew Tate. During a stream on the 19th of July 2023, Aiden decided to introduce Neon to Andrew, and the interaction appeared to be going well at first.
And his name is Mikhail. His name's
What's going
Neon.
on? My name is Neon. Nice to meet you.
So this is who I've been hanging out with.
Nice to meet you.
Since you got locked up and went to prison, this is my best friend. We were kindled and we went on a 100-game win streak in 2K. We were playing for 13 hours straight.
We were grinding video games all day. It was the funnest time of my life.
Yeah.
As the conversation progressed, an offhanded joke from Andrew would trigger Neon's more aggressive side.
Will you do something for me or not, Aiden?
Okay, Mikhail, can you come with me, bro? You're my best.
I think I've seen this kid almost get his ass whooped because he said some out of pocket shit to the wrong person in public on TikTok.
Friend, we have to go to
Yes, I'll come with you. I got you. Are there bad bitches there?
I don't know. I don't know if there are. I don't know if you'll be able to find them or if they'll talk to you. The point is, Aiden said
You know who the fuck I am?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
So you're telling me a girl's fucking your butt ass over me?
Is that SpongeBob on your t-shirt?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Why am I talking to these children?
I gotta take my phone.
You take your inhaler, G. That'll turn the girls on.
Okay, so
You're fucking killed there.
Wait, it's bad out there?
Yes, they kidnap and cut your body parts off and shit there, bro. It's setting you up.
Wait,
they won't cut yours off. They can't mess with you. You got a SpongeBob t-shirt on and an inhaler. They're scared of you, G. Don't worry about that. You just turn up and you tell them who's off. You tell them. That's right. You tell them. You say you're a streamer and you play video games all day. You let them know who the man is. You let them know who the man is.
You're not a favorite failure, Sybil. You dumb bitch. Go on house arrest, you pussy. You fucking loser. You and your dirty ass fat brother. Fuck him too, dumb bitch.
The clip of Neon's visceral reaction would go.
I mean, I hate Tate, but he's got a point with the inhaler, the SpongeBob shirt. Romanian hitman got nothing on him. Where are his parents? Apparently, this guy is out of high school. He's fucking 18, living on his own, which maybe might not be the best idea. He might need government assistance. And I don't understand how he gets so offended by somebody like Tate. This is a man who trafficked human beings and was arrested for it. Like, are you really that concerned about what he thinks? He just his mommy and some chalky milk. Dude, he needs his dad to slap him in the back of the head so that he knows that he's fucking being a dumbass.
Viral, and consequently, bring his narcissistic behavior to the attention of the wider internet. Some found it funny, whilst others looked at Neon with disgust. Regardless of how people felt about him, Neon understood that as long as there were eyes on his brand, he would continue to grow. The fact that his two YouTube channels gained a combined total of 20,000 subscribers in the month of July, and racked up 75,000 followers on Kick after just a few months.
I never thought I'd agree with someone on tape, but you know what? I mean, if it's true, and if it looks like a duck, and it sounds like a duck, and it walks like a duck, it's probably a fucking dog. I guess hell froze over. Yeah, I guess so.
Mindset. Neon's quest for clout was far from over, and on the 1st of August 2023, he uploaded a video to Twitter that drew the attention of both his haters and supporters.
Hey, look whose shoes we got. Got his ass lacking. Come on, bro. Got his ass lacking. Hey, what size y'all want?
Hey, you see what we did with his shirt?
Look at his shirt.
With his shirt.
Ripped all type of stuff, boy. You know not to come around here talking like that.
You hard, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, flick me up, flick me up.
Hey. Oh, we on his ass. Come on, bro. Take his glasses off.
How much this gonna sell for?
How much they gonna sell for? Come on, bro. YouTube money. We taking all of that. Hey, and we keeping your phone, boy. We taking the video right on your phone.
People immediately questioned the legitimacy of the post, since Neon had a long history of faking his content. So let me get this straight. They jumped and robbed him, yet he has no blemishes on him. Then they recorded him on the floor after getting robbed. Then they sent him the video. Then he posted it on his account. Yeah, bro, this ain't sad at all.
I guess
Others were just glad to see Neon in a bad situation. Whether or not the video was staged, people were talking about it, especially Andrew Tate.
Now, what I saw, what happened to Neon, on the internet, does not surprise me at all. Does he deserve? Probably. But it still made me a bit sad to see, because I don't like bullying. I don't like bullying at all, and I know that someone like him is going to be genuinely traumatically affected by it. And he's going to be bullied for it, not just because of what happened, but they're never going to let him forget it, ever. And I feel bad for him. So I'm actually extending an olive branch to Neon. If you want to talk about it, if you want to fly here, if you want to learn to train, if you want me to tell you how to deal with this, if you want me to tell you the best way you can bounce back from this and become the best version of yourself, top G level. The man who you called names, the man who you called a bitch and told me you fucked me up and all this garbage, I will actually help you feel better about the situation, because I know that you're probably very afraid right now. And I know that also everyone's mocking you on the internet and you probably don't.
I would not go to a strange country to meet a convicted human trafficker who has been an MMA fighter for a little over almost 2 decades. Like, I don't understand what kind of fucking dumb. This isn't a decision you need to make. You don't go to a strange country with a strange man who's been convicted of terrible things, who has mixed martial arts abilities. You just don't do it. It's like bringing a gun to a church. It's kind of understood that, it's just a church.
Feel very good about yourself. And the last thing we need you doing is something stupid.
Without missing a beat, Neon jumped on the opportunity and made a response video, taking Andrew up on the offer.
If you're watching this video, bro, I really appreciate you, bro. I really, really do. You are a fucking great human being, bro. You're an amazing human. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anyone else is doing that. After someone literally sat there on the internet for 10 to 15 minutes and tried shitting on you, and you come back and you want to help me. And I'm gonna be honest, I need help. I do. I've been so lost and clueless this past few days. I've had no idea what to do with my life. And it's been like I'm living in a fucking jail cell in hell. I'm burning to death. It feels like shit. I don't know. And to be honest, I accept your offer. I would love to come.
That's your conscience telling you that you're being a shitty person. That's what that is. That isn't, oh, I got beat up and somebody took a really mean video of me. It's not any of that. That's your conscience telling you that you're a piece of shit and you need to stop doing it. That's that burning feeling. That's hell. That's hellfire burning your feet.
And for you to help me.
Jesus Christ.
Change my life around, because right now I'm on the wrong path and this shit's not going to end well. I accept your offer, and I appreciate it, man, for real.
The promise of Neon changing his ways and becoming a better man was enough to shift the public perception in his favor. Dozens of people flooded the comment section with their support for Neon, using words such as, "Praying for this kid. He took the first step in admitting that he was wrong, and he needed help." This actually damn near brought a tear to my eye. Humility is the first step to a better and stronger character. Well done, lad. Not long after, Neon decided to kick things up a notch and completely shave his head to signify the beginning of a new phase in his online journey.
Alright, chat, I'm doing it. Listen, before we do it, one question, just one more question before we do it. Chat, if I do this right now, will you guys look at me as if I'm trying to change? Like, would you guys tell that I'm trying to change if I do it? Yes or no? Will you guys tell?
I thought it was his full body syphilis, because the only way he could get any is the guys he wants to impress. So, God, yeah. Good Lord, Cloud. Cloud, I don't think I can say that. I don't think I'm allowed to. I haven't had my coffee yet. That makes sense.
That I'm trying to change as a person if I do this. Yes? Okay. That's all I needed to hear.
Along with his new haircut, Neon received a new set of standards that he had to uphold.
How do I look? Be honest, bro. Don't lie.
I'm honestly proud of you, bro. You don't look that bad. But
seriously,
what I will say is this: you know,
My brain has its own brain still.
when I went bald, Neon, I had a lot of pressure on myself, and you're gonna have a lot of pressure. So, are you gonna live up to the hype and the pressure? Are you gonna really change your life and hit the gym and eat healthy and inspire the youth?
Of course I will. Right, chat. Right, chat. Vouch for me, chat. Vouch for me.
I'm just gonna get. If any of you have small children and you allow them to watch this, you're a fucking idiot. Don't let them be inspired by dumb people. Alright? There's one thing for something to be funny and comedic, and it's just being an asshole on the internet. Two totally different things.
I will.
It all starts with spreading love and stopping this cringy, racist
I agree.
spam of. So,
I agree.
Actually change and you're a changed man because you are 18, 19.
Yep, 19.
Then
This guy is not 19. This guy has to be at old as 17.
you know, I'm proud of you, bro. This is good. This is great. I think your next thing to do is you're in your Tate era. You got to start doing push-ups on stream and
This guy's gonna go to hard drugs. I'm just gonna call it now. This guy, he's gonna fucking hit hard drugs. It may not be by the end of this video, but by the end of this guy's life, he's gonna hit hard drugs. Imagine being so fucking, so toxic. Fucking Andrew Tate is a morally good person in the conversation. Yeah, right. How the mighty have fallen.
basically just spreading a bunch of great knowledge and truth for the youth. And you know, as the Muslim you are, you should stop all degeneracy on stream. No more gambling, no more stuff with porn stars.
Yeah, I agree with that. Wait, no more gambling.
No more degeneracy as a whole. I just think no more degeneracy. It's time to live up to your religion, to the Muslim, you know, the community of the Muslim community.
You're right. Shout out to the Muslims.
He's not Muslim. He may fake being a Muslim, but from the clips we have seen, he is clearly not Muslim. Because if he was Muslim, they would have killed him. He has broken so many rules of the Quran. He might have been part of the people who were faking to be Muslim, like Andrew Tate and fucking Aiden Ross and Sneeko and maybe this kid fucking all faked being Muslim. Oh, and fucking what's his name? FouseyTube. They all faked being Muslim to have like a new religious experience, only to go back being a degenerate piece of shit after they out-clicked their clickbait titles.
By the way, alright, continue.
So again, stop all degeneracy, no more gambling, no more porn stars on stream, no more of that shit, bro, and spread love and the truth. Love you, man. Good luck on your journey.
Thank you, oh God. I love you too, bro.
I lock it doesn't last more than 2 weeks. Goodbye.
He just said it won't last more than 2 weeks.
Aiden was correct about one thing. The change in Neon probably wasn't going to last, and within 48 hours of the call, Neon was already reverting to his former self.
What the fuck is this, bro?
I thought you changed.
I did.
You changed, but you're still. Why are you wearing a full red outfit?
Because I like the color red. Is there a problem? The Chinese guy's wearing red too. Look at him. No, I didn't do it on purpose. You didn't give a fuck enough to do that on purpose. I like the color red, bro.
He said you're a trolley woly, Neon.
You're a trolley woly. You talk like a 5-year-old, bro. What is wrong with you, bro? Talk like a normal guy, bro. God damn.
Even though Neon's encounter with Andrew didn't completely transform his life, it did open new doors for him. He now had frequent collaborations with other prominent kick streamers like Sneeko, FouseyTube, and Your Rage. However, Neon seemingly took on a more awkward and dorsal persona to compensate for the toxicity that was lost. He frequently gets harassed or becomes the butt of a joke on stream.
The person that jumps on fucking tables and shit, bro.
Where's the bathroom?
Straight left. That's how I talk. I didn't do it to you.
You know my biggest is from Mexico?
Fuck Mexicans, you dumb.
What are you
just calling him what he is? He's a
What are you trying to say by that? Why call him
from why.
Here we go with this shit.
No, seriously, dog. Do I call you an Indian?
You could. I don't give a fuck.
But I won't. Because if I said that, it's disrespecting you. You are Indian. But I'm not going to call you out of your name and say that.
Would you get mad?
It's like this.
That's not bad.
Don't call him Mexican.
You know what your problem is?
Like
You let words get to your head, bro.
No, because words matter.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Actions
do.
matter. If I punch you in the face, then it's bad.
Mian, the shit you say behind your computer, your keyboard, where you feel safe, you're gonna get your real one comes up to you.
Still waiting for the day. Still waiting for the day.
Streams featuring Fuzi and Neon together were always a recipe for disaster.
I just want to point out that FuziTube is the one that had a mental break, who pretended to be Muslim and then went back to fucking hookers and doing blow, and then he fucking lost his mind, and then he blamed Keemstar for wanting to kill himself, even though it was just because he was fucking having huge drug withdrawals because he was doing Colombian cocaine literally every fucking day. He even went to Colombia to get cocaine. And fucking, him and Vitali just fucking hit the rock wall and fucking needed to start doing crystal meth to keep up with their goddamn addictions.
As Neon's facade would begin to fade away, their massive egos and delicate skin would collide, with it frequently leading to physical assault and schoolyard insults. The streams with Aiden, Fuzi, and Neon would go viral every time, and it wouldn't take long for each of them to recognize the opportunity, as rumors would begin to surface about a content house being established featuring Aiden, Fuzi, Neon, Ricegum, and Sneeko. All things considered, Neon is still in a very fortunate place in his career. He's been able to shake off some of the negative publicity surrounding his name, and has made connections with other creators willing to work with him on a consistent basis. Maybe if he's able to keep himself out of online drama and actually stick.
Yo, Ox5, clocked in, locked in, let's go, another day on the grind. Yep, I'm grinding because I haven't gotten to stream in a while.
To his new resolution, then maybe one day he'll actually become a positive figure in streaming. The only question, is he gonna be able to do it? If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing.
This stuff is big for the same reason people slow down for car crashes and people watch Jerry Springer and Maury. Yeah, except I like to watch like at the very end, or it's like a retrospective of it, because I don't want to actually watch it, because I don't want to support them. They're fucking they're fucking stupid. I don't like them. I hate them. They're fucking all horrible human beings. Either that, or they're putting on a character and they fall too fucking far into the fucking like. Dude, I commit to the bit, but they fucking live the bit. It's too much. Alright, let's watch the Oki's weird story.
Hi, I'm in the Mojave Desert, and behind me are a bunch of cows. But these aren't any ordinary cows. These cows are currently breaking the law.
And their presence has started a war.
We will not give up our land!
Several federal agencies have surrounded a 600,000-acre section of public land.
They're getting ready to launch stuff at us. Get ready.
Militia members from around the country continue to arrive in Nevada to join the showdown between a cattle rancher and the federal government.
Oh, yeah. Aye.
I was 75 miles northeast of Las Vegas, in a valley straddling the Arizona-Nevada border. Surrounding me were miles of desert land owned by the United States federal government. And no, I wasn't on a military base. You see, 80% of the land in the state of Nevada is property of the feds. It's called public land, and it's mostly overseen by the Bureau of Land Management. Cattle ranching has been banned in the area since 1993, and yet there are cows everywhere. Those cows belong to Cliven Fundy, a fourth-generation cattle rancher who's been in willful violation of federal law for the past 30 years.
What? How?
The U.S. government owns roughly 640 million acres, or about 28% of the land in the United States. Now that's 1/3 of the entire country.
In red, you can see all the land that is owned by the federal government. Most of the land west of the
So much great hiking here that I'll never put to use. You telling me you're not fucking planning a big old trip on down to Las Vegas, Nevada, near the fucking, what was it, the fucking Arizona border? You're not gonna be fucking walking those trails, fucking seeing the badass cows?
Rocky Mountains. More than 50%, in fact. is owned by the federal government. Very, very little of the land east of the
My
Rocky
sister
Mountains is,
did it.
by contrast, owned by the federal government.
Everybody's heard about places like Yosemite National Park. Beautiful landscapes that see millions of visitors a year, mostly for recreation. But more obscure are the public lands administered by the Bureau of Land Management. Historically, these lands have been dominated by Western commercial land users, ranchers, miners, loggers, the industrial users of the public lands.
She likes to be miserable under a hot sun walking for no other reason than to see more of the same landscape. Pretty sure that's all hiking.
But then in 1976, something changed. The federal government started putting more of an emphasis on environmental conservation. Since then, there have been many flare-ups, particularly in Nevada, which has become the epicenter of a war between commercial public lands interests and the federal regulators. Today, the war is being led by the Bundy family and their patriarch, Cliven Bundy. Before 1993, Cliven had no problem with the Bureau of Land Management. In fact, he was tied to a lease agreement with them. Every 10 years, he renewed his grazing permit through the BLM. No, not that one, the Bureau of Land Management, and Cliven happily paid for the grazing fees. By doing so, his cows were given access to 160,000 acres of federally owned land administered by the Bureau of Land Management. It was actually a pretty good deal. Remember, we're talking about the desert. It's arid. There's not much vegetation or forage for the cows to feed on. In the Mojave Desert, it takes over 100 acres to sustain a single cow. Cliven Bundy only has about 160 acres of private land, which isn't enough to feed his entire herd. So for a long time, Cliven Bundy followed the Bureau of Land Management's rules because he saw it as a beneficial relationship. Then in 1993, many different governmental agencies got together and they decided to end cattle ranching in the region in order to protect an endangered species called the Mojave Desert tortoise. In protest, Cliven Bundy decided that he would continue to ranch on public land without a permit and without paying for the grazing fees. From the federal government's point of view, Cliven was illegally trespassing on their land in order to run his business, and they wanted him to stop. In 1998, Cliven defended himself in court. He argued that the federal government does not have any constitutional authority or jurisdiction to own public lands in the state of Nevada. The courts disagreed, and they told him to remove his cattle from the federally owned land, or he would face fines. And after that, nothing happened. 16 years went by. Cliven continued to ranch illegally on federally owned land, and the federal government did nothing about it. During that time, Cliven accrued over $1 million in unpaid grazing fees and fines. Then in 2014, the Bureau of Land Management finally said enough was enough, and decided to remove Cliven's trespassing cattle. But the way the BLM went about this was, quite frankly, overkill. 150 agents decked out in tactical gear shut down nearly 600,000 acres.
What the fuck? They're cows, dude. You could probably swing a stick and they'll move. What do you mean they send 150 agents? What was it, a slow day? What the fuck happened?
Of public land surrounding Cliven's ranch. They swooped in with an armed battalion consisting of BLM Rangers, German Shepherds, and snipers.
We had command centers. They had, like snipers set on that hill. They had snipers set up on the mountain there. They had 4 different helicopters that I know of.
Within a few days, videos spread online of Bundy family members being pushed and tased.
And I just saw federal agents throw my aunt on the ground. I saw my cousin get tased 3 times. I saw him pull dogs and stick it on a pregnant woman.
Those videos became a rallying call for hundreds of supporters and militia groups who flocked to Nevada to back the Bundys against the federal government. And the situation culminated into an armed standoff with the Bureau of Land Management. This documentary was made possible by my generous patrons. If you'd like to help support my future documentaries, please consider becoming a patron or member on this channel. While I was in Nevada, I somehow managed to get the Bundys to agree to let me interview them, despite their past experiences with FBI agents who approached them posing as a fake documentary crew.
Right to the back, huh? I gotta strain this milk. Oh. Yeah, wash
washed the cow real well and made sure her udder were clean and everything was clean, so the milk going in the bucket's clean. Either way, I strain it just to be certain, you know, to clean the milk. And so again, we have.
This is Cliven's eldest son, Ryan Bundy. When the FBI analyzed the Bundys in 2011 to see how dangerous a cattle roundup operation might be, they concluded that Ryan Bundy was the most radical family member and the most likely to fight back. 5 years later, Ryan helped lead a 41-day armed occupation of a wildlife refuge along with his brother, Ammon Bundy.
Hey, Moroni, go open that gate, please.
Are we allowed to do this?
Oh, yeah. So this is our range. We're out here all the time.
So, Ryan, where are you taking us?
Right now, I'm going to take you to the one of the two First Amendment zones that the government had put up.
And what is a First Amendment zone? What is that?
Well, the government, in their operations to gather our cattle and to extort us, did not want free speech. And so what they did is they set up these zones, two little zones, and they said, okay, only within these zones can you exercise the First Amendment. The First Amendment is suspended everywhere else. Now, by the way, this is where one was, right here in front of us.
That's not how the First Amendment works. I don't I don't know if maybe the Federal Bureau of Land or Bureau of Land Management Bureau or Federal, I don't know what it's called. Maybe they don't understand exactly how the First Amendment works, but like it's throughout the United States, not here or there.
They had yellow safety fencing or orange safety fencing placed up in like a corral, like a little circle here, and they said, okay, within that circle, within that fenced area, you can exercise the First Amendment, and they actually put signs up, First Amendment zone. And we have one of those signs still at the ranch, one of the actual signs, by the way, which I'll show it to you today. All right, so this is Toquap Wash, and right here about where we're standing is where the BLM had set up their military and snipers pointing at the people. The people were right there underneath the bridge, right where those pillars are. So this is where the main events of April 12th, 2014 took place, right here. They designed this to be the most intrusive cattle confiscation that ever was. They were trying to entice us into retaliating, and therefore it would give them justification to kill us. You ever watch the movie Red Dawn?
I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I don't care what federal jurisdiction you're in. I don't think you can go to civilians into agitation so that you could put them down. I don't think that's allowed. I'm pretty sure even the ATF has been fucking fined and fucking prosecuted for doing such things.
Dawn? Yep. It was just like that. Okay? Just like that.
The events of the cattle roundup polarized onlookers. Many wondered if the federal government was justified in their actions.
No.
Was such an expensive, heavy-handed law enforcement operation really needed to deal with some trespassing cows?
Land management? Bureau of Land Management? You know, why should they have a military type force?
Much of the blame fell on the shoulders of the man who'd led the botched roundup, Dan Love. Can you tell me about the commander of the BLM operation, Dan Love?
Dan Love, Dan Love he's a murderer. He had another situation that he caused the deaths of 3 people over in Utah. Just a hothead and a tyrant. He's just a perfect tyrant.
In 2009, Dan Love led the BLM in an eerily similar raid of a network of collectors illegally trading in Native American artifacts stolen from public lands. 26 people were arrested, and 2 of them took their own lives. Despite a public outcry, Dan Love received a promotion and was later named Agent of the Year. The BLM assigned...
Now look, I'm not a cop. I don't have all that training, you know. God forbid I spend 2 years of my life learning to be a fucking piece of shit. But I'm pretty sure they're supposed to de-escalate, not escalate them into fucking taking their lives. Like, I'm pretty sure this is what we call a bad I might be misremembering, but you kind of want them to be alive.
And Special Agent Larry Wooten to lead an investigation into the Bundy cattle roundup operation. In 2017, Wooten wrote a whistleblower memo where he accused Dan Love of leading a punitive and ego-driven expedition. Through his investigation, Wooten learned that Dan Love carried a kill book as a trophy, which bragged about getting 3 individuals in Utah to commit suicide following his Native American artifact raid in 2009. During the Bundy cattle roundup, Wooten said that Dan Love created an amateurish carnival atmosphere. Dan Love essentially led the roundup like an aggressive frat boy, and body cam footage shows that his subordinates followed the toxic tone that he set.
Are you fucking people stupid or what? Pretty much a shoot first, that's fucking shoot his fucking dog first.
I called the BLM to ask them for an interview regarding the Bundys.
Generally, we really don't have public interviews about the Bundys.
Look, I just don't. My God, dude, this is a shit show. We actually have people in our government who employ psychopaths, psychopath carnies, and then let them. Oh my God, dude, what the fuck?
There used to be 52 ranching families in this area, sharing over 100,000 acres of open range. All of them took buyouts and left after ranching was banned in the region. All of them, except for Clive and Bundy.
Or I'll say, well, there used to be 52 neighbors, 52 ranchers in Clark County. What happened to them? It gets to the point there's not no ranchers left because what they've done is they've broke them all.
When the Bureau of Land Management told Cliven to stop, he said,
I said, hell no. And they was using the desert tortoise mainly for excuse. They said, there's not enough feed for the cows and the tortoises out there. So I guess the cows have got to go because we're not going to get rid of the tortoises. What that meant to most people is, hey, we can't buy a permit from you, so we can't run our cows. And so basically, we're out of business.
To learn more, I visited Las Vegas to speak with a desert tortoise expert who promised to let me see the rare creature myself.
My name's Sarah Mortimer. I'm the executive director with Tortoise Group and staff biologist. Desert tortoises are reptiles, so they are cold-blooded, so they have to move from warm and cool temperatures to control their own body temperatures. That's why their burrows are so important. Desert tortoises are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. Back in the 70s and 80s, they were starting to see extreme declines in populations. There's a variety of factors that contribute to the decline of wild populations, habitat loss being one of the major causes, predation, human and urban development. When desert tortoises were listed under the Endangered Species Act, it put construction in the Las Vegas area to a complete halt.
All activities posing a threat to desert tortoises were paused in Clark County, a county home to Las Vegas, as well as the Bundy Ranch. Millions of dollars worth of construction.
Oh my God, Cloud, you're gonna be there. Can you go to the Bundy Ranch for me, really quick? I want you to ask him a question.
Projects were stalled, and so was cattle ranching. But developers in Las Vegas were able to negotiate a deal with the Fish and Wildlife Service, a deal which ranchers couldn't match. For a fee of $550 per acre, developers were allowed to destroy desert tortoise habitat found on building sites, and even kill tortoises if need be. Money generated from fees paid by developers was used to increase tortoise protection on federal land south of the city, and to establish a $2.3 million desert tortoise conservation center. Cattle ranchers like Clive and Bundy weren't as lucky as commercial developers. Most ranchers in Clark County had small-scale operations that were barely breaking even, and they couldn't afford to pay mitigation fees like Las Vegas developers. In the end, the BLM used fees paid by developers to buy out cattle ranchers' grazing permits, and a short while after that, it was decided that public lands ranching would be banned in all of Clark County. As Dr. James Skillen notes in his book, This Land is My Land, it was a struggle over county gentrification, in which commercial development won out over ranching.
That is what allowed then, with the developers in Vegas, when they needed to protect and preserve some desert tortoise land, the Bureau of Land Management, they went to the ranchers and said, hey, we'll buy you out. A lot of those ranchers looked at the prospects of how many cows they were allowed to run, concerns that there would be more reductions in the future, and said, I'm going to take the deal, I'm going to get out. And the Bundy family is the one family that said, under no circumstances will we do this. Absolutely not.
And so I'm the last man standing.
These days, Cliven's cows are everywhere in this stretch of the Mojave Desert. Cliven says himself that his cattle are more like wild animals than domesticated cows. He practices a hands-off approach to ranching, letting his cows roam freely and only collecting the ones ready for auction. Because his cattle are largely left to their own devices, some are unbranded, and therefore feral. These feral cows are skittish, likely to charge at you if you get too close. However, the ones that are more accustomed to people just stare you down until they ascertain that you're not a threat. His herd is spread out over hundreds of thousands of acres, feeding on the desert grass and brush which dots the arid landscape. Some of his cows stroll into golf courses, others wander onto the interstate and cause accidents. Ironically, open range laws in Nevada protect Cliven legally in cases where his cows happen to wander where they're not supposed to.
There's cattle, open range, and that warns and places the liability upon drivers that if they hit cows, when they hit cows, then I file on their insurance and get paid for the cow. And then,
When was the last time you saw a desert tortoise?
I don't know, maybe 2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Yeah, I'll admit I don't see as many as we used to, but I'll tell you why. It's because the sheep aren't here anymore. Those tortoises will follow the sheep and they eat the sheep dung. Okay, and then whenever there's sheep, there's tortoises. And the sheep don't come across here anymore. So there's less tortoises. We believe that they might eat the cattle dung as well, but I'm not 100% positive of that. I know where some tortoises are, and I thought I might do a little experiment and see if, make sure that tortoise and dung are both there in the same place and film them, see if they eat it. I haven't done that yet, but I know without a doubt they eat the sheep dung.
There has been documentation of tortoises also eating cow manure, so...
and that is actually something that the Bundys have said.
It's actually noted in a scientific paper. Now, if they're experiencing times of drought and cows are eating up all the plants and that's all they have to eat, of course they're going to eat the cow manure.
Here's the interesting thing about that is, they said, oh, the cattle negatively affect the tortoise, and they're like, okay, well, do you have any scientific proof to that? And when it comes down to it, they don't.
Yeah.
There's no scientific proof that cattle do any harm to tortoise.
I mean, from a scientific standpoint, the degradation and compacting of the soils and the vegetation doesn't make it ideal because it's taking away from vegetation that the tortoise would
Well,
eat.
yeah, it might be.
You were telling us, yes?
Well, I get that it might degrade it, but there's got to be a threshold in which you determine that it's a negative effect on something rather than it just being, something that's not preferential. It's not like every negative thing is the fucking end of the world. Oops.
Okay, well, do you have any scientific proof to that? And when it comes down to it, they don't.
Yeah.
There's no scientific proof that cattle do any harm to tortoise.
I mean, from a scientific standpoint, the degradation and compacting of the soils and the vegetation doesn't make it ideal because it's taking away from vegetation that the tortoise would eat.
And you were telling us yesterday that there was they were killing them? They were putting them down, the tortoises?
Yeah, it was been several years ago now, but they actually euthanized, tens of thousands of them.
I would reject that. I don't think that the government is just killing tortoises to be killing tortoises. They did have to euthanize ones that were just incredibly sick. All of the animals, to my knowledge, that they could release were released.
You ran for office recently, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, I run for as governor in Nevada. I was wanting to make sure that Nevada was in an environment where people could prosper. I wanted to get rid of licensing. I also wanted to fix this land rights issue. Okay. All it would take is a governor that would realize what a state is and kick the feds out. Okay, because again, the state is a sovereign, independent nation.
I don't know about that one. Be something I'd have to look up.
Yes, my grandfather did have a lease agreement. Yes, my father had a lease agreement. We did have a contract with the Bureau of Land Management. We did try to abide by their rules and we did pay the grazing fee, but we could see that they were purposely trying to drive the ranchers out of business. Now, this caused my father a lot of stress. He didn't know what was right at the time. He didn't know what to do.
I don't have the knowledge I have now, but I'm not going to just give up.
He began to do some study and he started to realize that the land does not belong to the federal government. It belongs to the state and to her people.
According to the Bundys, Nevada and the rest of the states in the United States of America are independent and sovereign nations.
And that's one thing that we in America don't quite understand. We've been taught that it's one nation under God, indivisible. No, that's not true. It's not one nation. We're 50 nations.
The Bundys' theory goes something like this. The federal government is simply an entity that's given power by the states and the people, mainly for the purposes of defense. They argue that it's unconstitutional for the federal government to own public land unless that land is being used for military bases. The Bundys base their claims on 3 passages of the United States Constitution, a document which they consider to be divinely inspired. Those passages are the 10th Amendment.
Yeah, I work Friday, Cloud. I'm working an
the
overtime
Enclave
shift.
Clause, and the Supremacy Clause.
Constitution, if Congress has authority to own land, it will be in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8, Clause
It does, Cloud, but I'm working overtime this week.
17. It's on page 7. Forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards,
That's okay.
and other needful buildings. Those are only 5 reasons that Congress can own land. Okay, in other words, wildlife refuges, national parks, monuments, Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, none of these are within the purview of the Constitution. To me, the Constitution is so simple. It's easy to read. I can understand it. The federal government has no authority.
I had bought a Ghost energy drink so I can drink it and hang out with you. You could still do that, and I'm still gonna fucking be on Discord at work. It's like a kilo of meth in a 2-serving can. How big would a fucking can need to be a kilo?
Authority to own land within an admitted state of the Union, except for Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, military bases, arsenals, dockyards, other needful buildings. If it's not in the Constitution, it shouldn't even be discussed.
And one thing that I am is I am a constitutionalist to the point I do understand a lot about the Constitution. And I know the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. I don't have no problem with the federal government. So let's put it that way. I don't think the federal government has any jurisdiction. And I know the federal government.
Does this man survive a stroke? Not trying to be funny. I think it said he got kicked in the face by I think it was a bull, maybe, or a horse. It was some animal kicked him in the face and it shattered that side of his face. But apparently everything's all right. It's just the skull is kind of deformed.
Government don't own this land.
Yeah.
When I returned home to Toronto, Ontario, I set up a video call with Dr. James Skillen, a public lands expert, to ask him if the Bundys' constitutional theories had any legal merit.
Yeah, it must have been scary. Dude, fucking, I don't get these people who fucking, the cattle ranch, right? And they get kicked in the face like that, and it shatters their skull, and they still fucking cattle ranch. Like, I wouldn't go near I probably wouldn't eat a steak for the rest of my life. Like, come on. Like, I'm not gonna fucking put myself at the risk.
So, are the Bundys correct when they say that it's unconstitutional for the federal government to own public land that isn't used for military bases?
No. The primary legal authority of the federal government is the property clause. So this is Article 4 of the Constitution, and it says the federal government has authority to make all needful rules and regulations regarding public lands owned by the United States. And the Supreme Court has said over and over again that that clause is essentially without limitation. You're up against, if you're the Bundys, you have a pretty steep uphill battle to show that the Supreme Court has misinterpreted the Constitution for 140 years.
When you hear the Bundys referring to the Constitution, oftentimes they're referring to it as a divine document. When I talked to Cliven Bundy, he essentially said Jesus wrote the Constitution. These are battles over land that come from a religious understanding. The White Horse Prophecy is the idea that LDS will protect the Constitution when it's hanging by a thread. And there's a layer to the understanding that it's going to require a fight against the government, a corrupt government. And I really do believe it motivates Ryan, Ammon, and Cliven Bundy in their fight. This idea that they are taking part in the White Horse Prophecy, that they're fulfilling it to a certain degree.
Joseph Smith, he said that the Constitution would hang as if it were by a thread. In other words, it's on the thread of being...
Wait, isn't there like a thing where it's like Vsauce, Constitution loophole? Fucking hell. I wish I could find it. I just watched it on Shorts not too long ago. Ah! Now I want to find it. Where is it? Fucking hell, dude. Now I'm pissed. Oh, it's go. There it is. It's go to this loophole.
Did you know that one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century discovered a logical contradiction in the US Constitution that, if found, could be used to legally change America's democracy into a dictatorship? Well, he did. But we no longer know what it was. It's been called one of the great unsolved problems of constitutional law, but it's also known as Gödel's loophole. In 1947, Kurt Gödel discovered the contradiction while studying for the American citizenship test. He told his friend Oscar Morgenstern, and then Morgenstern told Albert Einstein, but both of them agreed that it probably wouldn't be exploited. Now, no one ever wrote it down, so we don't know what he had in mind. Was it something about the Electoral College, presidential pardons, gerrymandering? Well, there's been a lot of speculation, but I think one of the best guesses is this. Gödel's problem may have been that Article 5 could be seen as self-referential. It circumscribes how the Constitution can and cannot be changed, and yet Article 5 is also part of the Constitution. If the rules about how the rules can be changed can themselves be changed, well then anything is not only possible or easy, but legal. But really, no one knows. Did you know that...
Yeah, so... Yeah, there you go.
You know, become in ruin, and yet that it would be this people, speaking of the members of the church, and particularly the priesthood members, that would bear it up and save it from ruin.
So, do you think that's happening right now? Are you fighting?
Yeah, I've felt for a long time that I've been a part of that. Yes. Joseph
Smith probably didn't say it exactly as it's written. However, Joseph Smith very much was fighting against a government that he felt was unfair, corrupt, and cruel to his new religion. And so he really emphasized this relationship between the Mormon people and the Constitution.
In the mid-19th century, a newfound religious group belonging to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormons, traveled west. Mobs ran Mormons out of New York and Ohio. In Missouri, an extermination order was issued against them. And in Illinois, Joseph Smith was murdered by a mob. When the Mormons arrived in Utah, a part of Mexico at the time, they felt like the ancient Israelites fleeing Babylon. To the Latter-day Saints, Utah represented Zion, the kingdom of God on earth. Cliven Bundy's maternal great-great-great-grandfather, Dudley Levitt, spent most of his life following the Mormon Church West. Dudley was an adherent member of the church, and when he was called to help establish a Mormon settlement called Bunkerville, where the Bundy Ranch is situated just outside of today, he immediately accepted. In 1877, Dudley Levitt arrived in Bunkerville along with a small group of the town's first settlers. They were there on behalf of the Mormon Church in order to follow a style of communal living called the United Order. Bunkerville began as a utopian commune with settlers who shared all goods and labor in common. It sounds like communism because it kind of was. The United Order of Bunkerville only lasted 2.5 years before it was dissolved in 1880. Just a quick aside, Cliven Bundy's maternal ancestor Dudley Levitt lived a fascinating life. He was a polygamist and believed that the practice, which Mormons called plural marriage, was necessary for eternal salvation. Because of that, he spent years dodging U.S. Marshals who raided Bunkerville in search of Mormon polygamists. He also liked to taunt law enforcement to try and stop him. Visit the Bunkerville Cemetery to see where Dudley is buried next to his 5 wives. Because I know you're wondering, he had a total of 48 children.
Jesus Christ.
The first public lands in the United States were created around the end of the Revolutionary War, when the original 13 colonies agreed to surrender all of their territory west of the Appalachian Mountains to the federal government.
Some of the colonies had significant western
48
lands, and other
children.
colonies
What a
quite
shot a
small
child.
and didn't have access to those lands. That land went to the national government with the understanding that it would be used for the good of all the states. The federal government then acquired, over the next century,
Or at least get some
roughly
pull-out
1.8
game.
billion acres of land.
The federal government gained ownership of the land through purchase, conquest, and cession. This came through things like the Louisiana Purchase, the Mexican-American War, treaty with Great Britain, and purchase of Alaska from Russia.
As the federal government acquired all of this land, there was a general understanding that the federal government would dispose of it all. And so from the very beginning, Congress began passing different laws to transfer land from federal ownership into private ownership.
Through the Homestead Act of 1862, a large amount of rich agricultural land in the Midwest was transferred and sold for cheap to anyone who agreed to farm it. Most homesteaders settled in the eastern states and the Midwest. No one really wanted the arid western desert lands that weren't viable for farming. Therefore, much of the West stayed in federal ownership.
Really, these were the leftover lands, the lands that nobody wanted.
Western public domain lands attracted ranchers who, for almost a century, enjoyed a great degree of autonomy. But this led to range wars between sheep herders and cattle ranchers, as well as overgrazing and soil degradation. Since no one who used the land actually owned it, no one treated it with much care, a classic dilemma known as the tragedy of the commons. This is what happened in Mount Trumbull, Arizona, also known as Bundyville. Bundyville was founded in 1916 by Abraham Bundy, Cliven's great-paternal grandfather. Before Abraham founded Bundyville, the Mexican Revolution forced him and his family to flee a polygamous colony in Sonora, Mexico that was taken over by rebels. When he returned to the States, Abraham read about 640 acres of land that the federal government was giving away for free. It was located in hardscrabble wilderness, isolated from the rest of Arizona by the Grand Canyon and the Colorado River. But Abraham was looking for freedom, so he took his family to live there. There they ranched cattle until its lush meadows and knee-high grass was depleted and the soil was rendered brittle, degraded by overconsumption. The same story unfolded all over the western public lands, causing Uncle Sam to step in. In 1934, Congress brought an end to the grazing commons when it passed the Taylor Grazing Act.
I used to call them Taylor grazing people. Then it was in later, then they become BLM.
Then in 1946, President Truman established the Bureau of Land Management to oversee public lands used by miners, livestock ranchers, and loggers. During its early days, the BLM's primary purpose was to serve natural resource development on public lands. Unlike the National Park Service, the early BLM didn't concern itself with environmental conservation. As long as ranchers and miners were happy, so was the BLM. Back then, Cattlemen filled the seats of grazing advisory boards. They called the shots in a system of self-regulation known as home rule on the range. Due to these circumstances, the BLM was derided for the first 3 decades of its existence as the Bureau of Livestock and Mining. The BLM became responsible for 340 million acres of land considered too dreary and unattractive to be a national park, lands just like the desert backcountry that the Bundys call home. Cliven Bundy was born in 1946, the same year that Truman created the Bureau of Land Management. 2 years later, his father built the Bundy Ranch in 1948, long after the grazing commons were closed. Therefore, his father had to apply for a grazing permit through the BLM to ranch on land owned by the federal government. In 1974, Cliven was 28 and had just purchased 1,400 head of cattle from Mexico to take over his father's ranching operation. In retrospect, he couldn't have picked a worse time to get into public lands ranching. That's because concerns for the environment became a hot-button issue during the 1970s. Environmental hazards were such a concern that 20 million Americans nationwide attended the first Earth Day demonstration, making it the second largest demonstration in American history. During the 70s, an unlikely champion of the environment emerged, and his name was Richard Nixon.
Each of us all across this great land has a stake in maintaining and improving environmental quality. These problems will not stand still for politics or for partisanship.
President Nixon created the Environmental Protection Agency and signed into law the National Environmental Policy Act. He also passed the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. Then in 1976, Nixon's successor, President Gerald Ford, codified into law the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, called FLPMA for short. With FLPMA, Congress declared that it would retain the public lands in its ownership. Prior to FLPMA, they still thought that they'd give or sell the land away. FLPMA legally obligated the BLM to manage public lands for multiple uses, like cattle ranching, as well as environmental conservation and recreation. Essentially, FLPMA assigned to the BLM 2 contradictory goals: to protect and preserve the public lands, while also encouraging commercial resource use of the lands, such as cattle ranching. After FLPMA, the Western public lands became a metaphorical battleground, pitting industry against environmental groups, with the BLM caught in the crossfire. However, things didn't get hairy until Jimmy Carter became the 39th President of the United States.
Our program will emphasize conservation. We'll emphasize research on solar energy and other renewable energy sources.
President Carter appointed many leading conservationists to his administration, such as Cecil Andrus, who he chose to head the Department of Interior, which oversees the BLM. To Western commercial land users, it seemed like the Carter administration wanted to regulate them out of business. Suddenly, they found themselves in a position where they either had to comply with new regulations or face penalties such as heavy fines, imprisonment, or both. Instead of compliance, they chose to fight back. Their fight was called the Sagebrush Rebellion, and the rebels referred to it as the Second American Revolution, this time against a colonial federal government instead of the British Empire. The rebellion was led by politicians who introduced bills claiming state control of public lands within their state borders. But the bills introduced by the Sagebrush rebels didn't change any laws. Although Nevada and many other western states claimed ownership of the public lands, it was an assertion that was unlikely to ever fly in court. The frenzy of the Sagebrush Rebellion quieted down to a muffled whimper after then-presidential hopeful Ronald Reagan endorsed the movement. And during the 1980 presidential election, Reagan won in every state west of the Mississippi. Although President Reagan's administration eased the anxieties of public lands ranchers like Cliven Bundy, the environmental laws passed through the 70s were still in effect, and environmental groups continued to sue federal regulators into following laws like the National Environmental Policy Act. In the Pacific Northwest, the spotted owl, an endangered species, brought the public lands logging industry to its knees. Witnessing this greatly disturbed Cliven, who became certain that the federal bureaucrats would come for him next. As tensions heightened, Cliven heard environmentalists chant, "No moo by 92, cattle free by 93. He saw one public lands rancher after another being pushed out.
Monetary claims against the U.S. government ruled on the case first brought by Wayne Hage Sr.
He heard about Agenda 21,
Agenda 21,
an action plan of the United Nations which he interpreted as a plot to force rural Americans to move to cities. All of this pointed to a new world order. It terrified him, and he needed to find hope. Cliven started to attend conferences where he learned that the federal government doesn't own public land. He learned that the state and federal government were subordinate to local county governments, and that the county sheriff was the highest legal authority in the land. His friend, a neighboring rancher named Keith Ney, shared with him a book he assembled containing arcane Mormon scripture and constitutional theories that rejected the concept of federal land ownership outside of a set of very narrow circumstances. Learning these things gave Cliven a great sense of relief. He wasn't the one in the wrong, the government and the justice system were. The bureaucrats just didn't understand the Constitution as well as he did, because if they did, they'd understand that what they were doing was unconstitutional.
You talk about Dick Carver as a movement, because we're not going to back down, we're not going to go away, and we are winning, and we will win this battle.
Dick Carver's battlefield is Nevada.
It's the bureaucrats forcing regulations down on us.
The federal government says it controls 87% of the land in Nevada.
They don't own it. They have no documents to own it.
Dick Carver says the state owns all this land. And his argument is simple.
I'm fighting right here.
He says the Constitution never gave the federal government any power over this land.
They have 26 feet of regulations, and I'm going to beat them with a little Constitution that's not a quarter-inch thick.
To put all of this into perspective, here's Dick Carver, a county commissioner and rancher from Nye County, Nevada, who on the 4th of July, 1994, ran a bulldozer through a BLM closure after making a speech touching on all of the hallmark constitutional arguments against federal land ownership that the Bundys regularly espouse.
That's the highest level of government in America, is the one that's closest to the people. That means that your county elected officials are the highest level of government in America today. Therefore, all the public lands within Nye County are owned by the state of Nevada, subject to existing rights.
In attendance and only visible for a split second is a much younger Cliven Bundy.
What agency is the enemy here?
Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, and if you can find anywhere that you can put the Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife, I will eat it raw.
That same year, the BLM canceled Cliven's grazing permit and demanded that he pay his overdue grazing fees and fines. Cliven agreed to pay, but only to what he viewed as the proper authorities. He sent a check to Clark County. However, Clark County wasn't responsible for collecting grazing fees, the BLM was, so they sent his check back. Cliven's battle with the feds began to receive a lot of attention from the media. Journalists liked him because he gave good quotes such as, "This fight today is no different than the civil rights days, when Rosa Parks defied illegal local law and took her rightful seat in the front of the bus." Cliven's battle with the BLM took place during a second sagebrush rebellion called the Wise Use Movement.
We intend to destroy the environmental movement once and for all by offering a better alternative, the Wise Use Movement.
Ron Arnold is a prominent figure in the movement, which is actually a loose amalgam of as many as 400 groups of miners, loggers, ranchers, and corporations like Exxon.
The Wise Use Movement involved more aggressive opposition to federal land ownership than the Sagebrush Rebellion of the 1970s. In Nevada, a Forest Service ranger's office was bombed, and his minivan was detonated with dynamite. In Reno, Nevada, a satchel charge was hurled onto the roof of a BLM office. Threats became commonplace, as did stories of federal employees being attacked and shot at. Cliven's son, Ryan Bundy, was also involved in the Wise Use Movement. In 1994, Ryan ran a toll booth at Zion National Park after telling a park ranger that he didn't recognize the Fed's authority. Ryan was arrested following a 21-mile police chase.
I chose to use that route of travel, and they wanted to charge me at the gate of Zion's. And I just said, hey, you have no authority here. This property doesn't belong to you, and I'm not going to pay you to go through here. So I didn't.
In 1998, the BLM prepared to impound Cliven's cattle, but then they learned that they would likely be met with armed resistance. With Ruby Ridge, Waco, and the Oklahoma City bombing in recent memory, the BLM decided that it would be too dangerous to attempt to round up Cliven's trespassing cattle. In 16 years, Cliven tripled the amount of cattle his original permit allowed him to ranch on public land. 160,000 acres expanded into 600,000 acres. By 2012, his livestock were no longer just in Nevada, they were also in parts of Arizona. In March 2011, the BLM spent at least $287,000 to count Cliven's trespassing cattle. Nevada's Department of Agriculture estimated that his entire herd was worth roughly $750,000. The BLM estimated that he had 900 cattle, each worth $1,000 a head. Cliven disagreed. He said that he only had around half that number. The BLM published a list of impacts his herd had on private property and the environment. A civil servant was attacked by a Bundy bull. Crops on private land were destroyed, cattle shot in springs, damaged rare plants, rubbed against ancient Native American petroglyphs, and they halted environmental restoration projects. In 2013, the Bureau of Land Management sent Cliven 2 letters informing him that he had 45 days to remove his cattle from public land. They warned him to not physically interfere with the impoundment operation. Cliven didn't respond to the BLM. Instead, he spoke to the media. He said that he would do whatever it takes to protect his rights. He added that although he hasn't threatened to use a gun, he never said that he wouldn't either. For
That's
years,
true.
intelligence agents at the BLM and FBI quietly kept track of the Bundys, what the family said to the media, who they met with, and how much of a threat the family posed. Both agencies considered Cliven Bundy to be a moderate threat. The BLM wrote that Bundy's cause has been his lifeblood for over 2 decades. He seems to revel in being called the last rancher in Nevada. The BLM considered Cliven's threat to do whatever it takes more reactive than proactive. Cliven's savvy enough to understand that if he keeps his threats obtuse, he does not risk violating any criminal laws. They concluded that he's not likely planning any preemptive strike against our operation. For both the FBI and the BLM, Ryan Bundy was considered the most volatile threat within the Bundy inner circle. On March 17, 2014, 2 special agents with the BLM spoke to Ryan Bundy on the phone to let him know that they were prepared to remove the trespassing cattle.
We really want to know if we're going to have any type of physical problems with you guys because we want to avoid that at all costs.
I'll tell you the best way to avoid that is to start the hearing to the Constitution, set the rights here that you are violating, and simply do not show up.
I have to be honest and I have to inform you that that's not an option.
You can't back off. You can't draw a line in the sand and say, I'm only going to defend myself to this point, because when you do that, you lose.
10 days later, the BLM shut down over 600,000 acres of public land in an area known as Gold Butte. They believed that it would take 46 days to round up Cliven's herd. The BLM cattle seizure operation was dubbed Operation Gold Butte. The entire operation was estimated to cost $3 million. Nearly $1 million would go to a roundup firm that would supply the BLM with contract cowboys. $78,000 was paid to a firm in Utah to auction the seized cattle. The BLM's decision to auction Cliven's cattle in Utah quickly became a problem. Cliven's unbranded feral cattle were unvaccinated. County commissioners in Utah balked at the notion of bringing feral cattle across state lines where they could infect Utah herds. So they passed a resolution to keep Cliven's feral cattle out of the state. Operation Gold Butte was planned based on a military model called the ICS system. A vast BLM command post was built 7 miles away from Bundy Ranch. It was positioned next to Tokop Wash, a dried stream bed where the standoff between Bundy supporters and the feds would eventually take place.
They start to build this compound, and we see them putting it up. And then they shut down all the land. They make it where no one can go out on the land. They put guards on every little teeny road. Anyone who stepped off the pavement, they were attacking.
83 armed BLM Rangers were deployed. Some BLM Rangers were responsible for protecting 19 contract cowboys. Contract cowboys would bait cattle into traps with the support of a low-flying helicopter. 29 FBI personnel were deployed with SWAT teams, snipers, and 2 hostage negotiators on standby. They also brought a mine-resistant armored protected vehicle, as well as 4 helicopters equipped with forward-looking infrared and high-elevation target support. In total, 213 personnel from multiple federal agencies were assigned to the operation. The BLM set up 24/7, 360-degree visual surveillance surrounding Cliven's home. Observation teams equipped with night vision goggles and scopes took up elevated positions around the ranch. The BLM set up surveillance cameras on a hill overlooking Cliven's home. One of those cameras was later destroyed by Ryan Bundy. When they were setting up cameras, they said that you came in the middle of the night and knocked them out?
No, that's not true. I did it in broad daylight.
Before Operation Gold Butte
No,
began,
that's not
Cliven
true.
was
I did it
desperate
in
to
broad
get through to the one
daylight.
man he believed could put a stop to the BLM roundup, Clark County Sheriff Doug Gillespie. Sheriff Gillespie oversaw the 7th largest police department in the entire country, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, known as Metro. Because of that, Sheriff Gillespie had serious political sway, but not enough to stop federal agents backed up by a court order. Cliven told Gillespie that as sheriff of Clark County, Nevada, he was the highest law enforcement authority in the land. Cliven said he could simply tell the feds no and send them packing. When Sheriff Gillespie tried to explain to Cliven that that wasn't the case, he didn't listen. In an unusual move, he took Cliven to speak to 2 attorneys, but their advice also fell on deaf ears. Sheriff Gillespie later said he had little success in dealing with Cliven because he would not recognize the federal government.
I don't have no problem with the federal government. Who do I have problem with? I have problem with my county sheriff for not protecting my property. It's your job to protect my life, liberty, and property.
The sheriff could have put a stop to it at any time, because when it comes to law enforcement authority, there is no one else that has the law enforcement that the sheriff does. The feds don't have it.
Dan Love, the BLM special agent in charge of the Bundy Roundup, didn't share Sheriff Gillespie's soft touch. Gillespie tried to convince Dan Love to conduct the roundup during fall instead of spring, which was calving season. He suggested that it would be inhumane to chase birthing cows with helicopters and ATVs under the hot sun. Dan Love brushed him off. The BLM felt that it was the perfect time for a roundup since Cliven's sons weren't at the ranch. Ryan Bundy was busy in Utah protesting the cattle auction firm, so there would be less of a risk of a confrontation. Initially, Sheriff Gillespie agreed to assist the BLM with Operation Gold Butte, but after talking to Dan Love, he changed his mind. Sensing danger, the sheriff pulled Metro Police out.
A cattle roundup is now underway.
With only 75 taken of the 500 cattle Bundy says he has, this is just the beginning.
And our battle's going to go on for months, so if they want a long, good, hard battle, we're ready.
What does that mean?
Well, whatever it takes, let's put it that way.
When the roundup began, there was only a small amount of interest from the public. Most of the protesters present were Bundy family members, friends, and ranchers. Initially, the only opposition the BLM faced occurred when they tried to get protesters to use the First Amendment areas.
Not the place to do it. If you feel like you want to express your First Amendment rights, we have a First Amendment area set up for you guys. We'll have to have you move over to the First Amendment area, okay? It's obvious that you guys are out here conducting surveillance. We don't want any trouble. We don't want any trouble with you guys, right? And I don't think you want any trouble with us.
I'm not wrong here, right? I'm not. I understand.
Ma'am, I understand that, but sometimes it's better just to move on than to ramp things up. If you want to go to your First Amendment area, then you're fine by going to the First Amendment area.
Free speech, though. This is where we're protesting?
You could save your comments until you're completely loaded into the cage. Okay, have fun, enjoy your right to free speech. The Armed Forces welcomes your dissenter.
On April 6, 2014, Cliven's son Dave Bundy, a commercial pilot, pulled onto the shoulder of State Route 170 to film the BLM roundup on his iPad. 20 minutes later, he was joined by Ryan Bundy, who arrived in a white van with his children seated in the back. BLM agents told Dave Bundy to stop filming and to relocate to a First Amendment area. Dave Bundy argued that he was in his right to film since he was standing on the shoulder of a state highway. Moments later, BLM agents tackled him to the ground and arrested him.
The problem is they didn't have any authority to arrest.
No arrest authority is what this is.
They couldn't keep him because they didn't have any authority to arrest him to begin with. When that happened, in the meantime, I was over there by that other hill, and they put snipers up on the hill pointing down at me.
Ryan Bundy watched from his van while his brother was being cuffed.
I was greatly outnumbered. I knew they had a sniper on me. I didn't want to leave my brother, but what else was I to do? I mean, they had their finger on the trigger, so to speak.
Leave now, sir. Leave. We're not playing this game all day. Leave. Okay? Now, I'm gonna drag you out of the car, okay? Here in a second. Leave now.
The next day, Dave Bundy was let go. He was cited for failure to disperse and for resisting arrest. His charges were later dropped. Back at the ranch, Cliven was furious. He was mad that his son was arrested. He was mad that Sheriff Gillespie wasn't stepping in to stop the BLM. And he was mad that his cattle were being seized. Cliven knew that he needed a mass of supporters to show up. With enough people, the BLM would fail. Cliven, a devout Mormon, learned through a personal revelation from God that over 200 people would turn up. He told his family to have plenty of rations ready to feed supporters. They were going to hold a rally. On April 6, 2014, Cliven's wife, Carol Bundy, wrote a plea for help on the Bundy Ranch blog. You've been asking what you can do. Now it's time. They have my cattle, and now they have one of my boys. Range war begins tomorrow at Bundy Ranch at 9:30 a.m. Bring your signs and horses, and plan to stay as long as you can. We are going to get the job done.
It's a green light. I repeat, it is a go. We will be showing up in Nevada to support Cliven Bundy.
And an American rancher is being targeted
and may soon be dead at the hands of the Obama administration.
On Twitter, Bundy supporters use hashtags
I don't think Obama
such
knows
as
this is
Stop
going
Bundy
on.
Siege and Range War, while his opponents label this a deranged war by a welfare rancher.
By noon, around 300 Bundy supporters poured in. Many of them weren't knowledgeable about public lands ranching, but they were unified by their disgust of the BLM's militaristic show of force. To Cliven supporters, the BLM were tyrannical feds staging a land grab and forcing an innocent man off of his private property. And it didn't matter that the BLM wasn't actually rounding cattle off of Cliven's private property. To his supporters, Cliven's fight was a fight for the future of the country. Federal regulators had gone after their religious beliefs, their guns, and their schools. To them, Cliven represented a traditional American lifestyle. He was a genuine icon of a bygone era that godless government bureaucrats were trying to erase.
Growing by day and night, with people from well beyond Nevada driving for hours to join in, bonding by campfires. They say they're fighting for something way bigger than cows.
Western United States citizens, ranchers, rural folks like this are the modern day Indians. We're being driven off of our lands. We're being asked to or forced into reservations known as cities.
As more Bundy supporters trickled in, so did Cliven's son, Ammon Bundy. Prior to the cattle roundup, the BLM and FBI considered Ammon to be the least threatening Bundy family member. But as Ammon told me on the phone, witnessing the BLM cattle seizure operation set his life trajectory way off course.
I had this perfect little life, making lots of money and really comfortable, and I show up at the Bundy Ranch and see a full assault in military style, and I see them, destroying my father's ranch, and I began to inquire more and more, and realizing that the whole damn thing's corrupt.
On April 9th, someone witnessed a convoy of BLM vehicles escorting a dump truck hauling a backhoe.
There's only one reason why they would have a backhoe and a dump truck up there, and that is because they're cleaning up their mess and killing the animals.
Upon hearing that the BLM might be killing cattle and destroying water infrastructure, Ammon hopped onto an ATV to investigate. Before he got there, protesters on Riverside Road met with the BLM convoy as it was exiting a trail. This broke out into an altercation between protesters and the BLM. First, Cliven's sister Margaret Bundy Houston was tackled to the ground by a BLM agent. Following that, Ammon approached on an ATV. Then he tried to get a better look inside of the dump truck to see if it contained dead cattle. When BLM agents noticed what he was doing, they charged towards him, drawing tasers. As Ammon got closer, a German Shepherd leapt at his legs, so Ammon kicked the German Shepherd. Once again, the German Shepherd got close, and Ammon kicked it again. In retaliation, BLM agents tased Ammon Bundy 3 times, but remarkably, Ammon remained on his feet.
Shit, this man's been tased 3 times! He's still
It was
up!
at this moment that Ammon Bundy emerged as a leader in the Bundy movement.
Pull back. That's right, baby. That's right. BLM, go away. BLM, go away. BLM. Yes. 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 That's how we know. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
You ever seen anyone else take 3 tasings and not go down?
Were you proud of?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hell, he's tough.
Yeah.
Who else is that tough?
As the video of Ammon's confrontation
That's
with the feds
true.
went viral,
That's some
support
fucking
for the Bundys
tough
skyrocketed.
ass shit.
Over 2,000 people traveled from across the country to join the protest, including militia groups such as the Oath Keepers and the Idaho 3 Percenters. But among the militia groups, one man from Montana named Ryan Payne stood out.
My name is Ryan Payne. I'm a advisor and organizer for Operation Mutual Aid, a national organization of militia and patriotic citizens who have taken a pledge to stand between tyrants and the oppressed. And I've also been designated by Cliven Bundy as his representative to the militias.
I really like Ryan Payne. He's one of my favorite people, actually. He straightway drove clear down here from Montana to help support us in our time of need. And it was by his efforts that pretty much most of those militias showed up and helped us in 2014. And, as far as those militias go, I believe that they saved our lives.
The citizens are the sovereign in America. The state is not the sovereign. The federal government is not the sovereign. The citizen is the sovereign. You can't trespass on the citizen.
As more militia members poured in, the atmosphere of the Bundy camp started to feel warlike.
Why the gun? Well, they have guns. We need guns to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government.
Restaurant owner Judy Metz says adding guns and militiamen could lead to lives lost.
That absolutely frightens me. Somebody does something or says something and these guys pull a gun, that's going to be that's going to be it.
Ryan Payne told the Bundys that they were in good hands. With his help, everybody would be safe, even the BLM. He told Cliven that by the end of this, the BLM would return his cattle and water infrastructure back to him. After that, Cliven was followed by a security detail wherever he went.
Rancher Cliven Bundy took the stage with what looked like his own secret service.
Ryan Payne appointed a tattoo artist from Arizona named Brian Buddha Cavalier as Cliven's personal bodyguard.
They're worried about assassination attempts, nutcakes coming on the property and trying to do harm to the women and children that are here on the property.
He says he's from Arizona, runs a fabrication business, and has security experience.
Buddha Cavalier claimed that he served in the U.S. Marine Corps as a scout sniper, but it was later revealed that he did not.
Brian Cavalier. He came here in 2014. He said he was in support, and he stayed here for quite a few months even after the refuge. More talk than action, and eventually he became an informant too, and he might have been an informant much longer than what we realized.
By April 10th, millions had learned of the Nevada rancher fighting against the feds. The BLM was losing the PR war on social media, where they were portrayed as land grabbers and as agents of Agenda 21. Fox News pundit Sean Hannity grabbed onto the Bundy story during the first days of the roundup and didn't let up. And you can probably guess the direction Hannity's spin on the story took.
You know, Margaret, that kind of thing.
I don't understand one thing. This is state property, right? This isn't federal land.
No federal land. This
so
is
it's state
Clark
property.
County state land.
And the desert tortoise is thriving, and the government's killing them because there's too many of them?
Pete Santilli, a former Marine who ran a political talk show on YouTube, decided that he would document the true story of what was transpiring.
If you're in Nevada and you can legally carry, get weapons out there, okay? We're going to stand and fight in Clark County, Nevada. They will leave or else.
Armed with an iPad and a microphone, he set off for Bundy Ranch. When he got there, he pulled Dan Love aside for a chat, which he recorded.
If you choose to go face to face and people get hurt, we're going to hold you personally accountable.
And I will hold you legally accountable. And I guarantee you that the Constitution is on my side, not that side.
That's not a guarantee.
Oh, I guarantee you. So we're lawfully here. Look, you see all these signs? You're in a closed area. You're on federal land. You don't have to like it. It is the law.
It is not federal land.
It is federal land.
You think so?
I am positive.
I'll bet you lunch.
Mr. Santilli, if you were right, I wouldn't have a job. I've seen your numbers right now. You better hope the 10,000 show up.
Despite Dan Love's bravado, the arrival of heavily armed militia groups was exactly what the BLM had dreaded would happen. By then, over a dozen angry Bundy supporters had called in death threats to the hotel that—
Alright, I'm gonna get some ice cream because this is getting super good and I need some sweet. Oh.
that BLM and contract cowboys were staying at.
The hotel received at least 9 threatening phone calls in April after they allowed BLM rangers to stay in the hotel. Workers were told to kick out the BLM or they would not be standing in the morning. One Mesquite hotel worker who didn't want to go on camera said he was told by an anonymous militia member that he would be, quote, dragged out in the parking lot and shot.
That same day, Dan Lobb and his superiors attended a conference call with the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI. The FBI stated that the armed militia gathering was unprecedented. The FBI recommended that the BLM extend an olive branch to the Bundys. They should come to an agreement before they made any attempt to retreat. Although Dan Love agreed to end the roundup, he refused to let go of 377 cattle that the BLM had seized. Dan Love's ego wouldn't let him accept defeat. On April 12th, the Bundys held a rally. Coincidentally, the rally took place at the same time that the BLM put out a press release announcing that they would end the cattle roundup operation. Sheriff Gillespie attended the rally to tell the Bundys and their supporters that the BLM were pulling out. Gillespie wanted to discuss a compromise with Cliven in private, but Cliven told the sheriff that he'd only speak to him in front of the people. In Sheriff Gillespie's mind, he was there to share good news, which would surely ease tensions. Little did the sheriff know that Cliven had prepared a list of demands.
This is what we the people are asking this morning. Disarm the Park Service. Take your county bulldozers and tear down the entrance places where they ticket us. We want those arms delivered right here under the...
You know, a silly movie starring Dave Bautista as a CIA agent who's outsmarted by a little girl. The whole movie, My Spy.
These
Yeah.
flags in 1 hour.
I haven't seen it, but I know it.
If they're not done, then we'll decide what we're going to do from this point on. Do your job, Sheriff! Do your job!
What Cliven was demanding was impossible. Essentially, he was telling Sheriff Gillespie to go to war with the federal government on his behalf. Cliven gave the sheriff 1 hour to not only destroy federal infrastructure, but also to disarm the feds and to pile their weapons on the protest stage. Sheriff Gillespie had no intentions of doing what Cliven wanted. Instead, he drove straight to the BLM command post to speak to Dan Love. Sheriff Gillespie told Dan Love that the situation was dangerous and he should release Cliven's cattle. Dan Love wouldn't budge. Dan Love said that the cattle were federal property and what would happen to them would be his decision.
We can watch them both.
Sheriff Gillespie wanted the situation to end peacefully, but the stubbornness of both Cliven Bundy and Dan Love made achieving peace seem impossible. Therefore, Gillespie drove to Las Vegas to speak to the governor, leaving Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo in charge. By 11:15 a.m., the 1 hour deadline that Cliven set for Sheriff Gillespie had passed. Cliven didn't see any stockpiling of federal weapons, and he didn't hear about toll booths being bulldozed down. So he directed his supporters to do the following.
Here, we're going to go up the freeway. We're going to block the freeway. These horse people are going to go up the Power Line Road, and they're going to meet us at the Toquock Bridge, underneath the Toquock Bridge. Get it going, cowboys. Let's go get it done.
Let's go!
Yo, what's up, Black Eyed Chicken? Hey, down.
Soon, a mass of Bundy supporters traveled towards the BLM compound. There were 40 men riding on horseback down a dirt road through the backcountry. Others drove in their vehicles, causing a traffic jam on part of Interstate 15. Their destination was Tocop Wash, where the BLM command post was guarded by a temporary fence. Behind the fence was where the impounded cattle were being held. When the mob got closer, BLM agents positioned themselves, crouching behind white pickups. As the BLM reacted to the sudden torrent of Bundy supporters, so did the Las Vegas Metro Police. Soon, Nevada Highway Patrol, the National Park Service, and the FBI were also on the scene. There was a momentary standstill as protesters regrouped underneath the southbound I-15 bridge. This gave them time to kneel down and pray.
Amen.
Soon, the Bundy supporters on horseback joined Ammon Bundy and other protesters in the wash. They rode halfway between the I-15 bridges and formed a line of defense. Then, Ammon Bundy led supporters on foot towards the gate. Several protesters in the wash were unarmed women and children. At one point, someone said to put them in the front.
Well, what do you think about the children? Do you think the children should be down there right now?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Would you think that if one of them gets killed?
No, because
that isn't our fault. That's not their parents'
But it's clearly a dangerous situation. Would you admit that it's a dangerous situation?
Because the government has made it such. Yeah, you're right.
Later, a constitutional sheriff named Richard Mack took credit for the idea of women being positioned at the front.
We were actually strategizing to put all the women up at the front. If they're going to start shooting, it's going to be women that are going to be televised all across the world getting shot by these rogue federal officers.
We didn't put children up front. That's a lie.
Yeah?
That's a lie. There may have been a few children there, but that was a lie put forth by somebody, and that never took place.
Over the radio, Dan Love gave BLM agents permission to launch pepper spray into the crowd, but agents in the wash decided against it since it would be too dangerous. At least 200 protesters were in the wash, and even more were on top of both bridges. The BLM agents knew that they were fish in a barrel. One of the most notable photographs from that day was of a man named Eric Parker laid prone on the highway and pointing his Sega 223. There were several other protesters positioned like Parker was on the bridge. Although the BLM had snipers on top of mesas above, it was clear that if a car backfired, the situation would erupt into a bloodbath.
These people who were here, they're not under our direction. We're not telling them what to do. And yes, there were several of them who stood up and were pointing rifles back, which was the best thing that could have happened. Because the BLM knew they're not going to just get away with any old crap now.
While all of this transpired, Cliven Bundy, the man who the entire situation was about, was not present. Cliven was heading towards a bulldozer to run over National Park Service toll booths. Cliven fired up the bulldozer and drove it, but then it stalled. Unsure of what to do, he prayed, and God spoke to him.
This is not your job, this is their job.
God's words convinced Cliven to leave the fight to his supporters.
That's God from Monty Python and the Quest of the Holy Grail.
God's words convinced Cliven to leave the fight to his supporters.
Would you say that God was on your side?
Absolutely. There was no question. I mean, the Spirit of the Lord was here so strong that day. You ask anybody that was here, they will tell you how spiritual and special it was. It was a very special film. I was seeking guidance. And because I was seeking guidance, in direction of what do we do? What do we do? How do we contend against this? And so yes, I fasted to gain spiritual knowledge and understanding of what to do. I fasted for 4 days. And at the end of that fourth day, yes, I received some inspiration. And I received inspiration to know what was going to happen. This was like on Tuesday. I knew what was going to happen Saturday. I seen it all in my head, so to speak. I knew what was going to take place. I knew where it was going to take place, and I knew what the outcome was going to be.
During the standoff, Ryan Bundy spoke to Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo. Ryan wanted him to put a stop to the tense situation. People would die, he said. The Assistant Sheriff agreed. Lombardo knew that the only way things would end peacefully was if Dan Love released the cattle.
Shuttling back and forth between the Bundy forces and BLM was Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo, who'd been left in charge by Sheriff Doug Gillespie.
The bottom line is bloodshed over cattle, unacceptable. Nobody wanted to go that direction.
And it was the sheriff, or at least the undersheriff at the time, that did finally bring a stop to the roundup by the BLM.
Assistant Sheriff Joe Lombardo did tell Dan Love to release the cattle. To Ryan Bundy, it was a clear example of a county sheriff assuming his role as the preeminent law authority in the land. However, that wasn't actually what occurred. Before Lombardo told Dan Love to release the cattle, BLM Acting Deputy Director Steve Ellis had already given the order for BLM personnel to retreat. So it wasn't a county sheriff who ended the standoff, it was the feds. And with that, the Bundys had won.
What's up, Sven?
Hammond cut down a closed area sign on the gate, and Ryan yelled, Bundy supporters on horseback rode to the BLM's corrals to release the cattle. As the cattle made their way through Tokop Wash, Bundy supporters were instructed to stay absolutely silent so as to not spook them.
I am so happy I get to open the gates. I get to open the gates and let our babies out, our calves. They get to go back home. They get to go home to the river.
We just took one hill.
All right, calm down.
And to see those people with the feds with their guns trained on them saying, we will shoot you, keeping their guns at their side and marching saying, go ahead and shoot us. And when it does, we're going to shoot back, but only after you pull the trigger first. It was literally Lexington and Concord Part 2, but the globalists backed off this time. And let me tell you something, they backed off because they're smart and they know humanity's got the power. And they know in the breast of every man, woman, and child out there beats that idea of liberty. It is such a small cadre of evil people that want to control our civilization.
He cries about this, but he still believes nobody was killed in Sandy Hook. He believes it was a government psyop, and no children's bodies have been recovered because all those graves are apparently empty.
The standoff lasted around 3 hours. Remarkably, the Bundys led their supporters to the gates of the BLM compound to get their cattle back without a single person being arrested or being killed. I wanted to understand how the BLM screwed up so badly and why the Bundys got away with what they did. But the BLM wouldn't talk to me, so I spoke to Richard Spots, an ex-BLM employee, instead.
Much of the Bundy nonsense could have been averted if BLM had been paying attention. One of my great frustrations, among many, working at BLM, was how BLM ignored the history of how it successfully handled a chronic trespass grazing situation with the Klump family in the 1990s leading up to about 2004.
Wally Klump was a rancher from Arizona who refused to remove his cattle from BLM land. Just like Clive and Bundy, Klump's bitter war with the BLM went on for decades. Wally Klump lost in court several times. The BLM seized his cattle, they revoked his grazing permit, and they took away his water rights. After threatening to kill government officials, Wally Klump continued to defy a court order to remove his cattle from BLM land. As a result, he was thrown in jail. But the judge overseeing his case did something unusual. He told Wally that he would be detained until he agreed to remove his trespassing cattle from federal land. The months went by. Wally turned 70 in federal detention as his family continued to operate his ranch. But after 388 days in Central Arizona Detention Center, Wally Klump finally removed his cattle from federal land and returned home. And he never trespassed on federal land with his cattle again.
In the Klump situation, BLM did 3 key things in how they went about it. The judge was asked to issue a bench warrant where U.S. Marshals did arrest Mr. Klump and put him in jail where he stayed for, I think, a little over 1 year before he and his family relented and agreed to remove the trespass livestock. The second tool was that they got a civil judgment for the past due grazing fees and fines for trespass. And when there was failure to pay, then they could place liens on the real and personal property of the Klump family. The third thing that BLM did was they had successful clandestine roundups where they could incrementally go out and just round up some of the trespass cattle when no one from the Klump family was around and kind of chip away at the trespass herd that way. And BLM didn't learn from that for a whole decade, and you had the Bunkerville standoff in 2014. I believe that if BLM management was competent and paid attention and had used the tools to resolve the Klump trespass in resolving the Bundy trespass, the Bunkerville standoff need never have happened. And the Bunkerville standoff, in my opinion, was seen as such a profound victory by the sovereign citizens and the other militia groups that supported Bundy, that 2 years later, they occupied the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. And so it's clear that the rule of law and democracy is under siege from 2 sides. It's under siege from the people like the Bundys and Klumps that believe that they're above the law and they can do whatever they want and that public lands can really be treated like they're private ranches. And the other being the incompetent,
What's up, Seth? How you doing?
Cowardly federal officials who let that happen. And when there's no adverse consequences for illegal behavior, you embolden the lawbreakers.
After the feds retreated from Tokop Wash, Patriot circles lauded Bunkerville as the freest place in the country. Thousands flocked to Bundy Ranch to enjoy music and dancing. One couple even got married there.
The groom dressed in camouflage, the guests had guns, and the bride, she wore white.
He's the love of my life. He's a man. He's a patriot. He loves his country. He's out here willing to die for his country if he had to.
Alex Benecke's been guarding the ranch of Cliven Bundy. He went back to New Hampshire for Ashley, and they decided to tie the knot at this base camp in Bunkerville.
I want this. I want this as much as I want our country. She's one of a kind.
But the Bundys knew the war was not over.
All
So
right.
these people who hold themselves out to be patriots are not. They're nothing more than domestic terrorists.
Rumors spread that Cliven would be targeted by a drone strike or another raid. So protected by his paramilitary army, Cliven maintained a defensive position. The security detail, led by Buddha Cavalier, continued to follow him wherever he went. Ryan Payne assigned teams to patrol State Route 170 to question drivers who they found suspicious. They performed combat training drills in the desert backcountry. Then Cliven Bundy said something that made the news and shocked many, many people.
I want to tell you one more thing I know about the Negro. Now, are they better off as slaves picking cotton, or are they better off under government subsidy?
Allow me to make myself abundantly clear. I believe those comments are downright racist, they are repugnant, they are bigoted, and it's beyond disturbing.
After asking forgiveness, Cliven Bundy maintains he is not a racist. Possibly to make good on those words, Ryan Bundy ran up to shake the hand of the only African American to turn up to their barbecue.
Later, the Bundys attempted to do damage control by posing for photographs with black people who they invited to the ranch.
Yeah, hold off on that. He may be at the location.
Cliven's militia hunkered down on a pocket of land
Who
that they
gives?
named Camp Liberty. But nothing lasts forever, and time slowly chipped away at the ranks of Cliven's paramilitary army. Some left because of their families or job obligations. Others because of drama between Ryan Payne's militia and the Oath Keepers, a beef that could be summed up as a lot of accusations about each other being feds.
This is a new issue. Buddha, myself, and Jerry have been asked by a Stuart Rhodes lovemaking crew that came onto me very strongly last night, and I had, well, anyway, there's women here, so I'm not going to.
There were no Reaper drones deploying Hellfire missiles on Bundy Ranch. The only struggle that patriots at Camp Liberty faced came from trying to endure the Mojave Desert's intense daytime summer heat
Hey,
and below freezing
Cloud.
temperatures at night. So one by one, the militants left. The Bundy standoff had breathed life into the militia movement, but there were more exciting things going on in the domestic fight for America. Militia rallies at the US-Mexico border, a clash with the BLM at Sugar Pine Mine, an ATV protest at Recapture Canyon. Eventually, the only patriot who remained at Bundy Ranch was Cliven's bodyguard, Buddha Cavalier, who stuck around attending to Cliven's every personal need for the next year and a half. During that time, he became a Mormon, and Cliven was the one who baptized him.
This is the Glenn Beck program, the Blaze Radio Network.
I've often wondered, are they better off as slaves? End quote, Cliven Bundy last week. Just that shows you how unhinged from reality this guy is. You were paying grazing fees, and I have cattle. There is national land behind my ranch, and I know if anybody runs cattle on that, they also have to pay for grazing fees. So grazing fees are normal.
I have no contract. I do not graze my cattle on United States property, and I would pay my grazing fee to the proper farm of
But wait a
government.
minute, hang on just a second. Cliven, you do graze it in the Nevada state constitution. In the constitution of your state, that land was given to the federal government.
In the days following the Bureau of Land Management's retreat, conservative pundit Glenn Beck took to the airwaves to lambaste Cliven Bundy. Unlike the liberal elites criticizing Cliven on CNN, Glenn Beck was a member of the LDS Church and was a rancher himself, so a micro-battle between people who on the surface seemed to be members of the same team began to stew.
Hello everyone, my name is Lavoy Finicum. I'm a neighboring rancher to Cliven Bundy on the Arizona side of the border.
Here's Lavoy, and at this moment, Lavoy's torn. Not only was he a great fan of Glenn Beck, but he had also been at the standoff to support Cliven Bundy. Lavoy Finicum was a Mormon public lands rancher who was one of the cowboys on horseback during the Bundy standoff.
I'm a neighboring rancher to Cliven Bundy on the Arizona side of the border. And I feel I'd like to make this video to maybe offset some very powerful voices such as Glenn Beck, where I believe that we've been misrepresented.
My husband was upset about that, and I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 days after he'd been home from the stand, but Glenn was on the television talking, and he says, that makes me so mad. He says, I'm going to call Glenn back, and I'm going, right. You're going to call Glenn back. Okay, whatever.
Hello, Lavoy.
Hello, Glenn. How are you?
I'm very good, sir.
I was there. I rode all day with the Bundy boys, and I hope I can say just a few words, Glenn,
Sure.
that might soften your heart. We weren't there to cause a fight and to get anybody killed. We knew that if we didn't ride up there with the intent that we were coming to get our cows, even at the cost of our lives, that we were going to stand for our personal property rights. And then when federal agents finally pulled back, we said, boys, do not be flipping the birds. Do not be catcalling at those federal agents.
The difference is you were willing to be shot and lose your life for what you believed in, but you were not willing to shoot.
No.
Right. There's the huge difference. There is nothing to be gained. And Lavoy, you know this. You just reflected this, and I thank you for your call. It doesn't mean you don't stand your ground. Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks stood their ground. It's how you stand your ground that makes all of the difference in the world.
He tried to tell Glenn his side of it. And as he was telling me, he got a few sentences out, but then the interview was over and it was done. It was quick and over with. And after the Bundy thing, that's when he said, I don't care to listen to Glenn anymore. He's too close-minded.
So I have strong feelings about that, about how we were misrepresented by powerful voices. Nobody could have hurt us more than you, Glenn Beck. You owe them an apology.
After the Bundys won their battle against the BLM, Lavoy returned home. Life went back to normal. He and his wife Jeanette looked after foster children. It was their main gig. Ranching alone didn't pay the bills, but being a rancher was Lavoy's dream.
Everything I have is tied up into this. My home, my life. I spent my lifetime trying to obtain a ranch. I loved as a young boy riding with my dad, chasing some cows on the weekend and stuff. I always wanted to raise my family out here.
Lavoy followed the rules all of his life. He was clean cut, didn't smoke or drink, never even got a speeding ticket. However, witnessing the Bundy standoff left a profound impression on his psyche, the likes of which he couldn't shake.
He wasn't actively engaged in politics in any way until the BLM Bundy thing came up. He was searching for answers because he wanted to understand. Then he kept going to see Ryan and talk to Ryan.
I got to know Lavoy more and more. He also had a ranch. He had studied the constitutional, rights and the land ownership issues and came to a realization that what we were telling him was true.
The more Lavoy learned, the more he sought out ways to teach others. He started uploading YouTube videos about the Constitution, property rights, and a guide to prepping for the collapse. Soon, Lavoy became more vocal about the Bureau of Land Management in his YouTube videos. One day he appeared irate, claiming that the BLM was stealing his water.
There's been a few fires here in the area. BLM came in here, set up a tank, and they drained it to use for their own fires to put them out without so much as a hidey-ho or to please or we're going to use it. They just set up and they took it. They stole it.
Then in August 2015, Lavoy Finicum decided to follow in Cliven Bundy's footsteps and cancel his grazing permit.
So what I've done, I sent a letter to the BLM saying thank you so much for your help in managing my ranch, but I shall no longer need your help. I shall manage it myself. And I'm telling the BLM right now, I'm saying to you, this isn't yours. It's mine. Leave me alone.
He had conviction, and I respect him for that. I know that he was not going into any of this ignorantly. He understood the choice that he made by standing up. He knew that it could put a target on our backs.
As Lavoy became more vocal, he started to attract attention from the FBI.
We started to receive calls from other ranchers. Why is the FBI out asking us questions out on our ranch? Why are they stopping my trucks? We had drones flying over our house. So he calls a friend that we met selling his book and says, hey, I know you've dealt with security before. Do you think you could come and talk to me about how I can, keep my ranch safe? One of the gentlemen was a militia member from Utah, and he had FBI infiltrate his group, and he brought 2 FBI agents with him. And we find out through the Bundy trial that our house was bugged. I fed him burritos.
Around this time, the FBI was also running a separate investigation on the Bundys. Posing as a documentary crew, the FBI approached the Bundys and asked them to participate in a film called American Reloaded.
Longbow Productions is what they called themselves. I was kind of suspicious of them from the get-go. They had a hotel room rented in Las Vegas, so we went up to their room one at a time, and they would go down through a line of questioning, kind of like what you're doing here, trying to get, supposedly an understanding of what's going on, but it wasn't real. It was all fake. It was basically FBI agents who were posing as a film crew and trying to get confessions, I guess. They were asking questions about guns. They were asking questions about, would you kill a federal officer? Different things like that. When they started asking questions that I felt were inappropriate, then I just stopped answering. Problem is, they were offering alcohol. They were offering payment. Of course, I don't drink alcohol, so that didn't influence me. But, one of the fellows who was here that day accepted their alcohol and then got loose with his tongue and said things that he shouldn't have said, and he was convicted not because of what he did, because he didn't do anything different than anyone else did, but he got convicted because of what he said.
What would the response have been had the federal government come back then?
Dead bodies. Matter if we're up at the Bundy Ranch or if we're out in the southern deserts. If it comes into our perimeter, if it's not a friendly, it dies.
Hello, everyone. This is Lavoy Fernicum. I think I'm pretty upset this evening.
One day, Lavoy uploaded a video where he appeared agitated.
But I've been following what's happening over in Bend, Oregon with that ranching family over there, the Hammond family. And I'm pretty upset with what the BLM has done to them. Actually, I'm really angry.
In the video, he spoke about a pair of cattle ranchers named Dwight and Stephen Hammond, who he believed were being railroaded by the feds.
They had a prescribed burn that was allowed, got off onto 100 acres, burned 100 acres of BLM. They threw them in jail, and now it looks like they're facing 5 more years in prison. The dadgummit, it's got to stop.
Dwight and Stephen Hammond were father and son ranchers from eastern Oregon who were charged with arson after sparking 2 controlled burns on federal land. The Hammonds said that they set the first fire to clear out invasive plant species, and the second to ward off a wildfire which threatened to destroy their winter feed. Federal prosecutors disagreed. They said that the Hammonds were covering up evidence of poaching and had put the lives of federal firefighters in danger. They served a year in prison and returned home, but they were once again sent back to prison after prosecutors successfully argued that they were required to serve out 5 years according to mandatory minimum sentencing laws. The Hammonds Ranch was surrounded by the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, a vitally important pit stop for millions of migratory birds traveling along the Pacific Flyway. The nearly 190,000-acre refuge was created by President Roosevelt in 1908 in order to protect birds from the plume hat trade. Since the early 1990s, the refuge has been the stage of a battle between the Hammonds and the Fish and Wildlife Service.
The conflict is over the use of federal land, including the spectacular Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, which almost surrounds the Hammond property.
2/3 the way up on that mountain where you see the snow, that's where our cattle are at. We have to cross the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ground to get there.
When the Fish and Wildlife Service canceled the Hammonds' grazing permit, the Hammonds argued that they had ancestral rights to the forage and water on the land since 1871. They also said that they were willing to die fighting the feds for their rights. Sounds familiar?
The cancellation provoked a confrontation.
It was going to get nasty immediately.
The Hammonds placed this piece of farm equipment in the way of a new fence the government was building.
When they said that they were going to arrest me if I didn't move, I said, well, arrest me.
Hammond was arrested, handcuffed, and taken away. He and his son Steve now face federal criminal charges for their actions that day.
Enter Chuck Cushman, one of the leaders of the Wise Use movement.
You want to know who's running the government? It's the environmental groups.
Chuck Cushman is one of the key players in a new movement called Wise Use. Its goal, to protect individual landowners from excessive government regulation and environmental extremism.
You'll come into these rural towns where you do have a lot of economic and social stress. Cushman comes in and puts a target on environmentalists and puts a target on Forest Service workers and says, that's your enemy.
When Cushman heard about the Hammond story, he rallied together 500 protesters to bombard the Fish and Wildlife Service with phone calls.
I put signs up on the wall with the name of each of the officers that were involved. It was called the Wall of Shame.
And Cushman handed out a flyer that had the home phone numbers of the Fish and Wildlife Service employees.
A lot of them left immediately, got on the phone and started using those numbers and calling and threatening people on that list.
Afterwards, the Hammonds' troubles with the law disappeared. 21 years later, the Hammonds were set to return to prison, and the Bundys wanted to stop that from happening, just like Chuck Cushman did in 1994. It was Cliven's son, Ammon Bundy, who was tased by the BLM 3 times during 2014, that decided to do something to help the Hammonds.
This urge, this overwhelming urge came upon me to find out about the Hammonds, and I could not sleep, so I studied all through the night. I read every article I could read. I read part of the court proceedings and everything I could get my hands on.
Ammon Bundy learned that the Hammonds lived in Harney County, Oregon, a place where cattle outnumbered locals 14-1, and 70% of the land was owned by the federal government. In the 1970s, when Harney County's economy was centered on its logging industry, it was one of the wealthier counties in Oregon. These days, it's one of the poorest. In the 1920s, the Heinz Lumber Company struck a deal with the federal government, giving the company access to acres of old-growth ponderosa pine trees in the Malheur National Forest. Over the next 50 years, Heinz Lumber stripped the forests of centuries-old trees until there were hardly any left. In the 1990s, new environmental regulations to protect Malheur National Forest forced the company to shut down. With that, Harney County's economy plummeted and never recovered. After the lumber mill shut down, most people in Harney County either worked for the government, lived on public assistance, or ranched cattle like Dwight and Stephen Hammond. To Ammon Bundy, the stories of Harney County and the Hammonds perfectly represented a cause to throw his family's name behind. Ammon had a grand nation-changing vision of what he could accomplish in Harney County. He envisioned a movement that would spread across the western United States of ranchers, miners, and loggers seizing control of public lands from the federal government. Ammon said that 3 angels paid him a visit in the middle of the night to tell him what to do. First, shield the Hammonds from returning to federal prison with the help of a well-armed militia. Second, get the Harney County Sheriff to tell the—
Dude, I'm fucking tired. I'm falling asleep. I'm so fucking tired. Let's find somebody to raid. No, I go lay down. Tired. Oh.